asked how that went.
Yeah, we love Sir Winston.
Fantastic. I can't wait to watch.
Yep. You're gonna see it. You might want to skip your. Kelly, last time you were on, you brought an little picture of you and your sister.
That's right.
Her looked like a cute, normal little girl, and Kelly looked like her.
Is your sister Rosie O'Donnell? Comments about that, yeah.
Kelly, tell us something we didn't learn about you last time you were on.
Really weird about me is I have this thing called misophonia, where like wheezes make me go into a really like mouth noises, you know, like smacking. Yeah, exactly. That.
All right.
It makes you go from like zero to like I will murder you if you don't stop.
And what's the angriest that you've gotten in public or something?
Okay, so I was working with this girl one time and she was like popping her gum and she just over and over and over again, and like she didn't know I had this issue or whatever, and she just kept doing it, and I just turned around and I was like, if you don't fucking stop popping your gum, I'm gonna smack you in the face. I just totally went off on her. Yeah.
Absolutely. This is a master of mouth noises.
Oh.
Do you got anything for us? What do you got? Any fun mouth noises? There you go. All right, Kelly, we're going to keep it moving. There goes Kelly Lost, your final bucket full of the night, ladies and gentlemen. There she goes. Thank you, Kelly. And now, I mean, what an episode. What kind of episode has Jack Shaw, Fiona Cawley, David Lucas, Ari Maddie, Sir Winston Pickles? Who could forget some of the lowlights tonight? Offender, Sonny Castillo, John Bechtel. I Am Frank was very sad. There's only one way to end an episode like this, ladies and gentlemen, and it is with the all-time record holder for appearances, interviews, sets, everything. The man has done it all. God's favorite comedian. A man that they call the Memphis Strangler, the Vanilla Gorilla, brought to you by Nicked and Open Phone, the Nicked Nuisance, the Open Phone Opus. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery.
If an alien spaceship crashed right in front of me, I'd probably assume I was about to encounter a female alien. I found out recently Michael Jackson at my favorite amusement ride, The Zipper, at his Neverland Ranch. You know how awesome it would have been to go there as a kid? Ever been in a situation where you wanted to smoke weed, but it wasn't 4:20? It's like 10:45 a.m. Well, here's a quick
Later says, you know what? But Chuba, it beats everything. Nothing can stand in the way of Chuba, quote unquote. That if you repent, even of the awful things, God will forgive you. This is how. So, saying no, rectify it to but later on, he'll talk about it, because these are things that people don't take seriously, and people do this sin. They don't even catalog it in the brain as a sin. So when they come to do tshuva, they can't think of these things. 5 different things. First, one who eats as a guest at the table of a host who cannot afford the meal. This is a minor form of theft. Says, I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't eat anything that he didn't offer me. So just think about Maimonides, what he's saying here. He's saying that there are times when you take something from another person and you may not even realize it, because the other person at least superficially offered it to you. What if you, for example, steal someone's time? You're on the phone with them. They say they've got to go. You importune them to stay with you. So they do, because people are polite and they stay with you. But in reality, you've stolen their time. You didn't respect their statement that they believe. So that's such a you have to be true for it. Now, make yourself crazy about this. You can go on and on, thinking about, oh my gosh, all the things I did. But nevertheless, let's not forget what the Arizal said. Holy mystic said that a person who doesn't find tears on your out of tshuva does not have a full heart. That's a pretty strong statement, but it means is that if you haven't gone through the process to dig deep enough for tears, you haven't completely. That's why Maimonides is so helpful. He walks us through step by step, rather than an amoral of like, I'm going to sit down all alone and like meditate on my failings. Kind of depressing. Did you do this? Think about your year. Did you do this? Really very helpful. Let's look at, there's so much cool stuff here. Let's look at number 5. One who suspects the innocent, saying that this is no sin. I saw someone and I said, you know what? I suspect him or her of doing these things. Right? Didn't take away anything from the person. Didn't even share with that person that you had that feeling about them. But the fact is, that kind of intellectual failure to have a generous opinion is something that Maimonides says you should reflect on that. You might have to do tshuva for it. The sheer depths to which Maimonides descends in our personalities, in our psyches, to try and identify those kernels of rot and decay is phenomenal. And one of the reasons why I love Maimonides so much. Okay, let's go to the last text. This is a book that has 10 chapters. There's tons of things we got to discuss. I'm only looking at a few items for our purposes. This is from chapter 7. Maimonides says, a master of tshuva. And by the way, there's a big distinction between a master of tshuva, so-called Baal tshuva. We use that terminology rather loosely today, but this is referring to someone who has truly done tshuva for their deeds. He makes a distinction between the master of tshuva and the master of tshuva, the complete master of tshuva. But that's more in chapter 2 and 3. Let's stick to chapter 4 for now. A master of tshuva should not think that he is far from the level of the righteous because of his past sins, committed intentionally or otherwise. This is not so. Rather, the master of tshuva is beloved and cherished by the Creator, as if the sins had never happened at all. Furthermore, the reward is greater, for the master of tshuva had tasted the taste of sin and separated from it, conquering human nature. The sages taught that in the place where the masters of tshuva stand, not even the completely righteous can stand. Meaning, their level is greater than the level of those who have never sinned, because they, meaning the masters of tshuva, conquered their evil inclinations to a greater degree. That's an amazing concept. And now I want to just give you a little insight into Maimonides' take on this, and it goes back to something we talked about earlier with this controversy. Maimonides relies very, very heavily on Talmudic wisdom. Most of the things he says are drawn straight from Talmudic quotations. But scholars of Maimonides know, and there are many on this call, scholars of Maimonides know that look very carefully at Maimonides' text and what he omits. Sometimes how he reorders is extremely instructive and shows you the depth of his point of view. So this passage here, a master of tshuva, in a place where master of tshuva stands, not a completely righteous can stand, that's in the Talmud, yes. And there's another opinion there too that says, no, not at all. The completely righteous are way more righteous than the master of tshuva. Would you say that someone who did sin and now repented, very nice, sure, I love that, but why would you say better than a person who never sinned at all? How can you say something so, extreme? Maimonides doesn't even quote that opinion. Right? Talk about the hubris that we discussed in the beginning as to what is the correct halakha. Telling us that there are some people who feel that some rabbis who feel that the completely righteous are on a higher level than the masters of tshuva. Maimonides says too, no, I'm sorry. If a person has sinned in the past and has overcome that sin, of course, it's a big deal to do that. But if a person has overcome that sin, then they rise to a higher level than even those people who have never sinned at all. A very encouraging thought. For those of us, myself definitely included, who have things we regret in our past and our flawed personalities, Maimonides is kind of holding out some hope to us that, you know what? You can reach an incredibly high level of righteousness. You can become a great person. Here's how you do it in this book. Okay, folks, that's it for my comments on Maimonides for now. I'm really grateful for you being online with me so I can share with you my enthusiasm for this. I think that's it for the questions and answers. Thank you very much for attending, and I hope you all have a fantastic Rosh Chodesh Elul. Thanks for listening. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Texas. All right, thank you. I've been here 5 years, but yes, thank you for the big welcome. It's nice. Hey, welcome. What are you on? That's the question. Oh, I smell the Halloween. You smell the Halloween. Where do you get this energy from?
Good evening. It's a pleasure to welcome everyone. I want to first open by thanking the Adult Ed Committee and Yossi and everybody else for pushing to keep programming even during these complicated times. But again, using the challenges of the day and using them as opportunities to be able to learn and maybe even from speakers that we can't always have in person. We did have Dr. Abramson recently for Shabbos. I think right before the CM Mashas, and that was a fascinating presentation. So it's certainly a pleasure to have him back this evening. Dr. Henry Abramson is the Dean of Touro College in Brooklyn, a specialist in Jewish history and thought, and he's spoken in many different places. The topic this evening is a very interesting one, and certainly is on many of our minds. A plague and pandemic in Jewish history, perspectives and preparation of the Yom Noraim. As much as we feel like we are in a situation that we have never experienced beforehand, it's not the first pandemic in history, and it's not the first pandemic that has affected Jewish history. And many of the interesting tubas that exist throughout the centuries have come up again with Rabbi Akiva Eger and others, Rabbi Salant and Rabbi Purim. There's so many fascinating topics that unfortunately are coming up again, but maybe give us the physics that the same way that they arose to and from those situations, and hopefully it was behind them and they were able to move forward, that Mirza Hashem soon we will be able to as well.
Thank you so much, Rabbi, and thank you, Mr. Steer, for organizing this talk. I'm really very honored to speak with such a oil, such an impressive gathering of people. And, I'm a historian, so I spend most of my time thinking about things that already happened, that all are fallen, already over with.
What's good, son?
Okay.
So she wants to ask that question.
Ask me what you'd like.
I just had one question. Why this server out of a bunch of other Discord servers?
I'm in like 12 different servers at once. It's a huge server.
Oh, what other servers are you with other than this one?
Aiden Ross's, the Fishbowl one, Socialize. I'm in any big server that they'll let me be in.
Or do you just choose the bigger servers to get more popularized?
Exactly.
Oh, smart. That was my only question. Thank you.
You're welcome, my friend.
Is a part of it, but Mr. Siv did ask me to try and spin this talk a little.
So when did you start all this, and what makes you keep on going? What's your inspiration?
Great question. It started during the pandemic. I'm a certified project management professional, and my job went remote, and so I was spending a lot of time on camera, doing web calls and such, and I just got more comfortable being on camera. I was already on camera anywhere from like 8 to 12 hours a day, sometimes as many as 16. And I just figured, well, you know what? Why not just keep the camera on and make it 24 hours? And my inspiration is world peace. That's a big one. This gives
a platform to be able to discuss world peace and futurology, good ideas and such. But additionally, I know the value of data, and I know that this stream may make me the most popular person, and thus the most famous and perhaps the wealthiest person on earth someday.
Oh wow! How many followers do you have?
On Twitch, 40,000. Like it depends on the platform.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. And how long was this for exactly?
I'm live on Twitch right now. I'm live 24/7 on Twitch.
24/7. How many viewers do you have?
I don't know. I'm not looking at that screen right now.
Okay. Well, I have to go to the bathroom. Give me like 5 more minutes, okay?
Do what you need to do, pimp.
Because I too am a. No, relax, folks. It's only jokes. It's only jokes, and that joke is funny. D-Madness. Because I too am a black man. Didn't want to leave him in the dark on that one. No, okay. I don't think everyone here in Austin is racist. But it's hard not to feel that way when you've seen the things I've seen. Someone called me the N-word in traffic. Yeah, I cut him off, but he got unusually perturbed. I started yelling slurs, swiped me. He even threw banana peels at my car. That's when I said, I will never play Mario Kart online in the city again. Yes, I have. Okay. Did it go better last time? It went exactly how it was supposed to go. Okay. What does that mean exactly? It went exactly how it was supposed to go. Someone just pointed out that his zipper is down, and that is very sad. We've really taken a turn here. It's very, very interesting what's happening tonight. Some very rugged bucket pools. I don't know if they're underprepared or maybe the nerves are getting to them. How do you feel, Frank, right now? How do you feel? You're looking out there into the crowd. You're staring at them deep in their souls. Bro, we're here. We're here. Tony. You are correct. What's up with the wrap around your arm there? Did something happen? Yes. What happened? It's very tragic. What? I donated plasma today. Okay, you do that to make money? From time to time, yeah, I do it. How much money did you get from your plasma today? Not sure. You didn't even pay attention to the amount of money that you got paid strategically for donating plasma, which is what you did to get money today? You know, it's not about the money for me, Tony. I'm in it for the love of the game. All right. Frank, me today. You know, it's not about the money. You didn't even pay attention to the amount of money that you got paid strategically from your plasma today. Not sure. You didn't even pay attention to the amount of money that you got paid strategically for donating plasma, which is what you did to get money today. You know, it's not about the money for me, Tony. I'm in it for the love of the game. All right. Frank, you got a little joke book last time? We're just going to keep it moving, Frank. How about a hand for Frank, everybody? I am Frank. I'm going to fix this. I'm going to fix the momentum in the room right now by doing something absolutely insane. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to bring to the stage a man who is eventually going to be a citizen of the United States of America. A man who remains at this moment the Estonian assassin. This is a brand new set from the one and only Ari Matty. diversifying all the movie franchises now. They're making like a gay James Bond. He's gotta suck so much dick to get those passwords. They're doing Taken, you know, Taken with Liam Neeson. They're doing one with a black dad. The phone just keeps ringing. Sorry, baby. Had to make a stop. Feminists are upset. They're trying to cancel the new Catwoman movie that's coming out because the new Catwoman is Zoe Kravitz. A banging bitch. And the feminists are saying, why does Catwoman always have to be some supermodel? Why couldn't Catwoman be like a plus-size model? She needs to climb. You ever see a fat cat? Bitch, you can't be Catwoman. You can be Garfield. Thank you so much.
There is levels to this, ladies and gentlemen. And there he is, the arrival. Look at that shirt. You're so patriotic. Goddamn right. That's right. That's a good.
Happy 4th of July, you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
I'm so excited. It was my first Independence Day.
And tell us what did you do? How did you enjoy it?
Well, it was just fun being in a country where I can celebrate victory for once. In Estonia, we don't have any of that fucking. We did it! Every one of our holidays is like on this day. 50,000 men, women, and children taken against their will. We got fun.
Estonia gets historically kind of bullied by the bigger countries around it, huh?
Well, yeah, we're tiny.
Where are you from?
It's hard.
India. Did you guys ever win like a big battle or anything like that? Nothing really.
Well, I think this is true. With the Soviet Union collapse, we did a thing where we just sang.
Perfect. Okay.
If that counts.
Yeah. And did you guys do that? Is that like a holiday there? It's like a singing day?
Yeah, we sing all the time. We get together, we sing these horrible songs. You know, I know they were a banger.
John Deese wants you to. Is there like a famous one?
No.
You don't want to sing a little Estonian fucking.
I actually don't know any of the lyrics. That's the issue. I've literally just mumbled along my whole fucking life.
Okay. Greg Fitzsimmons.
Do you, whenever you, first of all, it's always great to see you. You're fucking great. But what, is there ever going to be like a homecoming? Like, is there an arena to play in Estonia? Is there like a big venue you want to go home someday and play?
Yeah, done it.
No, you have?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's an arena?
Not American standards, you know, it's
Right.
80 seater, you know. It's
Okay.
one of the biggest venues we got, you know.
Nice. Very
Packed it out.
Yeah, 81, baby.
What do you like to do when you go home?
Sauna, you know, dig out sauna. I go to the ball. You ever been to a ball?
What's a bog?
Ball.
What's a bog?
You know what a ball is?
Nobody knows what a bog is.
It's like, see?
Oh, a bog.
She knows. A ball, yeah.
Hot springs.
It's like, yes, no, not springs, but it's a dirty little spring.
It's a dirty spring. Okay.
Yeah.
But it's quiet, you know.
Yeah.
Not a lot of ethnic people. It's serene. Nobody talks too loud.
Like
Everyone
Shrek.
wears headphones.
It's like Shrek. Like Swamp. Like
Yeah, Shrek. That was a big movie for us. It was. Shrek is about an imperialistic government taking a man's swamp. It's our Schindler's List. When we got that swamp back, you know what I'm saying?
The jokes were just unbelievable tonight. I mean, probably the best set of the night. I mean, absolutely incredible. All of it's so funny. A movie-themed set, because shit is crazy out there. They are really making some movies.
Yeah, make your own shit, bitch.
Yeah, they're doing some wacky stuff. I watched Gladiator 2, and Denzel Washington's just in it. He's just in it throughout, and it just is impossible to not every time just go like, what's going on? What are we doing here? It's just a regular old Roman black guy.
As we know. Yeah, no one's acting weird. Everyone's like, sure, tell us what to do.
He's giving orders to other Romans and stuff. It's like just so, it's pretty wild. Like we always suspend belief in movies, right? Like, really stands out when they try to do these serious things.
Yeah.
They're really doing a black Taken.
I hope so.
It's called Took.
It's a movie about somebody's wallet.
I have a very set of skills to stay the fuck away from my father.
Very fun. Well, Ari, I mean, you absolutely fucking destroyed. You did it again, Ari. Ladies and gentlemen. We're going into overtime here. Let's get one more fucking full up here. Make some noise for Kelly Lusk, everyone. Kelly Lusk. Our 10th fucking full.
Hello, everyone. So, I have this gay friend. He's gotten into some pretty wild butt stuff lately. So now whenever he farts, it just goes. Tony has the same thing. You know what I'm talking about, right, Tony? Yeah, he's probably over there eating right now. My friend's name is David, but I call him Anal Cave Dave. I think that's appropriate. And then he recently told me that he started getting into feet. He likes sucking on toes. I was like, oh man, if somebody was like sucking on my toe, the only thing I can think about is when I go get a pedicure, the fucking cheese grater they bring out to grate the Parmesan off of my feet. It's like an Olive Garden, people. Just tell me when. Okay, I'm done.
Fucking disgusting.
I know.
Kelly Lusk. Getting back to that bucket, we have a demented bucket here tonight. I don't know if anybody's paying attention to it. We've been saved by a lot of golden ticket winners and regulars. Sir Winston Pickles was the highlight of the bucket.
How was that? I was
You know
curious.
Sir Winston
Well,
Pickles?
I saw them and I was like very curious how that went.
Yeah, oh, it's great. We love Sir Winston Pickles.
Fantastic. I can't wait to watch.
Yep. You're
Yeah.
gonna see it. You might want to skip your part. Kelly, last time you were on, you brought an adorable picture of you and your sister.
That's right.
Her sister looked like a cute, normal little girl, and Kelly looked like
That's the Nolan boy.
her. Is your sister right there?
So many comments about the Rosie O'Donnell. A lot of comments about that, yeah.
Kelly, tell us something we didn't learn about you last time you were on.
Let's see. Something really weird about me is I have this thing called misophonia, where like weird like noises make me go into a rage. It's normally like mouth noises, you know, like smacking. Yeah, exactly that.
All right.
It makes you go from like 0 to like I will murder you if you don't stop, like that.
You know, what's the angriest that you've been in public or something?
Okay, so I was working with this girl one time and she was like popping her gum and she just over and over and over again. And like she didn't know I had this issue or whatever. And she just kept doing it and I just turned around. I was like, if you don't fucking stop popping your gum, I'm gonna smack you in the face. I just totally went off on her. Yeah.
Absolutely. incredible team.
Gladness is a master of mouth noises.
Oh.
Do you got anything for us? What do you got? Any fun mouth noises? There you go. All right, Kelly, we're going to keep it moving. There goes Kelly Lusk, your final bucket pull of the night, ladies and gentlemen. There she goes. Thank you, Kelly. And now, I mean, what an episode. What kind of episode has Jack Shaw, Fiona Cawley, David Lucas, Ari Maddie, Sir Winston Pickles? Who could forget some of the lowlights tonight? Offender, Sonny Castillo, John Bechtel. I Am Frank was very sad. There's only one way to end an episode like this, ladies and gentlemen, and it is with the all-time record holder for appearances, interviews, sets, everything. The man has done it all. God's favorite comedian. A man that they call the Memphis Strangler, the Vanilla Gorilla, brought to you by Nicked and Open Phone, the Nicked Nuisance, the Open Phone Opus. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery.
If an alien spaceship crashed right in front of me, I'd probably assume I was about to encounter a female alien. I found out recently Michael Jackson had my favorite amusement ride, the Zipper, at his Neverland Ranch. You know how awesome it would have been to go there as a kid? Ever been in a situation where you wanted to smoke weed, but it wasn't 420? It's like 10:45 a.m. Well, here's a quick stoner hack. Go to your oven set to 420 degrees. Doesn't matter if you don't have anything to cook. And then when you're done smoking, you're like, I want to keep smoking. No problem. Keep your oven at 420. Saddest thing was standing in line at Dollar General and out of nowhere turned gay. Okay, I turned gay, Tony, at the Dollar General.
Why? Why would you do that?
I was at the Dollar General. Isn't that what happens? People just turn gay? I thought people just turn gay.
Well, why would
Or that way?
Why would they?
People are just turn gay.
Why would they turn gay at Dollar General?
Because I'm at the Dollar General, standing in line. I'm thinking, I don't know. This is where I turn gay. So my story in my head, that was what it was. I just turned gay.
What were you getting at the Dollar General? What do you like to shop for at Dollar General?
Hawaiian Punch.
Yeah. What else? What else do you like to get at Dollar General?
Marshmallows. Marshmallows, Hawaiian Punch.
Okay. What else do you get at Dollar General?
Cream spinach is always good there. The cans.
All right.
2% milk.
Okay.
Maybe a toy or something. I don't know, Tony. But yeah.
What kind of toys? What kind of toys have you bought at Dollar General?
Oh man, you get the little Legos. This guy doesn't want to hear about any of it, Tony. Wow. Shit.
It is such an odd time to use the restroom.
Is that your husband, sir? Oh, you wish.
Wow. Doing a little crowd work over there. This guy's on fire tonight.
I'm sorry, I'm on one tonight. I have to get my clogged carotid arteries, so I'm trying to live life to the fullest. I have 10 years.
The doctors gave him 10 years to live.
Yep. So just trying to live life to the fullest and having a good time. And it was raining. It was so weird. I actually was at one of those camps. Oh no. No, there's the man. I was helping look for people.
There's 100 people dead, William.
I was helping looking for people. Did you see the article today about the Navy diver up in the helicopter? I was with that guy.
What were you doing exactly with him?
I was lowering the rope down. It was on this pulley system, and I had to lower the rope down really fast. And
Is there video of
it
this?
up, and I do it back up.
Oh my God, you're in charge of that?
Yes.
How many
I
people
was doing all the rowing, and they're like, okay, this guy's gonna be strong enough, and yeah, I helped save 100 people this weekend.
Wow, amazing. I'm surprised nobody clapped for that. That's incredible.
Yeah, a little fucked up. Little fucked up.
So, what types of people did you save? What did they look like?
Oh my gosh, this was a bunch of whites. I was thinking maybe Hispanic people or something, but it was mainly white people at these camps.
Very interesting. Why do you think that is? Why do you think there's so many white people in camps?
I don't know. Honkies be crazy, man. I mean, honkies, I don't know. I was always scared of getting homesick, so I only went to day camps growing up.
Ooh, day camp. What did you like to do at day camp?
Fuck, I used to love making pottery at day camp. I used to love going in the lake, all kinds of stuff. It was really fun. I'm trying to think of more stuff.
Yeah, take it nice and slow. Think of some stuff that you love to do on camp. Name something.
Red band help me.
No, red band can't help you. It can't be part of the thing. You gotta just think of things on your own. What would you do at the camp? How do you name some more things you get at Dollar General?
I'm sorry, I'm freezing up. I'm freezing up.
Maybe a motherfucking slinky.
Yeah.
Maybe. It's kind of fun. It's kind of fun to do, yo. Maybe a motherfucking candy bowl. Oh, I like this. Ooh, okay. Maybe
basketball.
Oh, they got basketballs for $1.
Yes, at Dollar General.
Are they like tiny? Okay.
What else?
Maybe a motherfucking
Action Snow White doll. No, not that, dumbass. God, you didn't really fucking butcher a fun thing Tony and I are doing together, dumbass. Fucking idiot.
Maybe a motherfucking marble. Yeah. A single marble.
Banana. Yeah. Maybe an apple.
These people are not entertaining.
I'm sweating and
you are. Your carotid arteries acting up.
I know my neck is constantly hurting now, Tony. It feels like my neck. It feels like I can feel the plaque in my neck. So. It's fun to be here, Tony.
What else do you get at Dollar General?
Shit, Tony. I mean, I've been getting a bunch of
puzzles.
I know. I'm still stuck on one, Tony. It's been a month.
What's the puzzle that you're stuck on right now?
It has all these women's hands with different colored fingernail polish. They're like grabbing stuff on a table, and it's like a couple lobsters, there's different seafood items, but the hands are hard as fuck. And the table's a white table, so it's just a really hard puzzle. So I'm about to call it quits. And I bought 2 more, so I have 2 more ready in the chamber, but I'm about to call it quits on this one.
You got puzzles in the chamber.
I got 2 up in the chamber, Tony.
Oh, wow. You got puzzles in the chamber. Oh my goodness. What are the other puzzles that you have in the chamber?
Well, I'm really looking forward to the one. It's like somebody just opened a refrigerator. So it's a bunch of different foods in the refrigerator.
What types of foods are in the refrigerator?
Fuck, we're talking watermelon. Oh, I don't know, sandwiches, all different kinds of stuff.
William Montgomery is done it again, ladies and gentlemen. The red goat is thriving. Business is booming. The drawing for Brian J. Ebelt is in. Make some goddamn noise to the great Fitzsimmons. He's going to La Jolla, Pottstown, PA, Point Pleasant, New Jersey. Fitstock.com, FITDOG.com. Let's see what Chris Rogers drew up to. How about one more time for the best damn band in the land, huh? Thank you to Nick, Nicotine Pouches, and Open Phone. This was someone. Did you guys have fun tonight? So did we, right? And
Check out the Sunset Stream, ATX.com. Love you guys.
We love you guys. Thank you so much. Good night, everybody.
Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Band's Secret Show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripbtx.com for tickets.
Coming live from the Comedy Mothership here in Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony and
Who's ready for the best fucking night of their lives, huh? And that is indeed keep it going for the best damn band in the land. Carlos Sosa, Raul Vallejo, Fernando Castillo, Nachos Belgrande, Cheesy Chalupa, Michael Gonzalez on the drums. That's Big Mike, everybody gets a little bit bigger every week. How about Matt Muling on the electric guitar? This is John Dees on the keys. And that is indeed D-Madness live in the flesh. You are here. Kill Tony brought to you by Knit and Open Bone tonight. We have a lot of other amazing sponsors. Here's a little bit more from them before we start the greatest show on earth. You guys ready to start tonight's show? Every single week, I book one or two of the funniest people in the world to say one guest episode because he's literally one of the best in the history of the show. For those of you that have been watching for the last 12 years, you will probably note that this guy is one of the record holders for all-time appearances as a guest on the show. I grew up on this guy, listening to him on Howard Stern. When I started at the Comedy Store 18 years ago, I realized, wow, without a doubt, one of the best stand-up comedians on planet Earth. 12 years ago when we started the show, he began as a guest. He's back tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see how loud this place can get for the great and powerful Craig Fitzsimmons, everybody. One of the best. One of the best to ever do it. The great and powerful
A little bit in that direction. So towards the end, hopefully I will share at least what I get feedback from. So I have two things basically to start with. The first thing, as Rabbi Jacques said, we have been here before. We, as a people, have experienced just about everything this world has to offer, and plays is certainly among them. This is, for example, a fascinating document from the Jewish National Library of Israel that is a prayer composed in Bombay, of all places, in 3 languages here, specifically regarding a cholera outbreak that occurred in 1896. So we know from plagues, we have a lot of historical memory to relate to this disease. At the same time, we've never been here before. This is truly an unprecedented era in so many ways, and perhaps the most significant thing about it is the advent of new technologies that allow us to overcome some remarkable challenges associated with pandemic. In two ways. One is we have the reasons for the plague in the first place, is rapid, inexpensive global travel that allowed the plague to be detected in the closing weeks of 2019, and then shortly thereafter finding it on our own shores. This is something which allows the plague a tremendous vector of acceleration that we haven't had historically, but at the same time, we have never had the internet before. And so while the plague drives us apart as a community, something which is very antithetical to so much of Jewish culture, the centripetal force of Jewish gregariousness drives us back together, and we're able to do it with things like Zoom seders, for better or for worse. What does that mean for us as a society? Zoom definitely has, for example, a potential caustic effect on Jewish civilization, breaking apart those things which we worked so hard to bring together. And although we may right now rejoice in the ability to be connected, including in this very sheer, there are tremendous dangers associated with it. But perhaps with great understanding of the past, we may on our own come up with some better suggestions. So I have three objectives for our discussion tonight. The first is to give a brief overview of plague and pandemics in Jewish history. This is a very cursory, superficial overview, but I think it's an interesting, lesson derived. Second, perhaps some thoughts on our communal responses so far, meaning as far as the pandemic goes, how have Jewish community or communities adapted to our challenge? And finally, at Mr. Sisson's insistence, since we are now in Elul, what does this mean perhaps on a personal level for how we orient ourselves towards the young and selfish. And I'll share with you some own thoughts, and perhaps they may be useful for you as well. So let's go to the first objective, which is to discuss the historic. Sure, we have spent a lot of time thinking about pandemics ever since really Eusebius and Brian. As you can see here from the Golden Haggadah, 14th century Spain, Haggadah, we have enjoyed all kinds of artistic depictions of the plagues in Egypt as part of our founding identity. There's a group of ideas that make up the Jewish self-image. It's so wrapped up with the plagues that affected Pharaoh and the Egyptians and then allowed us to be free. You can see here the depiction of boils is something we certainly, we're trained as children to appreciate what this must have meant. And here's a beautiful Art Deco example from another Haggadah. This is the Eisenstein Haggadah of 1920, and you can see, very evocative, somewhat cartoon-like depictions, but certainly we grew up with these images. These are things that affected our psyche right from the very beginning. And so we are no strangers to plague and pestilence. The vocabulary of contagion will certainly change over time. Beginning with our earliest texts, the Bible in particular, there's a lot of discussion of different kinds of nega, different kinds of plague, sarash, and so on. We have, obviously, when you look at these earlier sources, a lot of supernatural etiologies, meaning the reasons why people receive these plagues are primarily associated with divine punishment in the case of the Egyptians, obviously, but also in the case of, for example, Miriam with Lashon Hara, the idea of character assassination resulting in a type of plague. So it's not necessarily a scientific model by our contemporary standards, but a lot of scientific responses evolved as a result. The biblical precedent describes quarantining, although not using that term, which was, of course, invented much later to indicate specifically a 40-day period of isolation, hence the word quarantine. and even social distancing, sending someone outside of the camp is something that we find in our earlier sources. We also have a lot of fascinating discussion in our earlier sources about vectors of infection, like homes that are infected, clothing that is infected, whether you can sit on a blanket that has been infected, all kinds of things like this is they're rife in the earliest texts and also in the oral tradition that follows them. And I would like to suggest perhaps that this early concentration on plague may have propelled many a young boy into the medical profession and later, of course, young women as well. But if we skip over the biblical texts, which have some very rich depictions of plague affecting both Jews and non-Jews, including some kind of fascinating dilemmas like David's dilemma, which we actually read every day in the weekday Shacharis, when David says to God, he's essentially responding to God the Navi's challenge that he's going to be punished, and he has to choose between famine, war, and plague, and David chooses plague over the other two punishments because he wants to be placed in the mercy of God's own hand rather than at the mercy of other people in war, for example, or to be accused of hoarding his wealth because he was, after all, king by subjecting himself to famine. He wanted to be treated equally, and hence he chose plague. So we have this kind of thing really very deeply embedded in the biblical tradition. Moving a little bit further, the first kind of mysterious case of plague in the period of late antiquity, and in this context I'm putting a question mark on it for reasons that you'll see, is the great diphtheria plague of 132. And I'm sure you've all heard of it, but probably not by that name, because after all, this is the plague that affected Rabbi Akiva's 24,000 students who all died in a single season. And it is as a method of semi-mourning that we commemorate that period with Spira, when, depending on which tradition you're associated with, they'll be refraining from haircut, live music, and all kinds of things. Looking at the Talmudic text that describes this, as I'm sure many on this call are familiar, the Talmud says that it was a disease called askara, which is typically translated as diphtheria. And that would be pretty amazing, especially because for some reason it seemed to only affect young men of military age who were studying under the great Rabbi Akiva. But there's a kind of a fascinating one-word hint as to something else that might have gone on that's in Rabbi Shamir Gaon's history of the Talmud, which was written quite a bit later. We're talking about 600-700 years later, but he wrote, based on an oral tradition, that not Ashkara that kills the students of Rabbi Akiva, rather persecution. Persecution from whom? Persecution from the Roman Empire, because this was deep in the throes of the Bar Kokhba revolution. This coin shown here is a coin from that period, recently discovered this summer. And Rabbi Akiva was, of course, a great supporter of Bar Kokhba in his attempts to throw off the Roman yoke from Israel. It ended terribly with the Romans, after a hot battle, eventually rebellion and destroying the nation in the province of Judah, and putting Rabbi Akiva to death in a way, the flesh off his bones with the iron rods, the iron rakes. But it's not at all impossible to imagine that the massacre of 24,000 students was not a natural event, but was in fact Roman persecution. So if that is the case, if this is a Talmudic example of euphemism, then we can't really call it an epidemic. What we can point to, however, is that Rabbi Akiva did spend energy searching for a vaccine for the causes of this defeat. He argued that it was primarily due to the students not showing proper respect for each other, and their lack of collegial respect led to the divine punishment in the same kind of way that we saw in the biblical period, and that's really what was the fundamental reason for their downfall. So we really can't take any hard and definitive lessons from the diphtheria epidemic. And let's look at the 14th century, which is the period which is typically known as the plague, definitive article plague, and that is, of course, the bubonic plague. This is a disease that ravaged Europe and the Mediterranean basin in the middle of the 14th century. There's some dispute over the actual vector, but most historians and biologists argue that it was a particular type of Asian flea that caught a ride on some boats that were doing trade in the Mediterranean, and that flea infected rats. The rats spread throughout the area, and the reason for this will become relevant in a moment. And the mortality rate was incredible, as high as 50% in some communities, until it finally wore itself out. But an absolutely devastating death within the space of just a few years fundamentally altered the trajectory of European civilization and required the development of new technologies. Ironically, in many ways, is very similar to our own time. Let's look specifically at how the Jews encountered this period. So one of the things Jews often believe is that there was kind of Jewish relative immunity to the plague for one of several reasons. It turns out that none of these reasons actually have any scientific basis. For example, the notion that Jews were cleaner. That is probably true because Jews would typically bathe an astounding once a week, which was considered, just unhygienic for medieval standards to bathe so often. But bathing in honor of the Shabbos once a week is certainly not meeting any kind of standard of hygiene that would, successfully repress any kind of contagion. Secondly, Jews wash their hands before eating, at least before eating bread. But this was typically done with water. It was done with any kind of lipid, any kind of soap, which, as we know, is something that breaks down the coronavirus, for example. There's an interesting theory, since it's believed that the bubonic plague was carried by rats, and it is a widely accepted truism, although I've never seen any hard facts about this, that Jews preferred to keep cats rather than dogs, and the cats would chase away the rats, leaving the Jews less likely to catch the plague. Once again, we do have some passages in the Talmud that say one should not own a bad dog or a dangerous dog. Nothing that I'm aware of that specifically prohibits cats, but it's hard to believe that this is really a significant factor. What was probably true is the opposite, that the Jews likely suffered much worse than non-Jews, because Jews are historically quite urban in nature. We like to live within walking distance of a synagogue, walking distance of a mikvah, walking distance of at least one Chinese restaurant, hopefully a pizzeria as well. These are the kind of things that we live for. And so Jews living in urban centers are subject to what's called the urban penalty by sociologists. The close contact that Jews had with one another in the cities, villages, and towns made them much more susceptible to communicable diseases like this. So it's more likely than not that Jews actually suffered worse than non-Jews in the Black Plague, but we simply don't have good data on that. I've already mentioned these two things, and just to give you a sense about what it must have been like to visit the mikvah and to disabuse you of any notion that was somehow, a great cleansing act. It's true that Jews were required to bathe beforehand to remove the chatzitza, to remove any kind of separation between a mikvah, which still exists actually from the 14th century in Carpentras, France. I was very fortunate before the virus to be able to visit this location. It was, I think, a year and a half ago. And this short video, which I'll show you now, shows you two mikvahot in the basement and the sub-basement of this 14th century synagogue in France. It's on the Rhone River. The upper one, which we'll see first, was built in the 18th century. And that in itself is fascinating. And the second mikvah, which we'll see towards the end of the video, it's only a 2-minute video, you'll see what it must have been like to visit a mikvah in the 14th century. Here we go. The basement of the Carpentras Synagogue houses the original women's section, where women would have gathered for services.
Miss Aquarius.
Through a vent in the roof. According to a Christian visitor
Miss Aquarius.
In 1599, they were
Miss Aquarius. Can you hear me?
by a Balaam rabbi who would translate the reading of the Torah and the prayers into Judeo-Provençal for the benefit of the women who rarely had literacy in Hebrew.
This mikveh is from the 18th century. Okay, and
the mikveh used in the 18th century and onward was more similar to modern-day mikvahot, which would be heated and filtered, and using water in a separate container, which we'll see shortly, that was actually conformed to the requirements of Jewish law, whereas the place where people would immerse was primarily a more comfortable place with heated and clean water.
Okay, so this was the 18th century, the water from the mikveh. So you put some wood under, and you make it heat, and then the water goes.
In the basement of the 14th century Carpentras Synagogue is the community mikveh, a ritual bath. You can see that the water is still quite clear. It's fed from an artesian well. The light dusting on the top of the water is from the flecks that come off the limestone walls. Originally, of course, you would have descended here in candlelight, which must have really heightened the mood of solemnity associated with the ritual immersion, since no natural light can descend into the space.
That's exactly what you should do on 2 beds, 1 cave for the next 6 weeks, except there's only one condition.
The Carpentras Synagogue also featured 2 ovens, one for weekday use and one for Passover matzah. But the most amazing thing about the Carpentras Synagogue are the discoveries associated with the new excavations, and these are fantastic. I'll tell you about them in the next video.
Okay, so you get a sense of what it must have been like to immerse in the mikveh in the 14th century. In no way would it be a sufficient barrier against contagion. Now, what definitely Jews did feel during the 14th century was the social upheaval that went along with the devastation of the Black Plague. Whole troops of penitents, Christian penitents, who viewed the plague as a massive punishment from God, would travel around Europe. They were the so-called flagellants. You can see here that they're actually whipping themselves as a form of penance for their imagined sins. Here's another example of flagellants from that period. And they would go around looking for, people to repent and to force them to repent. And the Jews were often a likely target, as we shall see. Here's some absolutely terrifying examples of the artwork that came out of the Black Plague. This particular series represents death as a kind of egalitarian marauder who will take people from all levels of society. Here he takes a nobleman in his knight's armor. He takes a wealthy merchant. You can see in the background the hourglass indicating that his time is up. Nothing will help him. Even a young couple at their nuptials. And this particularly terrifying example of a young child being taken away from a poor family. There was no distinction made as to place in society whatsoever, including the Jews. And the Jews, of course, as a result of this, suffered from tremendous violence. The Jews were typically blamed for the spread of the disease because it was widely believed that the Jews had entered into a pact with lepers, had taken their diseased body parts and dumped them into the wells of Europe to poison the water for everyone. This is actually a St. Valentine's Day massacre from 1349 in Strasbourg, France, and the Jews are featured here being publicly burned because it was believed that they were at the center of this. there's actually a lot of connection to modern day thought, specifically in the notion of a conspiracy theory that Jews had found some partners that they could bring into this conspiracy that was deeply misanthropic in nature. This particular example from Joshua Trachtenberg's The Devil and the Jews, a very heroic work on anti-Semitism written right at the beginning of World War II. It shows a sort of oriental turban. Often Christian artists use that to try and designate the Jews as being exotic and different. And on the cross is the victim of a blood libel charge. The argument that Jews used to kidnap and kill Christian children in order to take their blood for various purposes. And in this particular example, in his left, the Jew is holding a little body parts, the cast-off body of lepers. He's putting well, and out corkscrewing from the water is some kind of devilish demon who urinates his poison back into water, thus spreading the contagion throughout Europe. This is the idea of Jews being blamed for the illness. We see this particular theme of Jews and the illness really from the Black Death all through to the modern period. The Nazis were very fond of portraying Jews as vermin. This example here, Nazi propaganda from Poland, shows that you should be aware of Jews, be frightened of Jews because they carry typhus. There's actually some specific connections with here's something also from the Nazi period that gives across the conspiracy notion that at the center of das Jüdische Komplott, the Jewish conspiracy plan, there are all these groups and they're naming all these, including Roosevelt, Churchill, and none of whom were Jewish, of course. They're somehow connecting Moses' son, who are all involved in this major conspiracy. And just to give you a little chill, I felt this chill. This particular map published in a British paper that also has this kind of like conspiracy feel to it of flowcharts. And although there are the sort of ominous looking silhouettes of Jews, it's clearly labeled as a very Jewish document with Yeshiva University, Sar Academy, Young Israel portrayed as vectors along which the contagion would spread. So, this was not, I think, intended as an anti-Semitic depiction, but nevertheless makes me a little nervous about things. You have to forgive me if I'm somewhat paranoid. So this is the experience primarily of Jews in the Black Death, and it resonated really for centuries afterward. The idea of the Jews to blame for disease, Jews acting in a conspiracy, these are things which we felt even in the 20th century in our own time. So there are numerous plays, larger and smaller, of course, that punctuate the centuries. Some of the greatest thinkers in Jewish thought. For example, the phenomenal Ramak, Moshe Cordovero, the author of Talmud Dvorah, the author of Pardes Rimonim, the first great synthesizer of Kabbalah. He took a lot of these rather bizarre and strange ideas of the Zohar and laid them out for the first time in a systemic way. His death was in the 16th century in Sfat. Of course, he was one of the major figures of the great resurgence of spirituality in Sfat, and he was lost to a plague. Similarly, the incredible Ramchal, Rabbi Moshe Sato, who lived a life of phenomenal genius and intellectual productivity, very prolific, hounded by his critics right across Europe, from northern Italy until his family found refuge in Amsterdam. And then, although he was bound by oaths, he was take by two Bate Din not to engage in Kabbalistic study and teaching in particular until he was 40 years old, and until he lived in the land of Israel. He undertook to take his family from Amsterdam to Israel at the age of 38, and he died there of a plague, probably cholera, just a few months shy of his 40th birthday, truncating an otherwise brilliant career. So there's so many individuals from various points in time in Jewish history that succumbed to plagues. It's definitely something we've taken some of the best minds. But we're trying to look more at sort of communal reactions, communal response. And I think one place where many Jews were turning to these kind of extra-rational Kabbalistic devices. Very well placed in Jewish intellectual history, however. The amulets are pretty much as old as Jewish writing. But people like Rabbi Yonasan Eibeshitz were heavily criticized for creating various types of amulets like this one, which were designed to ward off contagious disease. This is, of course, before we had any kind of an inkling of the scientific basis for contagion, although the Talmud does point to a lot of common sense rules about how to avoid crowded places and avoid certain types of contaminants. Nevertheless, there was no real communal strategy other than sort of isolation and the use of these amulets, for which, by the way, Rabbi Eibeshitz also suffered tremendous persecution. We begin to see real changes in the later 18th century with the scientific innovation of vaccination. Vaccination, you might, if you studied any Spanish, you may recognize the word vaca there, or cow, because many of our early vaccines were based on cowhide. It basically involved, and this is something that, by the way, the Chinese have had for centuries and centuries. They would take, for example, the carcasses of diseased animals, and they would grind their flesh sometimes into dried out powders, and they would inhale the powder to try and give themselves natural or an acquired immunity. This came to Europe in the 18th century as Jenner and others began to experiment with this. They didn't get injections right away. They would kind of like do things like, roughen up the skin on the forearm and then lay on a piece of flesh from some kind of animal to try and develop, or from the diseased skin of someone with, for example, smallpox, which was a tremendous scourge of the era. And as this began to become much more prominent, Catherine the Great, the Tsarina of Russia, mandated the first wide-scale inoculations. We begin to see that Jews are coming around to this new science as well. In a famous work, the Ale Trufa, a very early modern work of medicine by Rabbi Avraham ben Shlomo Nansif, he specifically argued for vaccination as early as 1785. This is after tragically losing two of his own children to smallpox. And the Jewish rabbinic mindset adopts this very early on. You see very strong leadership, particularly in Germany. The Sefer Israel, a very, really the premier example of kind of Yekish values of modernity and Torah simultaneously, strongly urges Jews to adopt this methodology. And of course, we have great figures like Jonas Salk, shown here, an American who discovered the vaccine for polio. And this is something that is very entrenched in Jewish thought, and I'd like to come back to it a little bit later, but the adoption of science and data-based approaches to contagion and to disease becomes very prominent in the early modern period. Jews are early adopters of this, and they believe in science, and the background of Jewish culture is really quite amenable to the adoption of science. All of the Kabbalistic remedies and things like that are not necessarily invalidated by science, but they can, sort of support science or vice versa. But there's no question that Jews begin to believe in science as a valid reaction to contagion. At the same time, you have more standardized responsa literature that clearly indicate that social distancing techniques should be employed. In the infamous cholera epidemic of 1831, and this is, by the way, before it was discovered that cholera was a waterborne disease, and if you could track down the source of the bad water, you could really take care of the disease as a whole. When people didn't know where it was coming from, Rabbi Akiva Eger put out some really fascinating social distancing regulations. He argued that minyanim should not be larger than 15 people at a time. And amazingly, he also argued that if necessary, and this would be Congress Poland at times, the non-Jewish police authorities should be brought in to enforce maximum minyan size. Can you imagine, calling the police to make sure that we don't have more than 15 people in a given minyan? But that is precisely what Rabbi Akiva argued for. He also introduced a fascinating chiddush, which I didn't realize until I started doing research for this, which has become the de facto custom of Ashkenazi synagogues. The custom was, and of course if you read Shulchan Aruch and the Ramah and so on, there's a lot of regulations about this that seem kind of strange when you think about our current practice. But the custom was, particularly in the Posen region, that only one person said Kaddish per davening. And that meant that if you had multiple people who were in a velus, they had to, figure out Kedima. They had to figure out who had priority over the other. But according to the questions that were put to Rabbi Akiva Eger, the demand was so significant after the cholera epidemic that he ruled that many people can simultaneously recite Kaddish. And that is, in fact, the dominant minhag in Ashkenazi shuls today, that everybody who is an Amo says the mourner's Kaddish together. And you can have, Rahman al-Islam, 20, 30 people saying Kaddish at the same time, and that's largely because of this cholera epidemic and Rabbi Akiva Eger's response to it. Also very well known, although somewhat disputed in its details. There are a few different accounts, and it's hard to exactly tease out what are the particulars. But apparently, the most popular version of this is that on Erev Yom Kippur, which is of course a fast day, Rabbi Yisrael Salanter got up, and because of the cholera epidemic, he made kiddush in front of the entire congregation and ate in front of everyone in order to indicate that the impetus to preserve one's health actually overrules the laws of fasting and Yom Kippur, and he demonstrated it with his own body in order to make sure that no one would have any questions about it. And perhaps here I should return to really something I wanted to say earlier about the Jewish mindset that I think predisposes Jewish civilization towards a science-based approach. It's very clear in my reading, at any rate, of halakha, that we have this concept of Chamira Sakanta Misura. I'm sure the Rav, perhaps in the question and answers, he can give us much more enlightenment on this. But the concept is that danger is more serious than prohibition. In other words, a physical danger to life or health takes priority over a religious injunction. There's a whole simon, a good chunk of a simon in Yoreh Deah, in the Shulchan Aruch Code of Jewish Law, that goes through all kinds of bizarre practices that would normally be forbidden. But if they have a chance of being an effective therapy for an illness, then they should be adopted, because of this concept that a danger to health is more serious than a religious injunction. I think, it reminds me very much of my own grandparents and my own parents. I think this is kind of drilled into our Jewish psyches from our childhood, that you have to take care of your health first. And I believe they were probably, channeling hundreds and hundreds of years of Jewish intellectual tradition when they were teaching them. Anyway, we see this very clearly with Rabbi Yisrael Salanter's activity, Rabbi Akiva activities, and other things. So that brings us really to the tremendous year 2020 and the challenges of COVID-19, which have been absolutely horrific. We in New York and New Jersey suffered early, and we suffered badly. there is no one who does not have a first or most second degree acquaintance who has not suffered from it. And many of us, I'm sure, on this call had a personal bout with COVID-19. Mine was fine if it was not too serious. So how have we reacted in our times? And now I'm kind of losing my hat as a historian a little bit. I think one of the most fascinating aspects of COVID-19 in Jewish history is that the prevalence of worldwide rapid communication allowed host team like Robert Herschel Schachter, shown here, an extremely important American post, to not only respond to questions related to this illness, but to even proactively legislate, which is, by the way, something which is not typically the way halakha works. Halakha, Jewish law, typically responds or reacts to a situation. Someone has a question and a posek provides an answer. But given the rapid exchange of information globally and the incredible need for information to be disseminated as rapidly as possible, a lot of the answers were coming before most people even had the questions. And Robert Schachter was especially prolific. I just read in the forward, a great journalist there, named Avital Goldschmidt, who wrote kind of a journalistic book review of a new book that just appeared. It's a 600-page compendium of halacha on COVID-19, entirely in Hebrew, and it includes stocks from Rabbi Herschel Schachter and many others. But think of it, COVID-19 has been with us since the spring, and we already have a major authoritative 600-page guide how to deal with COVID-19. This is not typically the way that halakha faces itself. This is a dramatic escalation for the sake of human health, and I think that's really very impressive. And in that, of course, there are many surprising leniencies and for many surprising stringencies. For example, this amazing letter that came out in May from the Young Israel of Deerfield Beach, and once the decisions were made to restrict the number of people in the minyan, here's a letter written. The signature was the executive board, and I presume that this is the president and perhaps the chairman of the board. Writes, "Dear Young Israel of Deerfield Beach members, listen to the tone of this. It is with complete disgust and revulsion that we are forced to share with you that in spite of our own Mora Da'asa, meaning the leader of our community, the legal authority, clear legal guidance, and those the OU, Young Israel, Judah, and so on, there were a number of people who blatantly violated our shul's policy and indeed participated in a rogue minyan, right? Like this is the ultimate breakaway minyan this past Shabbos. This level of law chutzpah and dangerous, bold and italics, suffix pikuach nefashos, potential danger to life, cannot be tolerated. This type of behavior on the individuals that perpetrated it must be responded to with significant consequences, and therefore, the people who went to that rogue minyan will be stripped of any current positions in the shul, denied any forms of kibbudim, any honors, including aliyahs, kriya, etc., banned from our local Chinese eateries. Incredible punishments. Who could withstand such punishments? But nevertheless, this gives an indication of the strength of emotion. But on the one hand, people here who went to the rogue minyan, after all, they are thinking that they are fulfilling God's word by attending a prayer quorum, but at the same time, by violating the community standard as set down by the Rav, they're crossing a red line that incurred such a public rebuke that was posted all over the internet. So these are some of the social challenges that we are facing in our own society that may have, some political background to them, but I do believe that this concept of a health danger is more serious than a religious prohibition is ultimately what's going to drive us. So what I'd like to do now, and now I'm definitely, my historian hat is almost completely fallen off my head because I'm going to address Mr. Steve's suggestion that we see if we can derive some direction for ourselves going into the Yom Noraim. I want to mention, of course, that this is not my comfort zone. I typically I feel more comfortable talking about things that are written down in books, and now I'm sort of thinking about things of the future. But I will share with you 3 things that I do at this time of year, and they changed a little bit as a result of COVID-19. The first thing that I do, which I'm not going to share with you in great detail, but is that my wife and I, every hour, we write a new sabah, a new will. This is not specifically the last will and testament for disposition of our property and assets, but it is an ethical will. This is a very old tradition that many Jews have. It goes back easily to the Middle Ages and beyond, of writing a letter to your children about what you value and hoping that they will continue it. And we write a different letter for each of our children and our children-in-law and our grandchildren, trying to say something meaningful before them, because their advice, who knows what's going to happen in the coming year. By the way, just a small side point, I can't help mentioning it to you. Perhaps the most famous sabah of all time, the famous ethical will of all time, is that written in around the 12th century by Rabbi Yehuda HaChassid, very important Ashkenazic figure. And he wrote a long ethical will, which is studied to this day. I have a printed bound copy of it in my own library, in which he includes all kinds of specific, commandments for his children. One of which is that none of them should ever marry a spouse with the same name as one of their own parents. And this is a widespread thing, right? Yaakov will never marry Shendel if Yaakov's mother is also named Shendel. Shendel, the Kala, will have to get another name like Shendel Chaya or something like that in order to. And there's no basis for this anywhere in the recorded tradition, neither in the written Torah, the oral Torah, the Kabbalah. Nobody's ever found a source for this. So the reason I'm telling you this is because the Kutzker Rebbe, a very important 19th century Hasidic rabbi, he once wrote that if Rabbi Yehuda HaChassid had known how seriously people would take that particular rule that he wrote down in his Tzavah, he would have included the 10 Commandments as well. Right. That's a joke. I can't tell if you're laughing, but I am laughing at it. That's good. Thank you for laughing. So anyways, that's the first thing I do. I won't tell you too much about that. The second thing I do, which I'm very proud of, I think it's a good thing for me, is I go back to the Rambam. The Rambam, Maimonides, wrote the first guide to Tshuva, the first guide to repentance, the first how-to guide. There were scattered references everywhere throughout the rabbinic tradition, but no one had brought these ideas together and systematized them and organized them and gave practical, numbered lists of how to do it. An amazing to-do list that I strongly believe every person should really study in the month of Elul. It's a brilliant, brilliant book, deeply philosophical, goes into all kinds of areas. Now, I've been doing this for close to 20 years, and about 12 years ago, I decided on my own, sort of like my own project, is I would translate it into English, which I did, and I shared it with some of my friends. My friends liked it, so the next year I improved the translation. A couple years later, I actually put it on the internet, and it ended up becoming popular. So now, with the tremendous facility of internet-based publishing, this is the 2020 edition of this translation and commentary. And as you can see, the 8th edition here, it says commentary revised during the onset of the coronavirus pandemic. So I'd like to share with you 2 little bits that I received in my own yearly reading of the Rambam, because I went through it this year after the horrible spring that we went through. And I think there are 2 major takeaways that I get from it. At the very beginning of this book, he says, and I'll just translate from the Hebrew, every mitzvah is in the Torah, whether it's a thou shalt or a thou shalt not. If a person transgresses any of them, whether intentionally or not, the first thing a person has to do is confess to those things. The first thing you have to do is you have to take stock. You know, this is really the beginning of Tshuva. Take stock of your year and figure out, where did I go wrong? What did I mess up? Now, I mentioned I do three things in the month of Elul. The first thing is the tzivah to my children, with my wife. The second thing is I go through the Rambam a little before Elul, obviously. The third thing is I have my Musar checkup with Rabbi Yaakov Trump. No relation. This is my Rav at the Young Israel of Lawrence Cedars, and I usually make a good hour, 90-minute appointment with him to like say, okay, Rabbi, time to give me Musar. I messed up so badly over the years. So I went through some things with him to try and work out some of my own ideas and try to work through some of my own conflicted attitudes. And the one idea that came through as we were talking this Elul was something that I've really been thinking about a lot. This is from the commentary that I put in this to my Maimonides and Tshuva book, and these guys, kind of like every new piece, I've given this little cute coronavirus icon to. So what I really think about a lot in this confession aspect of it, and I think it's useful for you as well, if I may be so bold, is I found it very productive to review my year and think about, what did I waste my energy on? Was it something important? I mean, when people are getting sick and dying, when you hear about people who are perfectly normal on Monday, on Wednesday they're in the hospital, and then they die on Shabbos after that, that is a major centering moment where you have to say, what was I so worried about this little argument or that little fight or this tiny amount of money? And I think the confession that I'm really going to focus on when I go into Yom Yom this year is to think, was I thinking about Nara's fights in the face of such tremendous events going on? Second element that I'd like to share with you, this is the final element, is in this amazing section of the Rambam. This is the beginning of chapter 3. And I'm sure many of you, if you've ever looked at this section of the Rambam, you'll be familiar with it because it is absolutely chilling. He writes, I'll just read in English, every single human being has both merits and demerits. One whose merits exceeds his demerits is righteous. One whose demerits exceeds his merits is wicked. If they're equal in number, if you're 50-50, you're an intermediate. Right? The Rambam doesn't learn the same way that the Baal Tanya does, but we're different, or at least not in the superficial reading. It's the same thing with an entire nation. If a country has majority merits, great. Majority demerits, not so great. And so it is with the entire world. And the Rambam continues, a couple halachos later, he writes that the right attitude when you're going into Rosh Hashanah is you have to regard yourself not as being righteous. Don't say, oh, I'm all good with my righteous things. I must be in the majority. You have to think that, wait a second, I'm an intermediate. I'm right on the knife edge of too many demerits. And that any action I take right now could tip the balance, not only for me, but for the country, and in fact for the entire world. And so Maimonides brilliantly and chillingly places really the fate of all humanity in our individual hands with this halacha, empowering us and charging us that during the period of Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur in particular, Yisrael Simei Tshuva, to really pay tremendous attention to our interactions with others and to be sure that we are building up assets for ourselves and for the entire world. Now, one of the things I reflected on is my commentary, taking on the commentary. When I used to read this for so long, for many years, I always thought about the Cold War, and I always thought about how the United States and USSR were always perched on the edge of disaster. If someone were to flip the switch and they had mutually assured destruction, that's what would happen. And that was kind of like, a science fiction kind of imagination. But with coronavirus, the way in which this disease communicates itself is so capricious and so facile that, you know, people are worried about touching each other, standing within 6 feet of each other, breathing on each other, hearing the shofar. It's so tenuous, so touch and go. Every little action can be, so to speak, the straw that breaks the camel's back. And so, just like in the beginning, in the first halacha, he's saying, take stock of yourself, take stock of what you wasted your energy on. In this particular halacha, I'm thinking everything counts. Every decision is so crucial. And that's terrifying, but at the same time empowering. And that's what I'm going to go into next time. With that, I've come to the conclusion of my presentation, and I'll be happy to take some questions. But I want to first wish all of you Siva V'Sina Tova. Hope that in the discourse of our learning this together, hopefully we will all merit a Shana Tova Matuka with Masa Kaviyut, Shiduchim, Parnasa, Ala Gutazah. Thank you very much for listening.
Every weekend. Is that right? Yep. We haven't been in 2 weeks because of the floods. You got friends who have yeah. I'm the only one without a boat. Yeah. But because of the floods, there's like a lot of riffraff in there. Like one guy said he was out there. There's like dirty, right? Yeah. There's all sorts of weird shit in the bacteria from all the shit. So you want to lay low on the lake right now. Yeah. But it's full. It's finally full. Well, it rose. Full of years. I think 40 feet, 45%. Crazy. So now it's like at 70% full. There was a little island where we would go to. It's gone, right? It's gone. Yeah. Which is awesome. Yeah, it is. We're on the lake all the time. I landed on one of those islands. Oh. Yeah, and then we took off. And that's not true either, but I could have landed on an island. There's a lot of stuff I say that I could have. You guys could have. That's just as good. Just as good. Just like I wrestled D1. I didn't, but I could have. No. And you don't even know if I could have, right? We don't know what kind of D1 program American University was. We do know it was a D1 program. Yeah. Does that mean I could have wrestled in Oklahoma? Does that mean I would have had a spot on the team in Oklahoma? My guess is, yeah, go ahead. No. It's all good. That's right. It's all good, but that's right. Did you see Shane Gillis on the so I watched Shane preparing for it. So I watched him trying on those jokes, you know, and they were great. That Hall of Fame. He's so great. He's so fucking good. When he gets us give it up, round applause, blah, 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 WNBA, starts clapping this. I'm just kidding. That's my friend's wife. Give me the best clap for that. Yes. People are so good. That's what he is. I saw him with the deal. Such a bad performance. Grabs him. They say that? Yes. That's hilarious. That's a certain ESPN. People are adorable. They're just adorable. Yeah, but like, you look at the crowd and I'm laughing. It's like, it's not for them. He knows that. The masses is what he was going for. Has the WNBA made money yet? Nope. So
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so thrilled to see.
What we're worth. Okay. You owe us each $40 million. We've lost $40 million every year. So if we're going to pay you for what you're worth, look it up. I want to make sure they've never made a profit.
To you all again this semester. It is such a rare privilege to be able to speak to you about things that I find so fascinating, and it is amazing to me that so many other people enjoy these things too. You know, I can't talk about it at home because my wife and kids just know more history, please. But it's really great that you know, we have a learning community here, and I'm looking forward to an absolutely fantastic semester this year. As you can see from all the men who are coming in, tonight's a men's night. Thank God the college is really booming. We're having a tremendous semester. Our enrollment is really growing in a very significant way. And I hope that we can grow this program as well. It's great to see so many of you here on the first night, and Halabai, we should run out of seats. The topic that we're going to look at this semester is one that I've avoided for a long time, primarily because I don't have a strong sort of like personal, cultural, historical affinity, as you can tell from my, superior sense of fashion and my sense of humor. I'm a Litvak, I'm an Ashkenaz, so I don't know a lot about the Sephardi, but I have, had so many requests from people to speak about Sephardic history that I really can't put it off any longer. I'm also a little bit intimidated because I have not studied the languages involved in great depth. My Spanish is pretty weak, and my Arabic is almost non-existent, but I'm going to challenge myself and push myself to be able to say something with some intelligence, I hope, this semester. Luckily, today is not so bad because we're going to be in the Roman period, so Greek and Latin are languages that I had the merit to study in my undergraduate days, so it's a little bit easier. But with that said, let's go straight into the material, and I'll give you an overview of what we've planned. So the topic is the Jews of Sfarad. Sfarad is a term we'll explore its etymology shortly, but basically it refers to the Iberian Peninsula, which is, for our purposes, basically Spain and Portugal. The Jews of Sfarad have a very distinct identity that is perhaps stronger than any other Jewish subgroup in our entire history. Maybe perhaps the Baghdadi Jews have a stronger sense of identity, but really the Sephardim have maintained their identity despite 500 years of exile from their homeland. So an exile within an exile, a Sephardic exile within a Jewish exile, it's really kind of an amazing thing. And so what we're going to do is, over the first half of this academic year, the fall, we'll look at the history of the Jews of this region up until the Great Expulsion of 1492 and the Portuguese events of 1497. And then in the spring, we'll continue with the Sephardic diaspora, which then gets more confusing because they intermingled with many of the populations of the East, the Mizrahi communities, and we'll tease that apart over the next few semesters. We are very grateful to our sponsors, the Jewish Pro-Life Foundation, who donated this lecture in memory of David and Dorothy Routman. And to let all of you know, but of course to let the internet audience know, which by the way has grown significantly. We hit the 1 million views mark a few months ago, and thank you. And we're encroaching on 10,000 subscribers. That number really sounds good, so I'm looking forward to hopefully hitting that number, and I'll share it with you. But the point of all of this, the reason why we do this, besides the fact that it's really fun to talk about Jewish history, is that we want to raise funds for our undergraduate students. It's all, well and good for us. We're all adults, and we have some free time to spend studying these things, but we have to give our young people the wherewithal to be able to complete their degrees and achieve enough disposable income to be able to get away for a Monday night. So our scholarship has raised so far $7,096. I have a goal of $100,000. It's a little bit away, but don't worry, we have a few weeks to hit that goal. You can certainly donate online. Sponsorship of a lecture is $250. Your presence here is sufficient sponsorship for me. I'm very grateful to have a live audience, but if you'd like to help out our students, that's really very worthwhile for all of us. Okay, so as I mentioned, the fall lecture series is going to be associated with the Jews of the Iberian Peninsula, the Jews of Sfarad, from the earliest times, which is going to be our topic today, until the expulsion of 1492. Just to give you a sense of this period, we're going to concentrate especially on the Jews of the Muslim era. And by the way, I should also take note that tonight, of course, is the anniversary of the terrible attacks on this country of 9/11. We live in very heightened times of great tension between most of Western civilization and Islamic civilization. And, we're so wrapped up in many of the political conflicts that are so brutal and so vital even today in the Middle East and even here in America, that we lose sight of the larger historical picture. Ironically, as we'll discuss more towards the end of today's lecture, but certainly in coming lectures, we're going to be studying a period of remarkable friendship and amity between Jews and Muslims, a period of great coexistence that allowed the Jews to flourish in a Muslim environment in a way which really We only saw glimpses of this in ancient Babylon and perhaps in modern America. So we'll explore that. We'll also explore the roots of the discord that would develop and eventually rise in great violence in the 19th century in particular, but that's going to be for the second semester. But we're going to concentrate on the Jews of Muslim Spain, Al-Andalus, which goes from the conquest of 711 to the full expulsion of the Jews from Christian Spain in the 15th century. Just to give you a sense architecturally of the feel of this culture, this is the Gate of the Lions. It's a plaza inside the Alhambra Mosque, which is associated with one of the greatest Jewish figures of the period, Shmuel Hanagid, also known as Samuel ibn Nagrela, who is one of these remarkable figures, unique in Spain in many ways, who achieved excellence both as a secular individual, active in politics, active in the military. He was the commander of the armed forces, and at the same time a Talmud Chacham, a person who was regarded as a great Talmudic scholar as well. And he's associated with this particular Plaza of the Lions that shows some really beautiful Arabic style architecture. Here's another view of the lions themselves. You can see that it's really quite a distinct and beautiful culture that has lasted. This dates back about 800 years. Just gives you a sense of the beauty and power of this unique Jewish Islamic civilization that we will be exploring. The plans for the spring, of course, are going to be quite different, because then we'll be looking at the Sephardic Jews in exile as they were dispersed from the Iberian Peninsula throughout the Mediterranean basin, into Central Asia in some cases, and then, of course, up into Northern Europe, places like Amsterdam, where they had a huge impact, people like Spinoza and so on, and also out to the New World. We'll look at crypto Jews, we'll look at the Jews of New Mexico, and the all kinds of fascinating consequences of this 500 years ago event. So that's basically what we're planning to do for the entire academic year. Any questions or arguments at this point? Not yet. Good. I'm really excited. So let's get straight to the material. So why is there an exception for the Spartan? Why is there an Iberian exception? I don't know. Hopefully by the end of this term, we'll be able to determine some thoughts for ourselves. But let us understand what is unique about Spartan Jewry. I would like to, at this initial moment, point out two very distinct things about Iberian Jewry that make them stand out in high distinction from Ashkenazic Jewry in particular. Shown here, of course, is a statue in Cordoba of the great eagle, Hanesher Hagadol, the Maimonides, who was one of these uniquely Sephardic figures who was elevated to a position of world fame for his philosophical thought. Also at the time, of course, he was a very famous physician, serving to the royalty in Cairo at that time. But his roots were in Spain. He referred to himself as Has-Sephardi, the Sephardic one, because he was very proud, like many Jews for hundreds of years, of his Sephardic heritage, even though he was exiled as a result of a brief but powerful period of Islamic extremism. So he's an exceptional figure, but he's not exceptional within Spain. Why is that so? There are really a number of figures that are associated with this unique confluence of secular and religious authority and capacity that we find in Spain. We definitely find, I think, do I zoom in? Yes. Here, this is, for example, the Spanish government, even though they had expelled the Jews, they're still proud of the Rambam. They still put him on their stamps like this to indicate that, you know, there's this unusual aspect of Sephardic Jewry that they're able to excel in both of these areas. They're able to find a unique balance between the secular and the religious that is a very hard balance to strike anywhere else. In Ashkenazic lands, you do find Jews who excel in the secular, particularly when you get to the early modern period, the Enlightenment. Then you find an explosion of Jews who are very prominent in the sciences, in all the humanities, the arts, and so on. But you don't find those people, those Einsteins, as it were, also being Rosh Yeshiva. You don't see them leading major congregations, writing works of religious significance and so on. But you do find that in Spain. That's a very special thing, and we'll look at many of these figures, such as the Rambam, Shmuel ibn Agrela, Yehuda Halevi. We can go on, looking at these figures who excelled in both. And it's also interesting and not so well known that sometimes their exploration of secular culture was quite surprising by religious standards. For example, the aforementioned Shmuel ibn Agrela, one of the things, by the way, in Islamic Spain, poetry was something that was valued with tremendous status. Like today, we tend to value movie stars, right? Matt Damon, big face. Will Smith. I mentioned Will Smith because a lot of my undergraduates say I have a striking resemblance. But there's we respect these people as creators of high culture. In Spain, it was all about poetry, and the poetry was culturally part of the mainstream to a degree that it's hard for us to even imagine it. They would have poetry slams. They would have parties where they get together and they would challenge poems where they would see who could make up the best poem on the spot. They would commission poems that would be written and recorded and retold for the benefit of the masses. And Jews were deep into this poetry, Arabic language poetry, which they innovated using Hebrew meter and rhyme, and vice versa. Hebrew poetry was also, significantly advanced by its encounter with the Arabic. And sometimes the subject of those poems, to finish my point, extended into areas that you would be very surprised with. Like, for example, here Shmuel ibn Agrela, who's writing commentaries in the Talmud, and at the same time he's writing drinking poems and writing love poems. Now, this doesn't happen in Lakewood. You don't have the Rosh Yeshiva writing love poetry, right? So it's a very, very distinct kind of feature that is not at all unique in Sephardic history. It happens over and over again, where that's considered the mark of excellence, to be able to demonstrate, being a leader in both the secular and in the religious world. Secondly, and perhaps related to that, what is the contrast between Sephardim and the other major ethnic group in the Jewish world, the Ashkenazim, is the degree of insularity as a value. We could look at different points in Jewish history to try to find the origins of this distinction, but for sure there's a vector for Ashkenazic Jews that looks inward, whereas for Sephardic Jews it looks outward. And perhaps the key date would be 1096, the horrendous Rhineland massacres associated with the First Crusade. In those massacres, which occurred in northern Germany, the heartland of what is Ashkenaz, Jews chose, under duress, quite often to commit suicide and even kill their own families, their own children, rather than submit to baptism. And this was kind of like a turning point, as many scholars have identified, Robert Chazen first among them, as, this is a cultural marker for Ashkenazi Jewry, that when stressed, we will go to the max, even to the point of giving up our lives. Horrible chronicles from that period continue to be remembered in synagogues today. We read the Av HaRachamim prayer every Saturday, which memorializes those martyrs of the 1096 massacres. So Ashkenazic Jewry, certainly from 1096, but one could arguably say earlier, begin to look at the outside world as fundamentally toxic, as dangerous, and that all things of value must be inward focused, and that Ashkenazic culture begins to fold within itself, writing commentaries upon commentaries, so that we look sort of like as an inward turning helix of some kind. That's a bad metaphor, but maybe I'll edit it out of the internet version. Sephardim don't do that. Sephardim, on the other hand, when pressured, and their pressure was to an extreme degree, they begin to find ways of accommodating that pressure. They say, rather than giving up our life, we will find ways of persevering in hiding. And of course, the greatest example of this is the Inquisition, which ultimately, found its endpoint in the expulsion. This is a picture of a Jew in the Inquisition being forced through a ritual of humiliation, wearing the San Benito and the large dunce's cap, which was a hat worn to humiliate people who were accused of Judaizing. We'll obviously have more time to speak about this towards the end of the term. But for Sephardic Jews, the idea was when we're pressured like this, to commit suicide would be a complete denial of all of our values. We must find ways to cope with the threat by becoming crypto Jews, by hiding what we need to, by maintaining perseverance for generations upon generations, a tremendous level of spiritual heroism in its own right. But that's a strategy of coping with the outside threat. And that's a way of mimicking the outside world, of disguising one's true identity in order to adapt to the threat, whereas for the Ashkenazi Jews, it would be martyrdom or nothing. So it's a very different kind of direction that Ashkenazic and Sephardic Jews took. So there's just a couple of ideas behind the Iberian exception. What I'd like to do over the course of this class is, I forgot one more detail. Sorry. Another difference that is extremely important to remember when we're talking about Sephardic Jewry is the fact that for most of its history, Sephardic Jewry was on the periphery of the Jewish world. And there are a lot of things that you can do when you live on the periphery that you can't do if you live in the center. So what is the center? Obviously, in the ancient period, the center would be in biblical Israel. But shortly after the exile of the first century, the main center shifts over here to the region between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, here in what would be lower Iraq and Kuwait. That's where the great Talmud academies are, Surah, a little bit higher up, Kumbadisa. That's really the main axis around which the Jewish world moves intellectually. Other major centers, of course, would be in Alexandria, later in Cairo, a developing center in Greece and in North Africa, but primarily the center of the Jewish world is over here and even further to the east. Spain is way out here at the other end of the Mediterranean. It's a long sea voyage, an even longer and harder overland voyage. And so Spain, even though it's quite an ancient community, as we shall see today, it nevertheless is very far away from the center. And as a result, the method of adaptation to threats, to opportunities, it can be quite different from what happens in the center. One of the telling stories of the 12th century in particular is Spain's intellectual self-emancipation from the rest of world Jewry, as Spain finds its own voice and its own unique way to identify its Jewish heritage and begins to express this in the so-called golden age of Yehuda Halevi and others. So we'll explore that later on in the term, but it's very important to remember that for most of its history, Spain was in the periphery, far away from all of the activity in the rest of the Jewish world. Jews evince a remarkable degree of consistency. The legal code is, it's hard to say universally maintained, but nevertheless universally respected throughout the entire Mediterranean basin. But if you have a shaila, if you have a question, and this is a few years before email was invented, you have to send a message. When there's no official postal service, you have to essentially leapfrog it from one Jewish village to another, and you have to wait years till the message gets to the academies in Babylon and then gets back to you in Spain. So it made sense that Spain would slowly develop its own intellectual tradition. Yeah, okay. So what are the major periods that we're going to explore? Here's our historiography. We're going to look at the ancient period. That's the earliest settlement, which is your question exactly, up until the Muslim conquest of 711, which is a date which has been enshrined in American culture. You probably didn't know this, but all of those fast food places, one across the corner, named after the Muslim conquest of Spain. And who knew? So that's going to be today's lecture, and next week's lecture will be focused on those two periods. Then we're going to look at the Muslim period, which goes from the early 8th century to a period called the Reconquista, which is broadly defined as several centuries worth of Christian reconquest, hence Reconquista, of the Iberian Peninsula from the Muslims. And it takes place over a series of centuries as they're slowly driven to the south. And then we're going to look at the Christian period. We're looking at the Jews primarily in northern Spain from the 13th century, when the Reconquista really gets moving, until the expulsion of 1492. That's our periodization for the semester. Okay. Oh my gosh, now we'll get to the real history here, the earliest settlement. Okay, when did these Jews get there? So, this entire class is almost completely based on the work of this scholar, Solomon Kess, a native of Buffalo, born in 1909, a war hero. He won the Bronze Star for his service in World War II, and he was, for most of his life, a scholar at the University of Washington. I read for this class, reread actually, a book he wrote in his early 20s, which was all about the Jews of Visigoth and Gaul. And I have to say, I nearly cried at some passages. That shows you how strange I am, that I would really cry. It was so good, so amazing. It was written, 80 years ago, and it was so brilliant. And it showed me what we call in Hebrew Yerida Hadoros, the decline of the generations. Because he wrote this thing in his 20s, back in the 1930s, and it was no problem to write a scholarly monograph and just, quote passages in French, German, Greek, Latin, whatever, and not translate them. Because he figured everybody who's reading these knows these languages. You can't get away with that anymore. Scholars must translate into a major language like English or something like that. So it was really a pleasure to read a work of great scholarship from an era when this kind of polyglot scholarship, and he's American born too, but this polyglot scholarship was valued. Anyway, it was a brilliant book. And almost all the research that I'm going to talk about today comes from that book. First of all, when did the Jews come to Spain? So we have a series of fascinating legendary origins, meaning that Spanish Jews like to say these things, but we have no real good historical basis to validate them. Here's one. It comes from the book of Obadiah, the biblical book of Obadiah, where there is this passage here that refers to Sarfat, which normally we translate as until France, the Galut Yerushalayim, and the exiles of Jerusalem, meaning those Jews who were exiled from Jerusalem, Asher Bisfarad, who are in Sfarad. Like, wow, that's it. It's all over, right? There's a reference right there in the Bible about the Jews being exiled from Jerusalem. You can place this because we know the author of the book of Obadiah. We're talking about the first temple. We're talking about 6th century BCE being exiled from Jerusalem to Spain. My gosh, that is an amazingly early source. What's the problem with this source? Very good. Who says that Sfarad refers to Spain? Right? That's the word we use now for Spain, but who says that's what the biblical book of Obadiah refers to? There are lots of words that can change meaning over time, and as Jews began to explore Europe, they applied words, place names from the Bible to various places for who knows what reason. There's no reason to say specifically that the Sfarad referred to here refers to the land we call Spain. So we know that the Jews, from Obadiah, we do know that the Jews who were exiled from Jerusalem went to a place called Sfarad, but that could be, I don't know, the island of Cyprus. It could be Boca Raton. We don't know. It just says Sfarad. So the problem is etymological. Who says that Sfarad refers to Spain? Hang on a second. I'm going to show you one more example. Here's an example from the Talmud, the same kind of problem. This is Tractate Yevamot. It's a little better. It says here, Afilu Sfinot, even boats, Habaot Megalia, that come from a place called Galia, Le Aspamia, to a place called Aspamia. So Aspamia sounds even better because there is a place name that sounds much better called Hispania, which would be Spain. And we'd like to say that Hispania is Spain. But as Dr. Katz demonstrates with absolute clarity in his book, he can find about 8 different place names that are very similar and actually are more logical, closer, more closely related geographically. So there's no real way to tie either of these kinds of places to Spain. They may be etymologically related, but not necessarily historically. Please. So we don't have good connections. But here's one fun one, by the way. The Spanish term don, which means like Lord, sounds a lot like the Hebrew term Adon, which also means like Lord or Sir. So you have these kind of fanciful things, which is interesting, but no real proof. Let's go to something a little more serious. In the 16th century, an early Jewish historian named Moshe Ibn Shem Tov Ibn Habib claimed to have seen an inscription, meaning like a gravestone, written in Hebrew that had the text that read in English, "This is the grave of Adoniram, servant of King Solomon, who came to collect taxes and died here." Now, that would be an amazing inscription that would really help us date a Jewish community in Spain to the reign of King Solomon, because if he is collecting taxes in Spain, and so much so that we have this rather unusual name, Adoniram, who is actually acting as an envoy, it sounds like it's a really good proof. And in fact, Moshe Ben Shem Tov believed this inscription, and he wrote about it. The problem is we've lost the inscription, and there are a lot of doubts about the veracity of this account. So it's hard to rely on this sort of statement. Without the inscription existing and without modern standards of evaluating evidence, we just don't know if we can rely on it. It is a suggestion, though, of an origin of Spanish Jewry that goes back perhaps 3,000 years. Rather dramatic. Finally, this is our scientifically best and earliest example of the Jewish settlement of Spain, and it goes back to a little baby girl in the village of Adra, where an inscription was found in Latin that read, that was discovered in the 18th century, and that's already in the Age of Enlightenment. We have a lot more confidence in the scholarship that happened then. And a transcription from the Latin text was made by a scholar named Juan de Mariana, and the text read as follows. And here you can see it's somewhat, it's broken up, and we don't have all of the letters intact. We have a blank couple of lines, then we have the phrase Nia, and then there's a little sort of an asterisk, it's actually a circle. Salomonula. The MO is wiped out, but it makes sense from context. It would be of Solomon. An una mens quattro di una Judea, which translates from Latin, here lies, we assume is what it's written there, because the gravestone, some little girl named something ending in Nia, daughter of Solomon, aged 1 year, 4 months and a day, a Jewess. And this particular inscription, although the inscription itself is lost, the source is fairly reliable. It dates back to the 2nd century of the Common Era. So the 100s. We know for sure that there was at least one Jewish girl, daughter of Solomon, who died at a terribly young age and was buried in Spain. Her name might have been Junia, maybe Anya, Eugenia, something like that. But this is our earliest example, a reliable scholarly example of Jewish settlement, and it dates back to the 2nd century. Quite old. Okay, but there's more. It gets so cool. Now here's the problem. As I mentioned earlier, we have a tremendous paucity of Jewish records, and our source base is quite biased. This is partially due to the fact that Spain is, once again, the periphery, right? There was like no Chinese restaurants anywhere in the entire peninsula, so who moved out there? You only had these scattered settlements. Almost everything we know about Spanish Jewry comes from church records, and we'll look at some of them. So here's a fascinating passage from the book of Romans in the New Testament, That's if you're not familiar with it. If you go to a hotel room, you open up the drawer in the bedstand, you find a book there, you flip, you see it looks like a Tanakh, and then there's something added at the end. That's what that is. So St. Paul, who was famous for traveling throughout the Mediterranean basin and winning converts to Christianity, he has a letter that he writes from Corinth, which is in the Peloponnesus in Greece. He writes a letter to the Jewish Christian community of Rome. Jewish-Christian, because in Rome, in Paul's day, there was not a clear distinction between who was Jewish and who was Christian. There were Christians who were born as Jews and continued to observe the Sabbath and Kashrut and things like that, and there were Christians who were born as Gentiles who adopted more of these early Jewish Christian practices, and it was something that would only really be teased out over the next few decades. At any rate, he writes to them. He says, look, I'm sorry I haven't come visited in a long time, and I really, really want to come, and I will do it whenever I journey to Spain. And he clearly says Spain using language that was common for that time. And at the end, he also says, therefore, when I have performed this and have sealed to them this fruit, meaning I have talked to them about the value of Christianity, I shall go by way of you to Spain. So let's think about this for a second. What does this say about the possibility of a Jewish community in Spain? It doesn't mention Jews in Spain. Okay, so we know there were definitely enough Jews there that we saw that young girl's inscription, but why would he be going to Spain in the first place? To convert Jews to Christianity. That was his big deal. That's much of what he did. He also converted pagans, but he definitely is more likely for him to find an audience in places where there is a Jewish community. So it's an indication, perhaps, of him Jews living there. Here's a map that shows where he was in the Peloponnesus, Rome, of course, up here, and Spain all the way up here. So he's clearly making like this grand tour of the Mediterranean, going around from place to place, hopping from Jewish community one to the other, often arguing with the Jews, trying to convince them to convert to Christianity. And Spain, of course, was on his list because Spain had that community. It's a kind of like a sideways argument, but it is rather convincing, I think. When we look at the Synod of Elvira, this is an early church gathering in Spain about the year 305. It actually happened very close to this ancient structure, so we actually have a picture of imagining what it must have looked like. We have 3 church rules that were imposed that clearly refer to Jews, and they say something about the community. But when we look at these 3 sources, you'll see that it's kind of hard to imagine what the community was like when looked through the hostile lens of the church. But let's have a look at those 3 rules. So here's the first one. Canon 16 reads, Catholic girls may not marry Jews or heretics, incidentally, etc. So there are obviously, there must have been some kind of problem of Catholics marrying Jews. We can understand that. By the way, the distinction between Jews and heretics goes back and forth through much of this period. Sometimes they're considered one category, sometimes 2 categories. But okay, we can understand this, and this can be kind of like a statement of faith, right? Even if there are no Jews there, you could still say, like in Japan, they sometimes have anti-Semitism. There are hardly any Jews in Japan, but you can still be anti-Semitic, as they say in Japanese. Here's another one, though. Look at this. If any cleric or layperson, meaning like not an official functionary church, eats with Jews, he or she shall be kept from communion as a way of correction. So what do you make of this? What would this say about the Jewish community of Spain? That's a very good point. I think what it basically means is that, yeah, Christians are eating with Jews, and clerics, priests, are eating with Jews, that they're getting along well enough that they can have brunch together. And the church is saying, look, we've got to stop this, because who knows, one thing leads to another. Eventually, there's mixed dancing. Who knows? So this indicates that the Jewish community was at least significant enough that they are eating with clerics. Now, here's my favorite. Check out this next one. This is great. Okay, landlords are not to allow Jews to bless the crops. they have received from God and for which they have offered thanks. Such an action would make our blessing invalid and meaningless, right? This is the church writing this canon. Anyone who continues this practice is to be expelled completely from the church. So it's a kind of a harsh punishment, yeah, no allowing Jews to bless your crops. But what does it say about the Jewish community? What does it mean? What does it imply? That they were strong in what sense? I mean, if you had like Christian peasants and, you know, it's the beginning of the planting season, they say, oh, look at that, we're planting now, we better do everything right. What, you know, and whatever, what's a typical Spanish name? Maria says to Juan, you better get out there and find a Jew to bless our crops because we want to make sure everything grows right. It speaks to a great integration of the Jews and the Christians, to the degree that the Christians will rely on the spiritual activities of the Jews. And they don't see it as a contradiction. They don't see it as a problem. The church has to spell this out and say, listen, if you're getting one religion at a time, you can't get blessings from the Jews and get blessings from us. I'm sorry. It's not like you double up the blessings. You choose one or the other. That's it. So this is a remarkable kind of document that, even though it's written from the perspective of the church, and it doesn't say directly how large the community is, how widespread it is, how powerful it is, it does give indications that there must have been something significant if they would find it necessary to rule this way. Now, that's the up until the 3rd century, our earliest summer. Now we get to the terrible Visigothic period. And this is a period, I have to say, that, you know, I mentioned that I read Cats and I cried. I actually cried for 2 different reasons. Sometimes I cried because I saw, you know, how scholarship had changed so much in 100-odd years. But I also cried sometimes because this is a very, very sad period of Spanish-Jewish relations. And in fact, we shall see that one of the reasons for the beginning of the rapprochement between Jews and Muslims was primarily because of the absolutely incredible persecution that the Jews suffered under the Visigoths in the 7th century, as we shall see. So what exactly is the Visigothic Empire? Spain at this point was part of the Roman Empire. But Rome was falling apart. You'll recall that Rome is sacked in the year 405 by the Vandals, and they spray painted all over the Colosseum and things like that. That was a joke. Hardly anyone laughed. Thank you, Ms. Rottenberg, for laughing. But there are also other groups related to the Vandals, such as the Ostrogoths. Those are the Eastern Goths, and the Visigoths were known as the Western Goths. The Visigothic Empire was related to the Roman Empire, related to its downfall, and based primarily in Spain and in Gaul, as you can see here. And in 476 is probably the high point of the Visigothic Empire, and they go through some of their own changes which have a dramatic impact on Jews. It's important to recognize, however, that although they were Christians, the Visigoths were originally not Catholics. They were Arians, spelled with an I, not related at all to like the Aryan nation. It's not a Nazi concept. It goes back to a bishop named Arius. The Bishop Arius from North Africa argued a different relationship between God and Jesus than the Catholics did. The Catholics wanted to maintain that they were somehow united in a Trinity together with the Holy Ghost. I have no idea what this actually means, but the Catholic doctrine was very much wrapped into the identity, meaning the unity of these things, whereas the Arians wanted to say, no, there was clearly a hierarchy. There was God the Father and Jesus the Son, and this made a big difference to them. So while they were Arians, the Jews were actually fairly well treated. It was considered a heresy by the Catholics, and in 325, at the Council of Nicaea, Arianism was officially decried as a heresy by the Catholic Church. But Jews did fairly well under the Visigoths. We have no instances of any specifically anti-Jewish legislation recorded by the Visigoths, who basically maintained Roman law. So to the degree to which Roman law has some anti-Jewish discrimination, and that will be a larger discussion than we have here, we have time for here, but the Visigoths essentially just kept the same legislation. So Jews would not have been treated differently in Spain than they would have been treated, let's say, in the Italian peninsula, because they're under the same body of law. But things change dramatically when the Arians decide to abandon the heresy and become Catholics. And that happens in the year 589 when Recared I, shown here in this 19th century painting, decides to convert to Catholicism. And at this point, the Jews of Spain go through 122 years of incredible, increasing persecution to a mind-boggling extent that makes it much more understandable why the Jews would look to the Muslims as their deliverers from the newly Catholic regime. To be sure, the phenomenon known as the zeal of the convert is at play here, that because the Visigothic kings had for several hundred years flouted the Catholic Church and maintained a heretical movement, when they decided to return to the fold, they wanted to demonstrate literally their bona fides, their good faith, by showing just how Catholic they were. And in their interpretation, the way to do that would be to really persecute the Jews badly. And this is in fact what they did. Through a period of increasing legislation against the Jews, it's hard to even imagine how it was actually implemented, but implemented it was. Montesquieu, the French philosopher, wrote, and his insight is brilliant here. He says, tous les maximes, tous les principes, tous les vues de l'Inquisition. That all of the maxims, all of the perspectives, everything was similar to the Inquisition itself. I said that in French because I really like how sounding like cats did everything in different languages and stuff like that. But basically, you can read that because it's almost totally English, right? But essentially, it's true, you know. And in fact, if we jump much further in history, the great Holocaust historian Raoul Hilberg traced the development of Nazi ideology to the Spanish Inquisition, which can really be brought back to the Visigothic period after the conversion of Recared I. The period that we're going to look at now extends from 589 with Recared's conversion to 711, and it is just incredibly hard to imagine how this actually happened. Again, we do not have any Jewish sources to describe how Jews managed these draconian laws. We only have the laws themselves. And there are certain standards that we can use to evaluate law statutes for historical information. For example, if you see, like, I think if we were to go back over 500 years in time and look back at this period and say, wow, look how often America had to pass drug-related legislation. Look how many times they had to reiterate extreme jail sentences for people who abuse drugs. What would you say about the legislation? If you didn't know anything else, didn't read any newspapers, didn't get any social history, all you had was the laws on the books, what would you say about drug use in America? That it was exploding, right? That they had to keep reiterating these laws because people were flouting them. So we see from the laws some sense of how society must have existed. In the case of the, well, we'll see. So let's look at some of these. First of all, Recared, against the wishes of many churchmen, forcibly baptized the Jews to Christianity. Now, many churchmen, Gregory the Great among them, for example, indicated that it was against church law to forcibly convert Jews to Christianity. And in fact, it defeated the whole purpose of the existence of the Jewish people in Christian thought. Under a bull known as Sicut Judaeus, which means given that the Jews live, the idea in medieval Christianity was that the Jews were to be preserved in a subordinate state in order that when Jesus came in a second coming, then Jews could recognize Mashiach, recognize him as Messiah, and that would validate what Christians had believed all along. If all the Jews were to be killed, God forbid, then there would be no one around to validate that, to act as a witness. It was also known as the doctrine of witness because the whole point of allowing the Jews to live was to preserve them from a later period. That's just a theological argument. There are, of course, social and economic and other arguments. But basically, for most of Christian history in Europe, Jews were tolerated as a lower class population, persecuted from time to time, but never the subject of genocide and rarely the subject of mass forced conversions because it contradicted church law. There's a lot to say about this, but we don't have a lot of time. Leckered, however, broke from this, and he insisted on forced baptisms of Jews. Originally, he only insisted on the children of mixed marriages, which also shows that there were mixed marriages, probably involving women converting to Judaism. But later he extended it even, under his successor Sisebut, it was actually extended to all Jews, that all Jews were forcibly converted. We know that many Jews fled to nearby Gaul, which would be in the region of what we would today say France. Others, though, decided to, like we see with the Inquisition, decided to convert because they hoped that this would pass and then they would be able to practice their Judaism secretly. If it was just a conversion in name only, how serious could it be? So you see already the presaging of some of the patterns of response to threat that we see later in Spain. But once, and this again sounds like the Inquisition, once the Jews were baptized, they were not trusted to be real Christians. Requeswint, and by the way, one thing I do like about the Visigoths, the kings have really cool names. I will give you a few really cool names. I have to like that about them. But Requeswint, he instituted oaths that, for example, if a baptized Jew, who technically should be a full Christian, is called to court, no, he had to take an extra oath because he could not be trusted as a true Christian. But they did have leniencies because these newly Christian former Jews did not enjoy eating pork, so they actually had laws in the books saying that these newly Christians don't have to eat pork because they don't enjoy it. But the fact that they have to say that they don't have to eat pork means there must have been a significant number of them. Punishment for a series of crimes, such as being caught lighting candles for the Sabbath, or not working the fields on Saturdays or things like that, arranged. There was lashes. Typically, the number would be 100 lashes. Confiscation of property, exile, and then this mysterious term, decalvatio, which scholars debate what this exactly means. The literal translation of the Latin means to make bald. So some theorists think that it must mean scalping, as this individual from the 19th century was scalped, which was practiced in North Africa, not by the Visigoths, but by the Berbers. But scalping in North Africa was not called decalvatio, and it was quite often fatal. Whereas in Visigothic Spain, people who suffered decalvatio tended to survive, so it might have referred to shaving the head as a kind of a humiliation, or perhaps pulling the hair out of the head. We're not sure. It's certainly not a nice punishment, and it was meted out several times to the same individuals, so it could have been merely shaving, or it could have been something much more violent. Punishment for conversion to Judaism, however, is pretty stiff and terrifying. Typically, conversion to Judaism happens in the relationship with marriage, and the punishment for such conversion for males, to use the term that Solomon Katz refers to, would be amputation of the virile member, and for females, it would be amputation of the nose. So very horrific kind of punishments that were imposed to try to stop mixed marriages. And then there are a whole series of bizarre laws that are passed talking about forbidding the observance of Shabbat that required Jews, again, who are technically Christians now because they have been forcibly baptized, but these new Christians had to report to a priest prior to the onset of the Sabbath, and then during the Sabbath to make sure that they were violating the Sabbath. And when there were holidays like Pesach or Sukkot, if you wanted to leave town, the laws actually stated you had to report to priests along the path to your destination, like you were on parole and make sure that you were in fact not observing a holiday. Now you try to think about this, it's mind-boggling. Was it actually enforced? It's hard to imagine that it would be, but one indication of the reality of it is other laws that specify punishments for Christian accomplices, meaning priests who are lenient with Jews who do not want to work the fields on Sabbath, and others who accept bribes in order for the Jews to be, removed from these various punishments. These kinds of laws, like the drug laws we talked about earlier, indicate that there was a significant sized Jewish community, that they were technically Christian, but secretly flouting a lot of these laws through the payment of bribes. Again, it's hard to read Jewish history through these kinds of documents, but you get a sense of how horrible it must have been to try to live a Jewish lifestyle under this kind of legislative environment, where there's so much corruption, and that just to do the simplest Jewish thing, you had to pay a bribe or suffer potentially horrific punishments. So that's this awful period from 589 to 782. 589 to 711. And that's the point when Jews call out to Muslims south of the Iberian Peninsula in North Africa and actively assist in their conquest of Spain. That'll be the topic for us next week, but before we go there, let's just look at the few little bits of information we can get about their culture and their economy from the tiny amount of scattered sources we have from this period. I mentioned already the weakness of the sources, that almost everything we have comes from non-Jewish sources talking about the Jews. But we do have a few inscriptions and a few other pieces of data that give us a sense of what the internal Jewish life is like. We know that their language was originally Hebrew, indicating also quite an ancient civilization. We know because, for example, the Christians report that there was I'll have to show you in a second, that when certain churchmen died, the Jews liked them so much that they attended their funerals and honored the churchmen by chanting psalms, Tehillim, in Hebrew. So at least they had literacy enough to read Hebrew. There are a few examples of this nature. We also see in the earliest inscriptions trilingualism. So this is a Tortosa gravestone that's badly damaged. It was used for a long time as a paving stone. Many of these early stones were. And you can see at the very top there is a Hebrew inscription, which doesn't say a lot of tremendous information for us, but it fits with a lot of traditional Hebraic forms that are associated with funerals. Then it continues in Latin and finally in Greek. A few interesting things like the 5-pointed candelabrum you can see over here, which is actually a very traditional Jewish symbol in a lot of ancient inscriptions, not the 9-pointed candelabrum of Hanukkah and not the 6-pointed candelabra of the temple, but a 5-pointed one, perhaps to distinguish that it's not trying to reproduce the temple, but the idea of the menorah is a very ancient Jewish symbol. I mentioned already at the funeral of Hilary of Ars that the Jews sang psalms there. Under Erwig, again, these cool Visigothian names, he demands 100 lashes for any child over the age of 10 who studies Torah. So the punishment, of course, is draconian, but it also tells us that there must have been children who were studying Torah. You think, this is actually, I'm going to use this on my kids when they don't want to get out of bed in the morning. So do you know what the Jews of Visigothic Spain had to go through? It gets to a fever pitch where it's hard to even imagine that this legislation was actually implemented, that under Egika, one of the last of the Visigothic kings, Jews are first forbidden to engage in trade locally, and then with any Christian, and then finally even internationally. That the Jews are not, how are they supposed to make a living if they can't do business with anyone, literally? So it was completely intolerable. We will say next week, I'll talk about what few sources we do have about the trade that they engaged in at that time. Laws banned agricultural work on Sundays. which culminated in the confiscation of lands, also indicate, by the way, that Jews were agrarian, that Jews must have been farming at this time, which is not typical for much of the period. Okay. The Jews were finally, not surprisingly, accused of treason at this time. This is a statue of King Wamba. Wamba. And apparently this is not a very accurate depiction, because Wamba, according to Cass, is probably not his real name, but is a diminutive. Wamba means pot-bellied, and he looks pretty buff here in this 18th century statue. But under King Wamba, Hilderic from Nimes to the north tried to mount a rebellion against Wamba and the Visigoths, and Jews, when they heard about this, they fled there hoping to join his side. Unfortunately, the rebellion was unsuccessful, and the Jewish plan to overthrow Wamba was foiled. In 693, another similar rebellion was put down. Once again, Jews now looked to the south, trying to get Muslims to join them in overthrowing the Visigoths. Once again put down. It was only in 711 that we finally have the Muslims coming across the Straits of Gibraltar into the region, where they were welcomed by Jews, and it was the Jewish participation in that conquest of Spain is something that we will spend our time on next week. But once again, ironically, of all days, is 9/11, when we explore a period when the Muslims actually came to the rescue of the Jews, and the Jews lived for 500 years in relative stability with them in Spain. It gives you just a sense of the scope of Jewish history, and that we should try to understand things within this larger culture. I thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to a fantastic semester with you. Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that lecture. I myself had a fantastic time preparing the research for it, and it was great to see so many of you in the live audience again after the hiatus of the summer. And for all of you out in internet land, I hope you found that a very satisfying intellectual experience. It's an important time of year right now. I'm recording this in September of 2017, just before Rosh Hashanah, the new year. And it occurred to me that I should probably stick some kind of call to action on the end of this video, because we're living in very difficult times. And my small contribution, which I'd like you to share in, is to try to spread a little bit more knowledge and a little bit more awareness of the fascinating aspects of Jewish history that made such a huge contribution to world culture. And I hope they're useful for you and useful for your friends. So here's 3 quick ideas how you can take this to the next level. The first is, don't keep this video to yourself. I mean, I assume you're watching it on some kind of social media, so please hit that share button. And more than that, why don't you just write a little blurb at the top that says something like, "This guy is such a jerk, but I love his comments," or something like that. But say something, share it with your friends, and let them see it. Maybe it'll help spread goodness in the world, or at least knowledge. Second, if you are in the greater New York, New Jersey area, why don't you come on down and visit us and attend the live audience. The lectures are free, open to the public, and I'd love to have you in the audience. You can ask some really hard questions. I may not answer them, but I'll probably edit them out of the internet version. And third, this is perhaps most important, why don't you consider supporting our undergraduate students? A big part of the reason why we give these lectures is because we want to try and promote the study of Jewish history here at Touro College, and we need your help. So please click on the link that's provided and consider donating to our scholarship fund so we can make it easier for our students to attend college here. And I guess that's about it. I hope you all have, as the reading goes, may you be written and sealed for a good new year, and I look forward to speaking to you next week. Take care.
What is the resurrection story? That resurrection story is played out everywhere. It's because we believe that inside of us, this is not all that there's. That I have more in me, and it's going to take courage. And I'm going to be in the middle of the fucking ocean without a paddle, and I'm not going to know how to get back. And everything I got ready for, my cauliflower ears and all my armor, the challenge, the dragon, I've never seen before, and I have no armor for the guy. I didn't get ready for that. all my technique doesn't work against that fucking dragon. I gotta figure it out. I'll see the story. I'm so thinking when you're like, how do you write jokes?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's so great to see you again. I am so pleased to be continuing this series on the Jews of Sfarad. Tonight we're going to look at another period of Sephardic history that's not very well studied. I was pleased with the response to the Jews of the Visigothic era. We're going to look at a foundational couple of centuries when the Iberian Peninsula population of Jews began to move from being a peripheral and minority and highly dependent culture to becoming eventually an independent and distinctive and ultimately one of the high points, one of the golden ages of all of Jewish history. So these 200 years, which are going to extend from the year 711, which is the date of the Muslim conquest of the peninsula, to about 910, which is the birth of Kastai ibn Shaprut, a truly remarkable character that we will speak about next Monday night, next week, God willing. That's what we're going to focus on today. And I'll also draw to your attention that the format of the class is a little bit different today as it was last week. For the past several years, I've tried to focus my presentations around the life and works of a particular individual. Not so much because of my training or inclination. In fact, I would rather not do that. I was trained as a social historian that tends to look at like movements and masses of people and things like that. But people like to learn about individuals. They like to attach the grand arc of history to a particular life. And so that's what we've been doing, and thank God for many years with some success. So this is another week where we're just going to speak in episodic points about several individuals, but primarily we're going to concern ourselves with the development of an entire population over 2 centuries. Next week, we'll go back to our regularly scheduled programming. We'll ask the question, who was Kastai ibn Shaprut? And I'm confident you'll find that the answer is completely fascinating. Okay, so let's go straight to our material today. First of all, the good and welfare. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by my good friends Vic and Catherine Crespin. Vic and Kathy were my students when I lived in Florida for quite some time, and they're personal friends as well as lifelong students. Vic in particular is very attached to Sephardic history, and so he is especially motivated by this series. They, like actually the Brays, who also made a donation to our Student Scholarship Fund, did so in connection with Hurricane Irma that affected Florida so badly, and everyone there should recover from the storm as much as possible, as quickly as possible. And so in gratitude to Hashem for protecting them from the dangers of Hurricane Irma, they've dedicated this class. Just for fun, Vic and Kathy run a construction company, KVC, and I'm putting a little plug for them because I think their work is absolutely fantastic. This is a car dealership. For those of you who are native to New York City, this is what a car dealership is supposed to look like. Right? This is in Miami. It's got a Miami sort of vibe to it. That's the way it's supposed to be. And here is another municipal building, if I remember correctly. They do really amazing work. The lecture last week, I am really surprised with how well it did. I mean, again, once again, it's the Jews of Visigothic Spain. Who knew that would be as popular as, like, videos about kittens who fall off chairs and things like that. But over the span of 1 week, I thought I'd share with you the statistics. We got over 1,800 views, 99 likes, 50 shares, and the average watch time, which is usually a measure of the degree of penetration you have into your audience, was over 20 minutes, which is about 5 minutes longer than my videos on average. So it really turned out to be a topic that captured people's interest, and I'm very grateful that that is finding some resonance. And as I mentioned, the real benefit is to our student population. We raised $2,000 over the past week. We're now up to $9,096. Still a little short of my goal of $100,000, but we have a few more weeks yet to go. Almost all of the lectures for this semester are already sponsored. We have a couple of them left. Otherwise, I'll have to make up something else. Maybe we'll give away fridge magnets or something like that. Okay, let's go to the material itself. Tonight's lecture is going to be reliant very heavily on the work of Eliyahu Ashdor. There's not a great reservoir of scholarship on the 2 centuries between the Muslim conquest and the life of Chasdai ibn Shaprut on the Jews specifically, and he's certainly one of the primary sources. He was originally born in Berlin as Edward Strauss and earned his PhD from Germany. And then he emigrated to Israel, where he became associated with the library at the great Hebrew University. There he wrote some very lyrical studies. It was an entirely different generation of scholarship when history had to be entertaining. And so even though he's doing deep academic work, he has these amazing passages where he puts you right there in the scene. He describes the weather, he describes the clothing, and there's no way, he's just making that stuff up, but it reads really well, and he's a very great popular historian. His Jews of Muslim Spain is available in 2 volumes. You can see it's really a 3-volume story. It's quite a significantly thick book, but definitely worth reading. So we're going to rely very heavily on his research tonight. Okay. So let us begin, first of all, with a sort of a reset on our thinking about Islam, because the relations between Jews, especially Israelis, and Muslims over the past 200 years has been increasingly fractious and difficult. The reality is that much of this is occasioned by the nationalist movements that first arose among Eastern Europeans and Jews among them, and were ultimately expressed in Zionism, which is fundamentally a nationalist movement of the 19th century, even though it obviously has roots going back to the biblical period. And then in the 20th century, the burgeoning Arab nationalist movements as well, which naturally came into conflict with Zionism. And we're not going to, in this semester at any rate, go through the dramatic and often tragic moments in that history, but there's no question that over the last 200 years, Jews and Arabs, especially Israelis and Arabs, have gotten along atrociously. When we take a broader historical viewpoint, however, Jews have actually fared, on the whole, much better under Muslim lands and under Muslim control than they have under Christian control, for a whole series of reasons that I'd like to explore in the next 2 slides before we get to Spain. So we have to understand that the period that we're going to be discussing today, and in fact for the next few weeks, is a period when Muslims and Jews were actually quite close. Not to say that they were beloved of each other and that they were tolerating each other's differences without the occasional punctuation of violence or polemic, but compared to the experience of Jews in Christian Europe, it was actually much, much better, and allowed for the flourishing of Jewish culture at a few key points in Spanish history in particular. Let us examine some of the factors that would lead us to this conclusion. First of all, we should bear in mind, and this is especially true in Spain, that we have 3 cultures in a triangular conflict in the Iberian Peninsula: the Jewish, the Christian, and the Muslim. And when you look at the 3 points of the triangle, it's not like, what do you call it? Is it isosceles when they're all identical? Equilateral. It's not an equilateral triangle. Islam and Judaism are structurally much more similar than Christianity and Judaism, for one point. Islam and Judaism both place emphasis on orthopraxy rather than orthodoxy, meaning both of these faiths are very much behavior-oriented. They have codes of law. The Jews have Shulchan Aruch, Halakha. The Muslims have Sharia, also codified in 4 distinct traditions. There are ritualized, actually there's very little distinction between ritual law and civic law and criminal law in both faiths. They're all part of one whole. There's much less emphasis in general on specific articles of faith, of creed, whereas in Christianity, creed is incredibly important. And fine distinctions of, as we saw last week, the Arian Christianity versus Catholic Christianity, and later versus various denominations of Protestant Christianity. These become very significant seams between populations. Islam does not have that same distinction, nor do Jews. Both the Abrahamic faiths that existed in the Arabian Peninsula are much more focused on how one behaves, how one dresses, how one eats, how one does business. So structurally, they have a great deal of similarity. Furthermore, to a large degree, many of these similarities are actually imitations. I mean, Islam, which began in the 7th century, borrowed openly from Jewish practices in a lot of different ways. The idea of orienting oneself towards a particular direction while praying. The number of times one prays is ritually codified. The idea of tzniut, of modesty in dress, particularly female dress. The idea of a dietary code, kashrut, or halal. All of these things are mirror images of each other. So in other words, Muslims and Christians in many ways have a shared cultural vocabulary. It makes it much easier for them to communicate with each other. Christianity, on the other hand, developed in an entirely different direction, focusing much more on ideas of belief over very fine historical and theological points. The status of the Virgin Mary, for example, the status of the Immaculate Conception, all kinds of theological debates that often are dizzying for the average person, not easy to pin down, but very easy to associate with heresy and apostasy and things like that. So in other words, structurally speaking, Muslims and Jews have a lot more in common with each other than Christians and Jews. Second very important point, the familial relationship is much closer chronologically and philosophically between Jews and Christians than it is between Jews and Muslims. What do I mean by that? Christianity emerged out of Judaism. Christianity was originally a Jewish movement. All of the early founders of the Christian church were Jewish, and it slowly, over the space of about 10 or 12 decades, became a Gentile movement in which most Christians were actually of non-Jewish stock. But in the first 100 years of Christianity's existence as a movement, it was very difficult to determine exactly what was Jewish and what was Christian. And so as it emerged, the very closeness caused a degree of antipathy, where in order to define themselves, Christians had to contrast their behavior, attitudes, ideas with the mother faith. I think I've given you all in previous classes the cholent metaphor, right? I don't want to redo the cholent metaphor. I see some people shaking their heads. You'll have to review older videos on that one. But basically, in their desire, think of it as a mother-daughter relationship, in the daughter's desire to establish independence, she has to assert why she is different, why she does things differently than her mother does. And that sometimes creates a certain kind of negative tension. As the very perceptive and heroic theologian Rosemary Radford-Ruther once put it, anti-Semitism is the left hand of Christology. And what she meant by that was, in an attempt to elevate Christianity as a faith with the right hand, it was necessary with the left hand to denigrate Judaism. So that's by nature of the very closeness of Judaism and Christianity, they have a much more negative relationship with each other. Islam, on the other hand, which was born 6 centuries later, is like a grandchild, and the grandchild does not necessarily have. Put it like this. Put it like this. Let's say the Zaidi comes over from Daheim. He comes over from Europe, the grandfather, and he's very observant and keeps the Sabbath and keeps the dietary laws and things like that. And the son, who was born here in America, has already tossed a lot of those things overboard, like he tossed his tefillin overboard. And so, he's constantly irritated by his father's piety, and his father, of course, is nonplussed by his son's irreligiosity. But the grandson has no inbred hostility to religious behavior, and he looks at his Zaidi and says, "Oh, isn't that cool? Look what Zaidi does on Shabbos, and look what Zaidi eats, and look how Zaidi prays." So the grandson doesn't have the same degree of hostility to the Zaidi the way the son does. So Islam in this relationship is like the grandson, who looks to Judaism and doesn't see it as a threat to his own identity. He sees it as possibly, hey, maybe we could get something from them. And so the possibility of a synergy between Islam and Christianity and Judaism is actually much more possible, both for the structural reasons and for the chronological reasons. And in fact, later on in this course, when we look at some of the interesting blends of Sufi thought with Jewish thought in surprising places, like, for example, the influence of Sufism on the Rambam's own illustrious son, Abraham, be fascinating. So with these two factors in particular, Jews actually had a much more of a possibility of achieving some kind of modus vivendi, if not even a rapprochement with the Muslims. Made it much more possible. Not to say that there were not moments of violence, not to say that there were not moments of discrimination and persecution, but on the whole, it was definitely much better in Muslim lands. I recall a few years ago, I was looking at a bibliography of anti-Jewish polemics, and it was for much of the medieval period. I wish I remember the title. And I was amazed because about 4/5 of the book were listings of various anti-Jewish polemics published in Christian lands, and the remaining fifth was the index, the table of contents, and a tiny little section on Muslim anti-Jewish polemics.
How you live,
it was just not a big industry. They didn't have a readership. They didn't have the same kind of appeal. Masha Ainkain, which is not the case.
You changed your PFP. How you living, baby?
I didn't change my PFP.
Well, it looks different. It looks like it's not your dog anymore. It's Proto.
I didn't change my PFP. I changed my account.
Okay. Well, are you ready to play?
Yep.
Excellent. How are you? Are you ready to do stand-up comedy in 5 days?
Oh, yeah.
Yo, you remember that time I sent you an invitation?
Remember that time I sent you an invitation?
Yeah, that's what I just asked you, dude. How's your day going, Zoot?
Not bad. How good enough.
Did you get laid?
Well,
Dude, are you going to accept my invitation or not? Are you going to accept my invitation or not? Doug, everybody's waiting on you. Zoot! Zoot, why are you being an ignorant slut?
because I can't send you an invitation because I bought a new phone, so I have another account, so you're going to have to add me on that account.
You got a new phone?
Yeah.
Are you happy?
Not really.
What's your... Well, add me as a friend. I'm the rabbi.
Yeah. I don't like this profile picture.
Okay, no one cares. The only thing about which people care. The only thing about which people care is that you send me a friend request. Have you done so? Yo, Pimp, have you sent me an invitation?
What's a good profile picture?
Your Sproto?
What's a good name?
Zoot. Keep it Zoot. You were Zoot 1, be Zoot 2, or Zoot 69, or Zoot 100, or Zoot _1. Just be Zoot, because I'm not going to fucking think about it. I just want to know it's Zoot. Okay, that's cool. Did you send me an invitation?
What's the name of the movie character? What's a good movie character?
Darkwing Duck.
What's a good
Roger Rabbit. Mickey Mouse.
Do you remember Neopet?
A what?
Do you remember Neopet?
Neopets like Tamagotchis?
Yeah, do you remember Neopet?
Fuck yeah, everybody remembers Tamagotchis.
No, Neopet.
No one knows what the fuck that is. Are you gonna join? Are you gonna send me an invite? You're Zoot 11. Did you see I sent you an invitation?
Give me a sec.
Yo, Pimp, are you done? Pimp. Pimp, are you done? Pimp. Yo, dog. Are you done? Yo, Pimp. 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 Yo, dog. W T F. Zoot. Yo, come to my Discord. Why? We'll download it. I tell everybody what to do. Okay, cool story, man.
Case, let's say, with the contemporary period, the 20th century, we live in a very different time, 21st century. Okay, to give you a sense of the, this is not to say that this is like Gan Eden, you know, the Garden of Eden and America and everybody loves each other. Definitely Jews were not first-class citizens. They were second-class citizens without doubt. But much of that relationship was outlined by a document known popularly as the Pact of Umar. Umar was one of the early caliphs of the 7th century, shortly after Muhammad himself. And according to tradition, he answered a series of questions posed to him by non-Muslims, most likely Christians, about, well, okay, so now Islam is the dominant religion and we live in Muslim lands. How are we supposed to behave? Umar answered in such a way that outlined a series of abilities and disabilities that Christians and, by extension, Jews would have to live under.
Did you send me an
kind
invite?
of set a legal standard for that. It's quite likely that the Pact of Umar was actually authored much later and was used to kind of justify the status quo, which pertained anyways. But for the sake of argument, we can understand it as something that that pertained in the 7th century as well. Basically, the argument of the Pact of Umar was that Jews, as the al-Kitab, people of the book, as a monotheistic religion that had received, according to Islamic theology, at some point communications from God in the form of prophecy, they were to be tolerated qua Jews. In other words, Judaism was a protected religion within Muslim lands, as was Christianity.
Come on, dog.
Later, for other reasons, Zoroastrianism as well. But basically, Jews were allowed to practice their own faith within Muslim lands.
Playing with you is
there were limits. They were not allowed to practice their faith in such a way that it might attract Muslim converts. Same went for Christianity. For example, they were not allowed to have too raucous celebrations for Purim or Simchas Torah. They're not allowed to build their houses of worship to be taller than the mosques. And in fact, widely ignored, they were not allowed to rebuild mosques, they're not allowed to rebuild synagogues once they fell down. In reality, Jews and Christians would just simply pay bribes and they would be able not only to repair their synagogues, but in fact to build new ones. Although that was not universally true in some places. Well, I'll get to that in another class. At any rate, they were to be maintained in a second-class status at all times. At some points, there were discriminations in terms of modalities of dress, of occupation, and things like that.
What did you say, Pam?
Sometimes irritating symbolic, discrimination. But for the most part, it was something that Jews could live with. Christians also lived under this. They were known as dhimmi, or protected peoples. They had a financial disability. They had to pay a special poll tax called...
Dog. You normally have that one muted, dog. You normally have that one muted, dog. Okay, well, get your shit together. Zoo, you've literally played this game more than any person I've ever met. And I didn't think it was possible to play it more than I do. Your shot sucks. What's your first joke going to be on Monday? Zoo, what's your first joke going to be on Monday?
How much you suck dick with me though?
Are you fucking serious?
Shit. Grandma.
Don't you do it. Zoo. Zoo. You could replay them the video of this hole if you want to make people laugh.
I got shot.
Zoo. That was dog shit. Zoo, did you know that Malcolm Jamal Warner died?
What's that?
Did you know that Malcolm Jamal Warner died?
You know, was the other? I knew that was the other.
Yeah, but more importantly, did you know Malcolm Jamal Warner died?
I have no idea who that is.
He played Theo on the Cosby Show.
Yeah. What's your favorite was the Black Sabbath?
Crazy Train. What about you?
This isn't gonna sound bad, but I don't know a single LP plays Black Sabbath song.
No, that doesn't sound bad.
I knew who he was as a third player. I actually watched like some of the hosting on TV. Just in with Black Sabbath.
What'd you think of that shot, big dog? That's in trouble. Look how sick this shot is.
You think you're a rebel?
I know I'm a rabbi.
Was Jesus a rabbi?
It's an arguable point. Some people say he was, some people say he wasn't. He had teachings and had followers. The fact that he taught, by definition, makes him a rabbi. Now, was he a recognized rabbi of the Sanhedrin of that time? No. But the fact that he taught, the word rabbi just means teacher.
can't even do but people don't wanna if you can't even use it, the Jewish people don't wanna know you.
Yeah, because we didn't term him that. The Romans termed him that. It would be like if the
I just feel like
the French termed Mel Gibson King of the Australians when he's not even Australian. He's American. You would be like, he's not even Australian.
Mel Gibson is also what is it better about Max, Tom Hardy or Mel Gibson?
I'd probably think Mel Gibson. Do you like Tom Hardy?
He's not a bad actor. There's definitely best actor. But he could but he's not a bad actor, but I haven't like seen him in like anything like noteworthy. Like he was a good Bane in the Dark Knight Rises, but like it's like he was good at character as Bane, but it wasn't like like Heath Ledger Joker level.
What?
Like in the same league.
What's your favorite Batman movie?
You know, it's a tie between the Batman, which is Robert Pattinson's Batman, and Matt Reeves' Batman, and the Dark Knight.
What about the original Batman?
You mean Tim Burton's Batman?
Michael Keaton, yeah.
Yeah, Tim Burton's Batman.
All right, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, extremely. They're more. They're more. They're more faithful to the comic books.
Well, isn't that how it's supposed to be?
No.
Okay. Do you know that Riser and I have played like 30 games of basketball and he still can't beat me? Just like you. The best you guys have ever done is tie me.
I mean, Batman and Robin is more faithful to the comic books than the Dark Knight trilogy, but they fucking suck. That movie sucked.
No, it didn't. It was a good movie. Dude, you're playing. You're playing well. Didn't that one have Nicole Kidman? No, it didn't. That was Batman Forever. No, it didn't. Michelle Pfeiffer was Batman Returns. It had Alicia Silverstone.
Batman Returns had Batman Returns.
Danny. It had Michelle Pfeiffer as Catwoman, Danny DeVito as the Penguin. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a make. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss.
Who do you think the best Catwoman was?
I don't know if I saw the Anne Hathaway one, but she's hot as fuck. But and I don't think I saw just the regular Catwoman with Halle Berry. But Michelle Pfeiffer, she knocked that shit out of the park. She's hot as fuck. Anne Hathaway's a thing, though. Are you gonna go? Are you gonna go?
Yeah.
Why didn't you go?
Why did I think Katie Holmes played Catwoman?
Did she?
No.
Are you sure?
No.
She played something. Hold on, I think she did play Catwoman. Let me look that up. I think she did in like one of the Christopher Nolan ones. She played something. Katie Holmes portrays Rachel Dawes in Christopher Nolan's Batman Begins. She was replaced by Maggie Gyllenhaal in the sequel. So she plays Rachel Dawes in Batman. I don't know. Who is that? We have to look this up. In 2005, Batman Begins set the foundation of DC's mega hit The Dark Knight that would eventually become one of the greatest superhero trilogies of all time. Though one key actor didn't return in the movie's cast, initially played by Katie Holmes, Rachel Dawes was an original creation for Christopher Nolan's Batman Begins. Pardon me. Appearing in two of the three parts of the iconic Dark Knight trilogy. She was Bruce Wayne's childhood best friend and romantic interest throughout Batman Begins and The Dark Knight, ultimately playing one of the most significant parts of the franchise. Rachel Dawes didn't make it past The Dark Knight's ending, as her death sent reverberations throughout Gotham, prompting Bruce Wayne to contemplate his place as the city's protector and starting Harvey Dent down the path that would turn him into Two-Face. Despite portraying Rachel in Batman Begins, Katie Holmes had reservations about continuing to place the career beyond that. Ultimately, she was recast and didn't return to The Dark Knight. She's hot as fuck. Katie Holmes was recast in The Dark Knight because she wanted to explore other roles. She told Business Insider in 2016 that she really enjoyed working on Batman Begins and that her choice to return was not a decision that she made at that time, and it was right for her that at that moment. However,
that was a really dumb choice for her not to come back.
Yeah. Holmes herself, as she passed up. However, few are likely to question Holmes' departure more than Holmes herself, as she passed up playing Rachel Dawes in The Dark Knight to appear as Jackie Truman in the 2008 film Mad Money, which was an undeniable flop. Are you ready to play Literati?
It's not as bad as Matt Damon turning down Avatar.
Why did Matt Damon turn down Avatar?
Because he wanted to work on the Bourne Legacy. He chose to work on the Bourne, to finish the movie the Bourne Legacy, the Bourne.
Yeah, but that's like his. That's like his movie.
He has many movies.
What's your favorite Matt Damon film?
It's not the one with Robin Williams.
Good Will Hunting?
It's not that. It would be. That's too basic. That's a good movie, but maybe the Departed.
Okay. Why that?
Why the Departed?
Why The Departed?
Because it's just like it's a good crime movie.
Okay. You
I
know,
don't remember a single thing that happens in the movie, but it's a good movie.
yeah. I remember one scene kind of creeps me out. There's this scene with Jack Nicholson. It's right at the beginning, and he goes up to like this chick at the store and asks her if she got her period yet. I think that's disgusting.
We're gonna play Monopoly else today.
Maybe if you're good.
We're gonna play Monopoly, and I'm gonna go for like half an hour to an hour and get dinner.
Sounds like a plan, pimp. What do you want, big dog?
We want to help people with coordination issues.
All right. What does that mean?
I want to help people that have coordination issues like me.
Okay, what does that mean?
Like coordination therapy, like people, like helping people get better coordination, like helping people get jobs that are suited to their lack of coordination, like to help people with jobs who have coordination issues.
Physical coordination or mental coordination?
What?
All right, pimp.
What's mental coordination?
Like, isn't that like disorganization?
Isn't that with ADHD?
It could be. You really fucked me there, Zoo.
Yeah, I'm going through one of the hardest periods of my life right now.
Why do you say that?
I feel like I know like a major issue of what's going on in the world, but no one wants to listen because of how much
profit is going into how much profit is going into the awareness of something else? How do I say this? I feel like the mental health professionals in the American Psychiatric Association with such a dominance over the mental health industry that they are not helping people with their actual issues and putting people into the wrong category and diagnosing things they don't have for profit, and everyone is identifying as the thing that has the most awareness, and a lot of other conditions are going overlooked, and I feel like in 100, 200 years from now, the mental health or neurodivergencies that we have today might not even exist. That we might have to change them so much because of how predatory everything, how predatory the marketing is from the American Psychiatric Association and what they've done. I feel like that is such a fucking huge issue that no one wants to talk about because you're competing with such a fucking corporate scum bag. Oh, I can't even go into it without getting mad. Does anything I'm saying make sense?
Yeah, no, it absolutely does. You were saying this yesterday, and I was saying, you don't always make sense, but this time you make sense.
I think that, yeah, I think that the greedy corporate fucking mental health care system of America is but no one wants to fucking take with these greedy fuckers.
I feel you, dog.
Look, I hope these fucking scumbags go in hell, but I can't do anything because at the end of the day, right, these people study mental health they worked in the mental health industry for years and they claim to be the experts, but the truth is, they were just in the right place at the right time. They saw an opportunity to sign a fucking non-disclosure agreement, make investments, and had inside information of what was going to happen after the book they helped write was made, and they invested in all these things. And they invested in pharmaceutical companies, they invested in therapy clinics, everything was all for fucking. It just makes me mad that these people decided, well, we didn't make much money as during our mental. We didn't make money during our medical science careers because now we're old and mental health wasn't taken seriously. So let's just make as much money as we can off this book, and that's what's happened. You know the quote that if everyone knew how the financial system worked, there'd be a revolution in a day.
Yeah.
If everyone knew what was going on, with the mental health, with diagnosis. That would have sorry. Everyone knew what was going on. Either everyone would identify as mentally ill or no one would. Actually, let me go very clear.
This test that you took recently really fucked with your psyche.
The test that I took.
Yeah.
Well, imagine you got 29 years of your life. You've been told you have this. You've been told you have this condition, right? You've been told you've had this condition that doesn't have a lot of awareness and everything. You have every symptom, right? You have every single symptom. And then they put you into, you go and take another test and they put you into that category because it's more profitable and they don't give a shit about your other fucking condition, that the one that really affects you the most and impacts your life the most. Imagine caring, no, you don't have that one, you have the one, we're just going to put you into the category that's the most profitable. How mad would you be?
I'd be pissed, dog.
They put you into a condition that affects 1% of the population when you have a condition that affects 6% of the population. Because there's no awareness, no one wants to listen, right? They don't want to put you into places, they don't even like help you. Well, they don't want to help you for the condition, they want to help you for the one that's more, got more awareness because it's more profitable. So, just makes me clear.
I'd be upset as well, my friend.
Now, how do I fucking make awareness and make a lot of money so these fucking greedy fucks don't fucking profit from that? You know what would make me really, really, really mad?
What's that, Pim?
If I was the one to raise awareness and these greedy fuckers profited, started diagnosing more and more people for profit, I don't want that. I want to be the one to raise awareness. I want to write what the actual diagnostic criteria for this is and spread more awareness, have more people diagnosed, and I want to be the one that fucking profits from it.
Why do you want to profit from it?
So there's greedy fucking fucks. What?
Yeah.
Why do I want to profit?
Right.
Because I'd rather money go to me than these greedy fucks because I'll do things to help people with the condition.
Okay.
And I deserve something for myself as well.
Okay.
I don't care. I don't care if it's selfish to say, I work from a work, I spread awareness, and I've done all this work. Yeah, I want to be the one to profit from. You know, would you rather go like, imagine?
I get what you're saying. I think you should be able to benefit from it.
I don't know, like We're gonna solve this. Yeah.
Sounds like a plan, Stan.
Just need to figure out. I just need to figure out a way. I'll listen to you for half an hour. What problems would get solved?
If they listen to you for half an hour,
If the whole world listened to you for half an hour, what problem would get solved?
we'd have a lot of awareness on what's going on in the world. And we would recognize that we're all not that different. And we'd recognize that there's a treasure trove of data out there, perhaps from which we can all learn. And we'd learn about futurology and things like quantum computing and artificial general intelligence and artificial superintelligence and mind uploading technology and life extension technology and de-extinction and things um, like teleporting and invisibility cloaks, all kinds of future shit. We'd learn about things like a Bering Strait tunnel and things like a the ability to have perhaps like an acne vaccine and things like perhaps a way to stop war globally. I'm not saying I can guarantee it, but I think that we could definitely come together more than we currently do.
I don't think we can stop them.
Well, it's inevitable that war will stop if we're ever to get off of this planet.
There is one way to stop war.
What's that?
Create a war so big that there'll never be a war again.
That's what they tried to do with World War II. We're in the middle of World War III right now. It started September 11th, 2001.
With what?
The war on terrorism, just this vague term that nobody really knows what it is. And you're always trying to find the boogeyman. And it always seems like they're in these caves. And you have to spend not millions, not billions, but trillions of dollars to be able to kill them.
There's many wars. What? How we evolved since 2001?
Well, not much because we've only had like one generation, arguably, to be able to do it. But
I mean, we've evolved technology, and the technology keeps on evolving. Like every fucking year, technology just gets better and better.
that's correct. As you would expect it to.
Do you think that technology will ever stop evolving?
No.
Do you know the story of? Do you know the story of William Graham Siddis?
Enlighten me, please.
He was a man. When was he born? Right. William James Siddis was born 1898, and he was recorded as a child to have the highest IQ ever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was a child prodigy who completed like school in 1 year, and he completed university very early. Right.
Okay.
He was like expected to be the next Einstein, and he wrote books on like he wrote a book on he wrote a book on like backward force,
Okay.
and it made no sense.
Okay.
Like it made no sense.
Okay.
No one could understand what he was saying.
Okay.
Like he was trying to be the next Einstein, and no one could understand what he was saying. He had high expectations from him, and then he worked like normal jobs and lived in poverty. He tried to work normal jobs, but he couldn't. Like he was never good at any of the jobs he did. He lived in an apartment in poverty. Like he had high expectations and
Okay, Zoot.
ended up dying.
Zoot, go, or you're gonna forfeit.
Yeah.
Okay, so he ended up dying. Like that sounds a lot like Nikola Tesla.
Yeah, but Nikola Tesla actually achieved things.
Yeah, that's true.
No one cares about his work because his work makes no sense.
This kid you're talking about?
Yeah, but the book he wrote doesn't really make much sense.
Why doesn't it make sense?
Maybe we're just too dumb to, like most people are just too dumb to understand it, and he was way too smart, or doesn't really have much in impact on anything. The book details his thoughts on the origins of life, cosmology, and the potential of reversibility of the second law through Maxwell's demon, among other things.
Okay.
Yeah, no one really took the book seriously when it came out.
Does it make any sense now?
Not really.
Are you gonna go? Are you gonna go?
Go get dinner.
No, we're gonna play Monopoly. Dude, put something down.
Rabbi.
Or press pass. There you go. What's up, pimp?
I might go to California soon.
Why is that?
Because I want to go to California.
Very well. Where are you gonna go?
11th place.
Very well. You gonna see your chick?
Yep.
I thought she didn't want to see you.
She does.
So now she wants to see you?
My friend wants to see me.
Don't you feel bad that you like spent all this time with this chick and now you're basically like gonna cheat on her?
How much cheating?
You want to go see her friends?
Yeah.
That's like cheating on her.
Not if she's there with me. Not if they're both there.
Okay, but I thought she didn't want to see you.
No, she does. She does.
I thought she stopped talking to you like a week ago.
Yeah.
Have you spoken to her since?
No.
Okay.
I'm sure if I go over there, she'll be giving me a call. So I'm mute, Robot. It's a confusing situation.
Where does? Where could I put a U?
Remember that time I beat you?
Yeah, you used a computer though.
What was
You ready for Monopoly?
when was the moment in your life you were the happiest?
When I was 3 years old. Dude, you're balling. Dude, you keep getting all these big ones. Guaranteed I'm going to get 5. Guaranteed.
Yeah, I'm get the bar, and I can afford thinking the bottom half now as well. As long as I don't get an airport, I'm happy. I'm happy with that. Why did you click on the option?
I didn't want it.
I was going to give them a drink.
For what?
For anything more. Yeah, that's what I wanted. Oh, you can't buy anything right now, you're broke.
Word dog.
I guess that's good for you. You only pay me $10. It's not a big deal.
That's big.
And I can buy deli now. Yeah, it's not a big deal though. Julian, I need Jakarta. I need Jakarta. Oh, I can't fucking afford Jakarta.
I'm going to get a 5. No doubt. 6.
Oh shit. Oh no. What property do I sell here? Right, well, I think I'm better off in jail.
Thank you.
Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
you're winning.
I don't think so.
I'll give you the grid. You want?
Can't afford it.
Hey, Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
I want you to think about this question.
What?
I want you to think about this question.
Okay.
Do you think more people in the world, a higher percentage of people, have more issues with coordination or communication?
Communication.
Sorry?
Communication.
Do you think more people have communication issues than coordination issues?
Correct.
Why do you think that?
Well, firstly, we're not all in the same language, so we have an issue communicating with each other. We're both here, so it's like neither of us are here.
Kind of both go to jail. It's just like, oh yeah, you both go to jail, right? You just, you know, the worst part about, you know, the worst part of me being in jail is that I wrote a fucking 6.
Oh, that sucks.
The only thing that happened that blocked my 6, and I got another 6 anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
We can't afford anything.
Do you ever think in the future you'll get arrested on stream?
What'd you say?
Do you ever think in the future that you will get arrested in stream?
I hope not.
You hope not?
I hope not.
Not for like anything like a misdemeanor.
I mean, you never know what the future holds. Paris, give it to me. Oh, oh great, $15. Let me buy it. How much is this? Oh, I gotta pay you another $80.
No.
I'm in for 3 rounds. Big one. Zoot upgraded. Did you know that Malcolm Jamal Warner died?
You said this numerous times.
Oh, I'm going to continue saying it. It's going to be my new thing.
Friends, I feel like the fact that Ozzy Osbourne died is kind of a big deal.
It is. That's why I think it's funnier. Not that it's funny that he died, that either of them died, but that I care that this one guy died when nobody else does.
Well, his family was a friend of Upper. one day.
Not if life extension and mind uploading is a thing.
Like, I hope that works out. But
As do I.
there's also a chance that it won't work out.
That's true. You want to trade something? You don't have anything I want. I'll give you Cairo for New York.
You want Seoul?
No.
Australia, man. Why would you want Seoul? You could have the whole fucking hot board.
Where is Seoul?
I mean, I've nearly got the left side of the board.
I don't know. Where's Seoul? Oh,
The top one.
I see. Dude, you got another 60? Another 6? Do another one. Dude, you
How
keep
many
doing
times
that.
do I go to fucking jail? Have you seen anyone go to jail as much as me as I has it? Like,
Yeah, unfortunately.
Rabbi,
Yo, dog.
am I like getting tax evasion right now?
I don't know, big man.
Why do I keep on getting arrested? Why me?
I don't know, big dog. Now's your time to roll a 2. You got fortunate, dog.
No, Monopoly teaches you a good lesson.
What's that, pimp?
The more time you spend in there, the less likely you are to pay rent.
That's true. Give me a 1. Whoa. Okay, now we'll take Soul.
And you know what's even better?
What's that, pimp?
The more assets you own,
Okay, trade me for Soul, whatever you want. You want Madrid? Why are you going to trade me Madrid? I want Soul.
fucked up.
Yeah, you did.
Holy shit, I just realized something, Rabbi.
What did you realize?
That if I gave you Soul, there's not a time I'm not going to give you money. Yeah, I wouldn't be able. I would have to roll from jail every time if I gave you Soul. Rather than buy Dakota.
Guaranteed I'm going to get a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Guaranteed I'm getting a 5. No way. Riyadh? Cool.
Rabbi.
What's that, pimp?
Oh, I go good. I'm ready to send bigger risk.
Yes, sir.
This might be a dumb move. Okay, this might be a really dumb move. It might be the only way to sound better. You ready?
Yes, sir. No way. Why would you do that? Can I buy it? No, I can't. Why are you selling all your shit? Why are you selling all your shit? Get it too. Dude, you fucked up. You sold that too? No way.
Yeah, this is not so bad. Pay up. But if not, yeah, this is good. That's all good. Yes. Roll one. Roll one. All right, another one. Roll it. Bye-bye.
You're up, Pam.
Yes.
No.
Normal. Well, I'm good. Need to work. Let's not go back up to that. Let's go.
That's bad. Gotcha.
How bad they got by the game. I'm going to get in.
All right.
Whatever.
All right. Sounds like a plan.
Maybe longer.
Okay. That's all right.
2 hours. 2 hours.
Excellent. We'll see you then, big dog.
Called jizya, which was for their non-Muslim status, which was higher than the zakat, the charitable tax that Muslims had to pay. But on the whole, it had something that Jews really admired, a concept that we'll come back to a little later. It imposed across the entire Mediterranean basin, the southern part of the basin, a Rechtsstaat, a society governed by law. Jews were not equal citizens, but they knew their place and they knew their rights. Within their position, they knew how to operate. So the Pact of Umar actually guaranteed Jews a tremendous degree of stability and the possibility of expanding their activity both internally in their own culture and also economically by extension with other Jewish communities. Contrast this, by the way, to what we talked about last week with the incredibly chaotic and absurd decrees of the Visigothic kings, ordering that everyone convert to Christianity, and then even though they converted, saying that we don't trust that you've actually converted, so we're going to persecute you some more, and you can't do business with each other, you can't marry each other, incredible degrees of persecution if we suspect you're keeping the Sabbath, all kinds of things like that. The Pact of Umar was, to use the Arabic term, gewaldig. It was like wonderful. Jews were really happy with it, by and large. Okay, so that's just to frame our remarks really for the next few weeks about the rapprochement that was going to happen in the Iberian Peninsula. So the first thing we should understand is, what was the role of the Jews in the Islamic invasion, which happens at the Strait of Gibraltar, which is actually an English sort of mispronunciation of the name of the first conqueror. But basically, Spain fell like a house of cards early in the 8th century. The Muslims, you can see from this map, actually you can't see most of it, but they're moving across the coast of North Africa with tremendous rapidity. Actually, let me go back to the big screen. Look at this. This is the expansion of Islam. This is where it starts out in the first half of the 7th century. Then it expands to this region here between 632 and 661. And, just a little over 100 years later, it's already into Spain. Just imagine the scope of this conquest. It was overwhelming. There are many reasons that we could point to for this rapid conquest, but clearly one of the things was that most of these societies were very poorly constructed, had very limited ideological underpinnings, and so they were ripe for conquest by the Muslims. Spain in particular, nobody was really a big fan of the Visigoths. Christians included were not big fans of the Visigoths, and so they were not able to mount a serious defense against even a very small contingent of Muslims who made their way across the border. Now, in Christian historiography of the Middle Ages, in seeking to explain the debacle of such a rapid collapse of this Christian kingdom, they pointed quite often to the Jews and argued that the Jews had secretly conspired with the Muslims to invade, and they assisted them actively, and it was really the Jews who were the traitors who made this possible. Modern scholarship has, without a doubt, demolished that argument. The Jews did not extend an invitation. On the other hand, when the Muslims came, they were certainly not displeased to have the Visigothic rulers evicted from the peninsula. The maltreatment that the Jews had experienced at the hands of the Visigoths was so extreme that the Muslims were a very welcome change, and Jews actively assisted with their conquest of the peninsula. We'll describe exactly how that happened. But the real invitation was actually the Visigoths themselves. One of the last kings was named Witzia. I love those names. And Witzia, whose profile is shown here in an early, actually it's not a profile, that's his visage. I don't know if you can sort of make it out there, it's kind of blurry, but when Witzia died, there was a dynastic struggle, and a certain number of his sons were shut out of the annals of power. And so they conspired with each other to invite the Muslims to take over the peninsula and to support them in the reestablishment of the Visigothic rule. Of course, they were quite surprised that when the Muslims came and they saw that it was actually a very nice land and very fertile and the climate was great and so on, that they were loath to relinquish control to the Visigoths. But it actually came from Visigoths themselves who were displaced from power. They were the ones who invited the Muslims in. The Christian chronicles that describe this, describe them as traitors, that they were coming in, bringing in Muslims in to try to establish their own hold to the throne. Once again, the Jews had very little inclination to repel the invaders, but they were not necessarily the initiative. So what exactly would happen? And we see this in the Muslim chronicles time and time again. The Muslim chronicles, by the way, have little interest in fabricating this. They do have to deal with the reality that we're talking about a very small military contingent taking over a large amount of territory in a very small amount of time, and they have to explain this. And basic military strategy indicates that one of the most fundamental aspects of winning a war is not necessarily the bravery of the soldiers, not necessarily the high technology of the weaponry and things like that. It's almost always all about, and I say this by the way as someone who's never, fired a gun in the military ever, but it's almost always about logistics. It's almost always about supply. It's almost always about making sure that the soldiers are well provisioned so they can go on and keep fighting. If there's no food, the war is going to end very rapidly. So you have to have a tremendous amount of organization to make sure that the food supply, is constant, and that there are reinforcements always available. So basically, if you have a very small amount of soldiers invading the peninsula, and you've got to go from city to city, how are you going to possibly maintain this? Especially if you have to leave behind soldiers to guard every single city that you go through. So basically, this is where the Jews were instrumental in the Muslim victory. What would happen is the Muslims would come up to a city, which was typically walled. This is the city of Avila. The walls here are constructed a few centuries after our period of time, but they do give us some sense of what it must have been like to approach a walled city. And the Muslims would have to somehow gain entry. They would use various engines of war that were portable, such as battering rams, catapults, things like that. They would take advantage of local vegetation, trees, to try and launch themselves over the walls and things like that. But once they were able to gain entry to the city, and according to the Christian chronicles, perhaps with the assistance of the Jews living inside the walls themselves, then they would have to take over the city and then move on to the next one. How can they retain control of the cities they conquer unless they have allies and assets that will maintain the new Muslim status quo? So the Jews were very happy to act in this capacity. Jews who are highly urbanized peoples in general, we have to live, as I like to say, within walking distance of a synagogue, walking distance of a mikveh, walking distance of a Chinese restaurant. So there are lots of Jews in these urban areas. It always amazes me that people laugh at that joke, no matter how many times I say it. But so the Jews are urban. They hate the Visigoths. The Muslims come in. They've heard rumors about how the Muslims will give them dhimmi status, and they have to pay a little extra money, maybe a couple disabilities, but they will otherwise be protected. And so they essentially act as the loyal guardians of the city for the Muslims as they go on in their conquest. And so this catapults the Jews to positions of municipal power, allowing the Muslims to continue their conquest, guaranteeing their loyalty to the Jews, and it really works out really well for both the Muslims and the Jews. Not so well for the Christians. Let us also remember that Christians, even though they may be, struggling with the Visigothic yoke, if they don't like what's happening in Muslim lands, they can always appeal to Christian populations on the other side of the Pyrenees. Jews, on the other hand, are a minority everywhere. It's not like they can make a short boat ride or take a short hike and they can find other Jewish communities that will come and rescue them. Jews are very much invested in the stability of a country, and so they tend to support the ruling authority, even if that ruling authority is slightly discriminatory, as we shall see. So the role of the Jews in the conquest is not so much in the invitation, but definitely in supporting the logistics of the Muslim advance. Another map of looking at the Muslim expansion. There's also another major internal development that happens in the latter part of the 7th century. The Muslims themselves go through an interregnum, and they have a major shift in the balance of power between the Abbasid dynasty and the Umayyad dynasty. We will not go into the details about these things, but basically there is a power struggle, and the Abbasids lose to the Umayyads. The Umayyads are eventually going to be the controllers of the entire Mediterranean basin, but it's not at all clear in the third quarter of the 7th century that this is going to happen. But it turns out to work out very well for the Jews, primarily because of this man, Abd al-Rahman I. And there's an interesting story that connects him specifically to the Jews. Al-Rahman was one of the major players in the Umayyad dynasty, and he was forced out from the capital of Baghdad in one of these, internecine conflicts. He ended up wandering in secret and in hiding with just a few of his loyal servants, making his way across the coast of North Africa, seeking some kind of refuge and dreaming of something larger in terms of a political future. He came to the city of Kairouan, which is distinct from the city of Cairo. Kairouan is basically in the region of what we would call today Tunis. And while he is there, he meets up with another man who ironically had the same name, Al-Rahman. We won't try to keep him from being confused. This Al-Rahman, who lived in Kairouan, was a powerful figure there, and he had a Jewish fortune teller. This story, by the way, is told by the servants of the Umayyad Al-Rahman shown here. So we have it with a great degree of credibility in the sense that it comes from a non-Jewish source about a Jew acting in a positive capacity for Muslims. And this Jewish soothsayer, it's hard to imagine exactly what this person was, some kind of fortune teller or advisor or something. He tells the local ruler, Al-Rahman, that a man named Al-Rahman is destined for glory. And Al-Rahman says, great. He says, it's not you. It's someone else with the same name. And you will be able to recognize him because of his distinctive hairstyle, which I have to say, I was very disappointed. I looked all over the internet. I could not find a picture of this distinctive hairstyle, but it involves side locks. Apparently, he grew his hair long at his temples. I know that sounds a little spooky for Jews, right? Sounds like payas. But apparently, this Al-Rahman had very distinctive side locks. So the Kairouanese Al-Rahman says, okay, well, I guess that's what it is. And this new guy from the Umayyad dynasty comes into town, and the first Al-Rahman recognizes him, and at first he wants to attack and kill him, but the Jew says, no, you can't, because it's destined by God. You will have no power over him. So he says, all right, I guess I have to make my peace with him. And he shelters him and he gives him support. And ultimately, the second Al-Rahman, the one shown here, goes on to cross the Straits of Gibraltar and conquer Spain and become the first Umayyad emir, meaning ruler or king of Spain. So what's really important here for our purposes is that one of the early envisioning of the Jews in the idea of an Islamic Spain is of the Jew as a loyal servant, as a moral advisor, and we'll see that over and over again as a kind of trope in Muslim historiography of the period. When he established himself in Spain, he was really quite a brutal individual, engaged in putting down rebellions. Don't forget, there are still Christians living in Spain, and they're not entirely happy with this new Muslim rule. So he was very brutal and definitive in putting down these rebellions. But at the same time, he established something that Jews tend to love, which is this term I used earlier, Rechtsstaat. Let's just take a quick moment to explore that idea. The word Rechtsstaat is German, and as I say it now, I realize it's such a guttural Rechtsstaat. It sounds like you're about to spit, right? But Billy Crystal says famously, Yiddish is German with phlegm. 129. Anyways, the Rechtsstaat means a state governed by law, Recht. And this is something that Jews desire tremendously. The worst thing for Jews is anarchy, right? It says in Pirkei Avos, you should pray for the welfare of the government, for if it were not for the fear thereof, people would swallow each other alive. The idea is, since Jews are perpetually a minority, with the exception of biblical times and, of course, modern times in the state of Israel, the worst that can happen to Jews is if you live in a state where the rule of law means nothing. but there's no predictability. And in fact, Jews tend to prefer to live in states as long as they are Rechtsstaats, even if those laws discriminate against them. You can look at, for example, South Africa, beginning of the 19th century. You could look at certain parts of Quebec in Canada, up until, let's say, the 1950s. In many, many countries, Jews are very happy to live, even if they have some disabilities, social or otherwise, as long as they know that, nobody can break their store window with impunity. That a Jew can sue a non-Jew in court and expect the laws to be applied fairly to them. Even though they have disabilities, legally and civilly and socially, as long as it's predictable and you can live within those boundaries. So essentially, that's what happens. The Abd al-Rahman sets up something which is fundamentally a Rechtsstaat, and that allows for a tremendous flourishing of Jewish culture. Spain is a Rechtsstaat. All of a sudden, you have this new phenomenon that takes place over decades, that Jews start migrating to Spain. Think about the tremendous reversal here. Jews are being expelled from Spain in the Visigothic period. Nobody wants to live in Spain. And all of a sudden, it's slowly picking up more and more Jews who are moving through North Africa from the Middle East, and they're making their way to this pioneer frontier country. It's kind of like, if you will, Florida after air conditioning was invented. And I mean that, half seriously. No, more than half seriously. Because Florida is kind of like way out there, and it's a peripheral place. And yeah, there are some Jews who were settling there, especially after World War II, because there are a lot of Jews from New York who were stationed down there with the army. And then all of a sudden they say, Tucker, it's pretty nice here about, 10 months of the year. And so you have a bit of chain migration in the 1950s. And then once electricity air conditioning is universal, then oh my gosh, there's a Jewish explosion in Florida. Because who wouldn't want to live in Florida except during hurricane season? So Spain is like that too. Spain is like this crazy, awful place to live under the Visigoths for hundreds of years. And then with the Muslims, all of a sudden, there's a tremendous amount of potential there. And so Jewish population begins to grow. As I mentioned earlier, this trope, this theme of the Jew as the wise and loyal servant, as iteration after iteration in Muslim literature at this time. And historically, we know of quite a few individuals. I'll just illustrate one of them who's extremely important. There is a court musician in the late 18th century whose name is Abu ibn Nasr al-Mansur. That's a Jewish name. He's a Jewish court musician. And it happens that in one of these, disruptions that happens in Baghdad, a non-Jewish musician named Ziryab is wandering through the region. When al-Mansur hears that Ziryab, not a Jewish musician, is available, he immediately urges the emir to bring him into his court. It happened that the emir at that time agreed and then promptly died, but the al-Mansur's loyalty to the advancement of culture and even caused him to argue this with the new emir, and so they brought in this person Ziryab. Now this is remarkable on many levels, but one of them is that he would naturally have a rivalry with Ziryab. I mean, if you were the court musician, why would you invite another musician to the court? And especially when you've done your job, you convinced the emir, but then the emir dies, why would you do it again with another emir? The Muslims, who at this time are great lovers of poetry and music, and we will explore this much further in the next two lectures, they were amazed with al-Mansur's dedication to the sheer genius of this man Ziryab. Ziryab, as it happened, was actually a genius who made a tremendous impact on the Muslim court by bringing a lot of Baghdadi influences to Spain. Everything from modes of dress to etiquette in gatherings to how food was eaten, literally how food was served and how food was consumed. These are all innovations or introductions from Eastern culture that Ziryab had brought to Muslim culture. And the Muslims, they actually have a very strong historical memory, and they refer back to al-Mansur as the person who brought Ziryab to America, to Spain. I was just thinking, it's like if you were to say, for example, that some professor at Touro College was the guy who brought Einstein to America, right? That would be a huge claim to fame. Not as big as Einstein's, but nevertheless, being the guy who brought Einstein to America, that's talk up pretty good thing. So there's over and over again this idea of the Jew as someone who cares about the welfare of society as a whole and acts on behalf of the society is something that you see over and over again during these 200 years. At the same time, we have to contrast this with, the only word I can use is mishigas, that Christians were engaging at this time. The 9th century in particular, when you read these things, it's hard to believe that people actually did this. But apparently, there was this whole wave in the 850s of suicide by martyrdom that Christians engaged in. The only thing I can say that's positive about it is that they didn't take anyone else with them. You know, this was not like, God forbid, a suicide bombing where other people were hurt. This is a case of suicide through martyrdom. Basically, what would they do? They would, Christian zealots, typically monks, often eunuchs, would go to, they would dress up in Muslim clothing. They would go to mosques for the Friday prayers. And just when the Muslims were at the high point of the prayers, they would stand up in the middle of the crowd and they would start reviling Muhammad. And Muslims have a tremendous allergy to this kind of speech. And they, you know, the crowds would be enraged, and sometimes they would be murdered on the spot. Sometimes they would be dragged away. In one particular case that happened in the Grand Mosque of Granada, if I remember correctly, the two monks who had committed this act had their feet and their hands and then ultimately their heads removed and their bodies displayed outside the city gates for some period of time thereafter. But can you imagine what this would be, where, you know, you would go to mosque on a typical Friday and you expect to just go home and have cholent and so on, and not cholent would be Saturday morning, but you'd go home and you'd expect to have a regular day, but then all of a sudden there's some crazy guy who gets up and starts saying terrible things about Muhammad and Allah and things like that. You know, this was a really bizarre phenomenon. So contrast the idea of these suicide, I don't know what to say about them, with the loyal and trusted Jewish servants. I mean, the Jews really were leveraging the contrast in a very positive way. You can see how ultimately they would rise to levels of authority. There was, in the 850s, also a fascinating debate, of which we have only one side, a debate between Bodo Elazar and a man named Alvaro. Bodo was a man who was actually very high up in the Gaulish court in what would be today France, and a Christian, and he ultimately forsook his faith, joined the Jewish faith, and migrated to Spain, where he ended up living in a Jewish community, marrying a Jewish wife, and so on. He took the name Elazar. And not only that, he developed the zeal of a convert, and he used his prior experience as a Christian to proselytize other Christians to become Jewish. He ended up engaging in a dialogue with a man named Alvaro, who was a Jew in Spain who had converted to Christianity. And they engaged in this back and forth literary critique of each other's letters, which were published and were circulating. Unfortunately, at some point, a Christian reader edited them, and all we have are Alvaro's responses to Bodo. But in those responses, we can read what Bodo must have argued. So we have this very hot exchange between a former Christian convert to Judaism and a former Jewish convert to Christianity. It was a dramatic thing that was happening also in the 850s. So at the same time, you have Christians getting up in the middle of the mosques and saying these things about Muhammad, you also have this extensive literary debate between two converts that actually was the talk of much of the town. Okay, so you can get a sense of how Jews are beginning slowly to kind of find their place and find their confidence in this new culture. What about internal Jewish culture on its own, separate from the Muslim development? So One of the most important things to remember about Spain at this time, these 2 centuries between 711 and say 910, is that Spain is still ultimately a periphery, right? Spain's way out over here, a tremendous amount of distance between it and what is ultimately the heartland of Jewish culture over here in the lower Euphrates and Tigris River region. This is where the academies of the Talmud are located, primarily the great academies of Sura, Pumbedita, Nahar. These are the great places where the Talmud was written, the Talmud was studied, and so on. And so Spain is way out on the outside. If you want to think of a metaphor, I would say something like, let's say, California in the 1850s. There are a few Jews there, but it's a long way between Chinese restaurants. Kosher Chinese restaurants. There are probably a lot of Chinese restaurants, but kosher Chinese. So it's like California in the 1850s. There are a few Jews there, but it's certainly not a happening place. New York would be the happening place at the time. So how do Jews move from being this bizarre, once persecuted periphery to becoming actually the leading light of the entire Jewish world only a few centuries later? It's primarily through the Talmud. The Spaniards the Sephardim have a rather special relationship with this document. It's quite a large document. As you can see here, it's printed typically in 20 volumes in the standard Vilna printing that's shown here. And it's a complex, difficult document recorded primarily in Aramaic with a heavy amount of Hebrew in the core document called the Mishnah. Requires a tremendous amount of training to be able to read it and so on. The Spaniards did not have a natural affinity for Aramaic because they originally did not speak that as their vernacular. Jews, by the way, overwhelmingly tend to adopt the non-Jewish language as their vernacular, be it English or French or what have you. And so the Jews of Spain, before the Muslims, their vernacular was Latin. It was not the Arabic or the Aramaic that was used in places east. So their attachment to the Talmud was primary, but they had very little knowledge of that. Let us also remember that the way they would have the book would look more like this, would look like a manuscript. Incredibly valuable, expensive documents, take forever to copy them, and if they ever hit a word that they didn't understand, they were really stuck. There was no one who could explain to them what these Aramaic words meant. And so they tended to view the Talmud with a tremendous degree of sanctity, perhaps even more than you would have in the East because of its unfamiliarity, its exotic nature. So the relationship with the Talmud was especially important because the primary sources of explanation was in Sura and Pumbedita, these two major sites in the Mesopotamian region. And Spain's original relationship with them, especially immediately after the end of the Visigothic period, when they're able to engage more freely in correspondence, is asking questions of the Talmudic experts in Sura and Pumbedita. This was something that's known as the responsa literature, or Shelot and Truvot in Hebrew, in which the congregations of Spain would ask questions, written questions, which would be sent first to Kairouan, again in North Africa. I don't want to show you a map right now, but basically in the kind of hump in the middle of the Mediterranean, that would be where they would send the letters, and they would sit there until there was someone traveling from Kairouan to Baghdad, and then down from Baghdad into the Talmudic regions. And then they would wait a year or 2 or 3 years for a response. When the response came, it was an occasion of tremendous celebration. And Ashtor describes with tremendous detail how the entire community would gather and they would sit cross-legged on the floor and they would wait as the message, the letter would be brought in and it would be held on a special silk pillow, and then the head of the community would take that letter and everyone would be silent as they would open it up and they would read with tremendous zeal what this letter said. And it could be the answer to a question like, you know, if you check the chicken and the gallbladder is unusually green, is that chicken still kosher? And for years, they have been wondering, can we eat these chickens or not? And now finally, here was the answer. Or more seriously, it could be something like this woman's husband went off on a business trip. He said that he'll be back in 60 days, and he hasn't come back yet. Can we declare him dead so that she may remarry? And it can be extremely important issues like that. The chicken is also important, but the naguna issue is incredibly, important and painful. And so these missives coming from Surah and Pomodita would be like occasions for huge celebrations. They would typically read it very fast the first time because everybody wants to see what exactly is in the document, and then afterwards they would pour over it for years and years and years. And in return, of course, there would be an economic relationship with Surah and Pomodita, where they would send sums back to the yeshivas for charitable purposes that cemented this long-distance relationship in an economic as well as religious manner. But it was clearly very dependent. The Spaniards did not have, the Spartans did not have the local talent to be able to read the Talmud properly, to be able to decipher it, and interpret it, and so they were heavily dependent on Surah and Pomodita. The kind of questions they asked also tended to be ones that, push comes to shove, they could wait for the answer, like the chicken question. They would typically not be able to ask rulings on civil disputes because they could not wait that long for an answer. If there was a dispute between Reuben and Shimon over, some property damage, they couldn't wait 2 years to decide who had to pay. So they would have to sort of judge based on local standards. So they really needed some local talent to be able to do these things. That local talent appeared for the first time in the person of Nachmanai Bar Habibai. Nachmanai was someone who was from the Tigris and Euphrates region, and he was considered for the position of exilarch. Exilarch is a fascinating role. That's a translation of the Aramaic term Reish Galuta, the head of the exile. The Arabs, actually, it goes back even further, the Babylonians, would recognize as the titular head of the Jewish communities of the world, hence Reish Galuta, the exilarch. The archos means ruler in Greek, so the ruler of the exile, all the Jews in exile. They would recognize one person as essentially the king of the Jews. He had to be from the Davidic dynasty, and he had to have some level of support among the Jews, but he would be recognized by the non-Jewish government as the official head of the Jewish communities. This is something separate from the heads of the academies, the Geonim, and occasionally the exilarchs and the Geonim would have disputes over one thing or another. But basically what happened in this particular story is Habibai was backed by one particular supporter named Malka. It was a man, it's not a woman's name in this case, to become the exilarch. And in fact, he did become the exilarch for a very brief period of time, and then Malka died, and he was usurped from his position and forced to wander. So like Abd al-Rahman that we saw earlier, he made his way across the coast of North Africa, and he ended up in Spain. There in Spain, he met with tremendous welcome because here was someone who knew the Talmud. And in fact, he wrote down the Talmud for the Sephardim by heart. He wrote down it, which is an incredible intellectual achievement. He's not the only person who has been associated with this skill, but you can imagine 20 volumes of material. It also speaks to the oral quality of the Talmud at that time. People would quite literally memorize pieces of Talmud. I will tell you very briefly, I hope many of you may have heard this, but there are certain people, my own Rebbe is one of them, who had this unique ability that you could put a pin on one word on one page of the top of the Talmud, and he would close his eyes, and he would tell you every word that pin would pass through on the way to the bottom of the book. It's what they call an eidetic memory, where he's able to visualize the page. And there are people with this kind of talent. Some of my own study partners would memorize pages and pages and pages of Talmud. I myself, I didn't have the Sitzfleisch, or the intellectual ability for it. But at any rate, he came and he gave them the Talmud, and they were so thrilled to have someone local who could actually work with these texts. And his particular involvement was so significant that over the course of a few centuries, ultimately they were able to develop their own students. And one of them, a man named Elazar ben Shmuel of Vicenna, made his way back to Sura, to the Babylonian academies from Spain, to be able to study at the masters there. And he was extremely useful to them because he knew much of Latin culture and was able to explain a lot of references in the Talmud, ironically, that the Babylonians did not understand. So by the end of the 8th century, you slowly begin to see, the 9th century, excuse me, you slowly begin to see the Spaniards developing their own Talmudic studies, initially quite limited, but you see the trajectory is going to be positive. And that's going to come to a culmination next week when we get to Chastai ibn Shaprut. And I'll just give you a quick teaser here. This is an individual who really cemented the advancement of Jewish studies in the Spartic lands by himself being one of these great scholars, and also by attaining tremendous wealth and power in the government. He supports scholarship to a tremendous degree, brings over many precious Talmudic manuscripts, and he ends up becoming a very important figure in the government, such that he engages in widespread correspondence, the most fascinating of which is his correspondence with King Joseph of the Khazars, this amazing community that we'll spend more time talking about next week. But at this point, I want to thank you for your endurance and your patience, and I look forward to seeing you next week. I hope you have a Shana Tova U'Metuka. Hello everyone, I hope you enjoyed that lecture. That was really a lot of fun for me doing the research, and I'm especially looking forward to next week when we're going to get into the more traditional structure of our topic for I just wanted to offer a small call to action and wish you the best for the new year. The call to action is like this. Last week's lecture got shared so many times, and we got a lot of attention, and made me feel so great to know that a lot of people were enjoying learning about the history of the Jews in Sfarad, and well, I just think that's great. In terms of the comments, most of the comments were great, very supportive, and I enjoyed them, and I learned a lot from the comments. I made a few mistakes, and people pointed them out, and that's always very helpful. So it's always a good idea to scan them to find out what I did wrong from the comments. But I just want to kind of lay out there my sort of rules for commenting, because I do have some power to delete comments and even to ban users from the channel, which I rarely do in both cases. I love it when people disagree with me, as long as they do it in a nice manner and a scholarly manner with the kind of conventions that we expect in the academy, where we can have a free and open debate and exchange of ideas. So, for example, if you feel the need to put on the caps lock, you're probably not commenting nicely. Okay? Caps, all caps make you feel like you're yelling, and nobody likes that. And then I got this great one that I decided not to delete because it was just so unusual. But another problem that I don't like comments that are ad hominem, meaning they attack me personally as a human being, or if they attack other people on the site who are commenting on the videos. That's just not nice. Nobody wants that. We can argue about ideas, argue about interpretation, but let's not argue about people, about what kind of character a person is. So here's one that says, Henry, you have the chutzpah to, and this is a comment that I made in the past, and it says, this is akin to the petty officer on a ship who finally got to pilot the vessel, at night no less, that indulges in a swig or two of gin while cruising the Strait of Malacca. And then a follow-up comment. I feel cheapened and used. I have been playing Felix under your Oscar Madison. So I'm really sorry that person feels cheapened and used. I would like to suggest that they watch some, videos about kittens and puppies, because that's going to make me feel better when I'm not feeling good. But just a note to everybody, let's leave some positive comments on the website, or at least, substantive comments that are useful for us to talk about. The second really important thing I want to offer here, like not exactly a call to action, but it's best wishes for all of you. We're going into the Jewish New Year this week, and it's traditional to offer blessings of good health, and happiness, and abundance. And I hope that all of you who enjoy these lectures, continue to grow in your knowledge of this period of history, and that you continue in all of the positive aspects of your life, both spiritually and materially, and really grateful that you continue on. Have a blessed New Year. Thank you very much.
He's a man who likes the fun of things. Kane has always been that other thing. Way more interested in hanging out with artists and actors.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we've got a fantastic lecture. I have to tell you, I spent way too much time reading about Hebreo-Hispanic poetry, and I'm so over the top in love with this stuff. Today we will speak a little bit about it in the context of this amazing individual named Chasdai ibn Shaprut. Next week we're going to speak even more when we get to Shmuel ibn Agrela, Shmuel HaNagid, but it is an absolutely fantastic topic, and the more I learn about it, the more I feel that we absolutely are totally charged, and authorized, and demanded to offer a high-quality liberal arts education to our
Big dog.
Because
how you living?
How do I mute the? Okay.
You click it, and then you press mute.
Press mute.
You hold it down. Do you have an Android or an iOS?
Android.
Okay, click on it and hold it down.
Okay, I click on it. Wait, say what you mean.
How you living?
Holding it down.
Okay. Can you mute? Now you should have options that say mute. Okay, here's what you do. Click on it, like when it's in the Discord, so that you view the profile.
Yeah.
And then scroll lower, and it'll say mute, or you turn down the volume. Dog, do you see it? Okay. Here's what you do. Do you see that it says 24/7 live stream, and I have 2 accounts in here? Click on the account that.
Otherwise, I can't hear it, so it doesn't matter.
Well, because I muted it here. If I turn it on, now it does.
Because how could you go through life without encountering poetry of this nature? I made it so far into my 50s, and I'm amazed. Now I see that life is going to be totally different, as we shall see shortly.
Right. So
anyways,
just figure
tonight's
this out,
lecture is on
dog.
Chasdai ibn Shaprut, who in many ways is the foundational figure in the famed Spanish Golden Age. Chasdai ibn Shaprut himself was not a great creator of literature or of scholarship, but he set the motion. He set the pieces in motion to allow for this efflorescence of culture that would take over the entire peninsula, and in fact would inspire Jews for centuries to come. So his role is pivotal in understanding the development of the Golden Age, and I hope to outline for you the various ways in which his activity was so important. So let's start with some of the good and welfare information.
Dog. Did you find it?
Yep.
You found the mute? Did you find the mute?
Let's check this one. Can you talk?
Yo, pimp.
Are you talking?
Yeah, here, I'll turn the thing on.
Information. We have some cool things for tonight. First of all, tonight's lecture is sponsored by a major in the U.S. Armed Forces, in the Navy, the Air Force.
Were you able to mute it?
Everyone, no. that specifically.
Yeah, you can. You're not doing it right. Okay, here's what you do. Do you see that account that has that professor on it?
Yeah.
Now, don't click the video. Look in the Discord where it says 24/7 live stream. Do you see that?
Oh, yeah.
Now click that account that has the professor on it.
Okay. Open chat.
No, not open chat. Just the account has a circular avatar and a name. Do you see it?
Yeah.
Now, once you see it, like pretend like you were going to send it a message and scroll down at the actions. One should say, like, mute this user or turn down their volume.
Which one is it?
I think it's the one with the 2 exclamation points.
Okay, I think it's this one.
2 exclamation points.
Is it? Okay. And I can go mute?
Yeah, so you have to scroll down once you look at the profile.
Yeah.
Do you see it?
Yeah, I'm on the purple right now.
Okay, what are your options?
Message, voice call, video call, pending. From the best.
Let me see. Just one moment. You're gonna make me do this on a fucking Android device, aren't you? Just one moment.
Why did they make it so annoying?
That's a good question, Zoo.
Do I block?
No, you don't block.
Put on mute.
Just calm down, dude. I'll find it. Calm down.
You talking?
Calm down.
I just muted it.
Oh, you figured it out?
I think I just muted it.
Did you mute it?
Yeah.
Well, let's test it.
He prefers to remain anonymous.
Can you hear
so
it?
I'm not going to divulge his name, but he's long been a fan of these lectures, and in particular, he is
Can you hear it?
moved by the fact that my eldest son, Alexander, has decided to become a Chayil Boded, a lone soldier. He's gone to make Aliyah. He lives in Israel now to join the Israel Defense Forces and to do his part for the Jewish people there. So he calls himself in his pseudonym this.
Well, don't mute
this
me.
major
Mute the
in
other
US
one,
Air
dog.
Force, the Chayil Boded, Arkansas, which is where he's stationed right now. Here's a picture of Alexander on one of his lone tours. Here he is at Mitzpeh Ramon in the south, and he's
Zoo, can you hear me?
The 2 exclamation marks.
That's what
I just muted it.
That's what I said like 15 times.
I just muted it.
Okay, are you ready to lose at mini golf?
Yeah, keep things down in the town.
Dude, is that my fucking fault?
Yes, it is your fault. You have to take as an account.
Why did you lose access to your previous Play-Doh account? Why did you lose access to your previous Play-Doh account?
Because it's on my phone and you can't log in.
Why can't you log in?
Any?
Yeah, you just do it through an email.
Oh.
Do you want me to walk you through it?
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, because you want all that other backed up data. Okay, do you have your other phone with you?
don't need it.
Okay, are you ready to lose at mini golf?
I don't know what fucking email I use this one.
You might not have signed up with one. That's what I'm saying. Zoo, go get your other phone and go look, and you'll be able to look in your settings if you used an email address. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right, I'll wait on you.
No, I'm gonna put my own account.
Okay, so do I send it to your original one?
My new account.
Why aren't you using your original one?
Because I'm my new phone.
I know. Why don't you log into your old Play-Doh profile on your new phone?
I don't use this.
Why not?
This is a scam.
It's not a scam. To whom? You're not making any sense. Zoo, you're not making any sense. Let's back it up and let's clear our heads. Why don't you want to log into your old account on your new phone? Zoo, why don't you want to log in to your old account on your new phone? Zoo.
God willing, is going to do great things in his life and in the military, in particular, protecting the people of Israel. Another cool thing is that as of just about 2 hours ago, all of the lectures of this series are sponsored. Thank God we received the last sponsorship just a few hours ago, so I will not irritate you anymore. And those of you on the internet, asking you to sponsor these lectures and support our students. Now I would just irritate you asking to give money to the scholarship fund for our students and not connected to any specific lecture. But thank God there's been a really positive response. I want to share with you this chart, which YouTube sent to me the other day. This is the number of likes I received on my most popular lecture in the last 6 months over the first week. And this blue line here is the number of likes for the first lecture in the series, Origins of Sephardic Jewry, which is pretty amazing. The first lecture of the series, I don't really know what I'm talking about. I'm making it up as I go along. But thank God there are obviously a lot of people who are enjoying learning about Sephardic Jewish history, and I'm very grateful to be the vehicle for that. One last good and welfare information. This is really important to me personally. On Monday, October 30th, that's in our regular schedule, we are going to interrupt our lectures for a book launch. I'm really happy to announce that my next book is going to be coming out, God willing. It's a really special book. I'm going to present a lecture on the subject, and copies of the book will be available for sale if you want. Proceeds will go, of course, to the scholarship fund. It's about the writings of a rabbi named Kalonymus Kalmus Shapira, who lived in the Warsaw Ghetto. In 1943, when he realized that the war was going to mean his death, along with the vast majority of the Jews of Warsaw, he buried his writings in this milk container where they were discovered in the rubble of the ghetto in 1950 and published eventually in Hebrew under the title Eish Kodesh. And that's what he's known as, the Eish Kodesh, for this remarkable series of 86 sermons delivered in the Warsaw Ghetto from September 1939 with annotations right up until January of 1943. My small contribution to the scholarship, which is considerable on Eish Kodesh, my small contribution is I have looked at the micro history of the ghetto, and I have compared what happened in the ghetto that specific week, street by street, to understand what the Rebbe's otherwise veiled and opaque sermons actually meant. And I found that a very positive response to these, and I hope to share more with you about that later. But that's it for the Good and Welter. Monday, October 30th, I hope that you all come. There will be free food, so I hope you'll join us. All right, let's go to our subject proper, though. Chastai Ibn Shaprut. In many ways, he conforms to the paradigm that we've seen before of the wise and loyal Jewish servant to the Muslim emir. We've seen that now for 2 weeks, that this is sort of a trope that repeats itself. But Chastai ibn Shaprut is one of the greatest of all of them. He came from a traditional Jewish family living in this region here. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. I think it's Jaén, perhaps. Does anyone know Spanish well? I'm guessing. It's not called Pinsk. But I thought that was funny. I'll probably cut that out of the internet maybe. But he comes from a wealthy Jewish family here, and he made his way to Cordoba. His education was fairly traditional. The curriculum was basically a regular yeshiva education, primarily focused on the Bible. And as we shall see later on in today's lecture, Bible is of crucial importance to Spanish Jews, perhaps even more than anyone except the Karaites further east. The study of Bible is paramount and has a tremendous influence on the development of Spanish grammarians in particular. His father also took care, father, a wealthy merchant, to give him a well-rounded secular education, and that meant a lot of languages. He spoke Arabic, Latin, and Romance, which is essentially a popular form of Latin that was used in popular commerce and would later, have an influence on the development of colloquial Spanish. And the ultimate type of profession that Jews went into historically and in many ways today was, of course, medicine. He eventually hung up his shingle as a doctor. We should understand that back then, medicine was really quite different. anyone could hang up a shingle and just say, I'm a doctor. It was based quite heavily on studying the Greek classics, often in one or another translation. And it was very dietary in nature, very homeopathic in nature. Surgery was a totally different type of function that, in fact, physicians and surgeons often did not get along with each other, and they consider really two different branches of medicine. So he went into medicine, and he essentially practiced a lot of diet recommendations, lifestyle recommendations, things of that nature. And he enjoyed quite a bit of success at the time. In particular, and by the way, there's like an interesting synergy between his classical training in languages and medicine, because it allowed him more access to the Latin greats like Galen and so on. In particular, he is associated with the discovery of the secret ingredients in something called teriaca, which is this medieval potion. Actually goes back really to the ancient times, the 1st century, which was this complicated potion that was supposed to be a panacea that would take care of everything from hemorrhoids to acid reflux to you name it. Everything you can imagine, you would take care of it with this teriaca. Unfortunately, many of the ingredients, which include things like boiled snake skin and bizarre types of herbs and things like that, they were very difficult to find, and even sometimes more difficult to identify. But he produced a potion of this nature that had quite a bit of popularity, and as a result, he rose in stature as a physician. And as you would probably anticipate, this happened to many Jewish figures throughout medieval period. He ended up serving the royal household. He was brought in to the court of Abd al-Rahman III, who ruled for quite a long time, from 912 to 951. I have a feeling I got that age wrong. I think it might be 961. But for a very long time, one of the things about having a single ruler for such a long stretch of time is that it tends to mean both very draconian styles of rulership, very brutal and often militaristic and coercive style of rulership, but at the same time generates great stability. You can see that throughout history. You look, for example, at Stalin. Very, very long rule. Many people were very unhappy under Stalin's rule, but at the same time, the Soviet Union did have a remarkable degree of stability, even throughout the war years. Slow decline, to be sure, but stability. Roman emperors and so on. So we see this under Abd al-Rahman. Very hard on his enemies, very brutal, crushing Christian rebellions throughout the region, but at the same time, really allowing for a great deal of stability, which is the main element that Jews as a minority really value when they live in a society. The worst enemy, as we mentioned many times, the worst enemy of the Jews is anarchy. That's what really destroys the society, and that does not allow the Jews to participate actively. He's appointed to the royal court, and he ends up doing very well, of course, as we would anticipate, but he didn't leave it right there. He was eventually, because he showed so much intelligence and his sagacity, he was appointed to oversee customs and imports. This was not the prime government position. Typically, Jews who rose to the top of government would become minister of finance, but it was still a very important position in the government. And it also allowed him lots of commerce, literally, with foreigners who are coming to the Iberian Peninsula with various goods and services. So that allowed him even more contact that would eventually morph into a diplomatic career. He eventually would play roles for Abd al-Rahman III in far-flung diplomatic trips, both on his own and also through envoys who would engage in negotiations, especially with Christian kings out in the Byzantine Empire and also in the European kingdoms as well. Let us recall that this is a period of time where there is slowly escalating conflict between Christians and Muslims, which will come to a tremendous flashpoint at the end of the 11th century with the Crusades. But Jews actually have fairly free passage in all of these kingdoms because they are not viewed primarily as the other, the same way a Muslim would regard a Christian as an enemy or a Christian as a Muslim as an enemy. The Jews were a minority that were non-threatening And furthermore, Jews had international contacts because there was a scattering of them throughout the entire Mediterranean basin. They could always show up in a town as strangers, go to shul, and expect to make contacts. They had a common language. They had a common cultural system. They were able to get Shabbos invitations, and it was something that was very useful for Jews. Christians and Muslims could not rely on the same kind of international social network, so it meant that Jews could engage very heavily in diplomatic activity and also in commercial activity. There was an interesting synergy between his medical and his diplomatic work in a couple of cases. In one case, the Byzantine emperor sent as a gift to Abd al-Rahman a first century text called the Materia Medica, a medical text, which was in Greek. And the Spaniards could not read Greek. They had some Latin, and of course they were speaking Arabic. So they needed to pull in a team of translators to work through this textbook. Chasta ibn Shaprut was put on those team of translators, improving his personal knowledge of Greek, which would serve him in good stead for his diplomatic work, but also really expanding his medical knowledge, because a major part of this book was the identification of various herbs and spices and natural vegetation that would be used in various cures. Here you can see a copy of it with blackberry, and if you didn't know the vernacular name for a particular plant in a particular society, you wouldn't be able to read this document very well at all. So he was able to put together with the Greek translators from the Byzantine Empire a version of this that would be very useful in Abd al-Rahman's kingdom. The same thing would happen, by the way, with Maimonides, who composed a similar type of document in Egypt. Another interesting sort of synergy is, and it's kind of a bizarre and funny story, but I'll tell you the short version of it. There was a queen of Leon who was known as Queen Toda or Queen Tota. The D's and the T's are sometimes switched in the documents. And she was displaced from the throne, and she wanted to reintroduce her grandson, Sancho. In other documents, he is her nephew. But Sancho has a lot of problems making his way to the center of power. Among them, he has very poor health because he's extremely overweight. And Queen Toda is like beside herself trying to figure out how to get Sancho to lose weight. She's tried everything, bright line eating and keto and everything. Nothing works. And so she takes him to, and this was a tremendous diplomatic coup, because here is a Christian queen, who is seeking out a Muslim ruler's help because he has a really good Jewish doctor. And in fact, that's what happens. She brings down Sancho to Cordoba, and Chasta ibn Shaprut treats him, and Hitaka loses a lot of weight. And she, in return, gives 10 fortresses from Leon into the hands of Abd al-Rahman. So this is another kind of personal victory that was an interesting combination of his diplomatic and his historical talents. Fascinating kind of individual. And that's basically describing his rise to power. He definitely reached some of the heights for Jews at the time, but if this were the end of the story, he would be like dozens, maybe even hundreds of Jews in many of these principalities. The rest of the story is really what makes Chasta ibn Shaprut so special. First of all, he took tremendous care to use his position for far-flung Jewish communities who are often under distress, often oppressed by local rulers. We know a lot of this because of the amazing documents that have come out of the Cairo Geniza. I would like to take a brief minute to talk about the Cairo Geniza. For those of you who have been to my lectures before, I apologize for the repetition, but this is like one of the greatest finds in medieval history that we have worldwide. It happens to be a Jewish find, and it is so incredible that it really deserves retelling. So first of all, the basic story, and I won't take too long with this, there's this synagogue called the Ben Ezra Synagogue that is outside of Fostat in old Egypt. And the Jews who lived in this region had an unusual habit. Anything written in Hebrew characters, which would include, by the way, Arabic, because Jews are writing Arabic in Hebrew characters, or anything with even a throwaway mention or allusion to the name of God, such as the phrase Baruch Hashem, which heads many documents, even secular documents. Religious Jew might put at the top, Baruch Hashem, meaning blessed is God. These documents would be preserved out of fear of transgressing the commandment not to take God's name in vain and not to destroy the name of God. These documents are called Shemos, which means literally names, because they refer to the name of God. And anything that discusses Torah would be included within this concept of Shemos. So the way that these documents are halakhically handled by Jewish law is they have to be buried. They have to be placed in a Jewish cemetery, and from time to time they're all collected up and put away like that, just as Torah scrolls are and things like that. So in this community, they were very, very strict about this for about 500 years. They did not throw away a scrap of paper that had any reference whatsoever to God on it, even if it was just Baruch Hashem, or if it had Hebrew letters on it. They stowed it away in an attic. You can see the ladder up to the attic here in the Ben Ezra synagogue. Here's a little reconstruction from the Beit HaTfutzot Museum in Israel of what it must have looked like, where they're handing up, all kinds of little scraps of paper, which could be anything. They could be, we have actually autographed copies of Maimonides. I'll show you one example of it in a second. We have in the Geniza shopping lists. Honey, please pick up a few pita and some baba ganoush on the way home. Incredible numbers of contracts and business deals and receipts, and every single little piece of documentation that is associated with daily life is included in the Cairo Geniza for about 500 years, and then it was shut up and it was not touched for close to half a millennium until the 19th century was discovered. So, fascinating story. These two sisters from England, intrepid non-Jewish sisters, came and discovered it, brought a few copies back. Ultimately, they were divided up among 4 universities. Here is Solomon Schechter working with Geniza fragments. You can see they're just all over these tables here. They're little tiny pieces of documents, not necessarily paper, could be vellum, could be papyrus, could be parchment, and they are deteriorated, so they're falling apart, and it's like a massive, incredibly huge jigsaw puzzle trying to put these things back together and figure out what they said. And scholars are still working on that today. Incidentally, there's a great project. I can't remember the name of it right now. You'll have to Google it. But you can help with this project. You can actually go online, you get a free account, and they will ask you, because there's literally hundreds of thousands of fragments, they will ask you, they'll put a thing on the screen, they'll say, is this Hebrew or another language? And you'll click whatever language, if you know it's Hebrew. Is it upside down? And you click yes or no. And is it left to right? You click it. And it's basically crowdsourcing this massive project. And as you run out of knowledge, like I don't know how to read this, it gets passed up to a next level of experts who are able to sort through those documents and eventually find what they are. At any rate, here is, for example, one of these rare documents found in the Geniza. Right here is the name Moshe Bar Maimon. This is the actual signature of Maimonides himself. It's incredible to imagine they found these things. And here's also a children's alphabet primer that was tossed in the Geniza as well. So from the Geniza, we have an incredible view of the totality of life's experience in Cairo and in the region at the time. What do we find in the Geniza? We find all kinds of documents about Chasta ibn Shaprut's activity. And don't forget, this is basically located outside of Cairo. He lived in Spain, but we have documents there, people bringing documents from Chasta ibn Shaprut saying, hey, take this to this particular local noble or this particular prince or king and tell him that, we here in Spain are very unhappy with how he's treating this Jewish community, or he sends advice to these other Jewish communities, or there are letters that may have been intercepted and left there in Cairo. People are asking Chasta ibn Shaprut for help, but we know that he was like an incredibly major international player of the 10th century because there are all these documents in the Cairo Geniza attesting to his activity on a micro scale, but over the entire range of Jewish settlement. So this is a person who is, heroic in his indefatigable, that's a good word, he is heroic in his tireless efforts to rescue Jews all over the world. He was like a Moses Montefiore type of person, several hundred years before Montefiore lived. And that's what we see primarily from the Cairo Geniza. And it says a lot about what kind of person he was. Among his great interests on the status of Jewish populations throughout the world was the unusual story of the region called Khazaria. And this is perhaps where he is best known as a diplomat. We're not exactly sure how these diplomatic missions really turned out. As you shall see from the story that I'll describe to you, they sort of end in dead ends, but they are tantalizing in their details. Basically, what is Khazaria? It is this region north of the Caspian Sea over here that apparently converted to Judaism en masse in the 8th century. A phenomenal story, hard to believe, but in fact, we have so many documents from many different societies attesting, without, remarking on it in any particular way, that, yeah, there's this Jewish kingdom called Khazaria. Jewish Khazars come to Kiev, for example, and negotiate with local leaders there. There are Khazars that are passing back and forth throughout the region. Visitors go to Khazaria and describe their experiences there and so on. And it's kind of bizarre because are you telling me there's a whole Jewish kingdom in the Central Asian region? And, what happened to them? And how did they get to be Jewish? And how come they just sort of like vanished? So there's many, many questions associated with it. I will tell you at the outset that if you're interested, I have a couple of hour-long lectures on Khazaria that you can watch in greater detail. Some scholars, including the very noted historian Shaul Stampfer, believes that it didn't happen at all, that all of these various attestations that we have to the Jewish nature of Khazaria are simply legends that were believed by credulous Jews at one time or another. And he argues for a very minimalist approach to the Jewish character of Khazaria. I personally think he's stretching that argument a little too much. He is a much greater historian than I, though, so it's incumbent upon me to at least invoke his name before I disagree with him. On the other hand, there are many scholars who feel that, yes, Khazaria did convert, but it was a very thin conversion that was primarily at the highest levels of society, and it was done primarily for geopolitical reasons. The Khazars were a Turkic tribe who were polytheistic, and in the 8th century, they were hard-pressed by the advance of the monotheistic Muslim movement from the south and the already existing Christian movement to their west. And according to this line of thinking, which you'll find many older scholars like Dunlop would purport to believe in, the reason the Khazars converted is because they felt that by adopting Judaism, they could attain some level of independence and would not be swallowed up in the Muslim or in the Christian worlds. The idea was that by maintaining their own faith, they would be able to, establish themselves as distinct. Hopefully, the Christians didn't hate the Jews as much as they hated Muslims. The Muslims didn't hate the Jews as much as they hated Christians, and so on. And they felt that they could attain some level of normalcy. And we also don't know, by the way, what kind of Jewish were they? It may have been only at the top strata of society, but were they Rabbinites or were they Karaites? We'll come back to this idea of who the Karaites a little later, but were they like traditional Talmudic Jews, or were they some kind of sectarian movement that rejected the Talmud? We have very little data about this, but the various encounters that we do record about Khazarians seem to indicate that they were not well educated, which would definitely support the idea that if they converted, it was only at the very highest levels, and it was probably not terribly sincere, and it was certainly not very well entrenched in the broader Jewish movement. But let's take this from the, well, actually, I'll just show you a couple of examples here. So here's some, it's probably, the Khazars are most well known, of course, by a book that was written a couple centuries after Chasdai ibn Shabrut, the Kuzari, which is by Rabbi Yehuda Halevi. We'll spend a whole hour speaking about him later. He's a fascinating individual, and actually I have one of his poems to read you. He wrote this brilliant philosophical treatise, and he used the story of the Khazar conversion as the pretext for the plot of the story. The plot of the story, which is based on the legend, is that the Khazar king was sort of troubled about faith, and he sought to have a three-way dialogue, or a trialogue, I guess, with the representatives of the world's major religions. And he has this debate, Muslims, Christians, and Jews, and ultimately decides to become Jewish himself and take the entire kingdom with him. For Yehuda Halevi, he used this as an opportunity to discuss the relative merits of Islam, Judaism, and Christianity, and we'll explore why he did that and how he did that in a couple of weeks. But for the time being, that's probably the way that the Kuzari is most well known. It is interesting to point out, however, that the people of Rus, Kievan Rus, who were later the Russian Empire, considered that their foundational empire. Also, the Belarusians and the Ukrainians claim Kievan Rus as their mother culture. They have a very similar story in their primary chronicle called the Povest Ramen Yechlet, in which the King Vladimir, he also has, representatives from all the world's great faiths come speak with him. And it includes, by the way, two versions of Christians, both the Roman Catholics and the Eastern Orthodox, and Muslims, and Khazarian Jews. And they have this big kind of four-way debate, and Vladimir ends up choosing Orthodox Christianity. Ironically, he comes very close to becoming Jewish. Can you imagine what history would have been like had he done this? But when he found out that Israel was destroyed and the Jews were exiled, he says, no, that's not for me. He also came not quite as close to Islam, but when he found out that Muslims forbid alcohol, he said, no, not going to happen here. But he ended up choosing Orthodox Christianity. Now, that particular version of the story, again, it's the core legend of the conversion of the Ukrainians, Russians, and Belarusians to Christianity in the year 988, but it's clearly modeled on the Khazarian legend. These are kinds of things that lend some credence to the concept, if you like. But when we look for any more evidence, it's very hard to find. Like, for example, there's this pendant found there, which has a very clear Star of David on it. But the problem is the Star of David was not a well-known Jewish symbol at all until several hundred years later. So we read this six-pointed star anachronistically and say, oh, look at that, Jewish. But in fact, it's an unreliable symbol. And in fact, when we look at the various stones found from Sarkel, which is a Khazar region, all of these are pretty typical Turkic kind of icons. Here's the umbrella icon, for example, spiderweb icon. That looks a little bit like a menorah over there, but it's hard to identify anything that is indubitably Jewish in all of these pictures. But at the same time, to close this argument, we do have from the Geniza some amazing documents that really speak to the Khazar kingdom. For example, this letter here, called the Khazar document, because or the Kievan document, excuse me, it's written in Hebrew, and it is essentially a letter of introduction for a charity collector, a tzedakah collector, known colloquially as a schnorrer, in Kiev, asking for money for his family, his Khazarian family, back home in Kiev. And it is perfectly similar to ones that we have even in the 21st century, talking about his qualities and how deserving he is of charitable support from local Jews. And it's signed by a whole bunch of authorities from the Khazarian Jewish community in Kiev, including this interesting signature, which is blown up at the top, that is written in Turkic runes, not in Hebrew, meaning the leaders of the Jewish community there, some of them were so ignorant in Hebrew that they had to sign their name in runes rather than in Hebrew letters. They could not even put their own name on it. There it says, by the way, we have read it in runic. So it doesn't say his name, but the literacy level is low. So obviously they must have had a scribe to write this, things like that. Nevertheless, taking this all together, let's go back to Chastai ibn Shaprut. And when he first heard legends about Khazaria, Chastai ibn Shaprut was fascinated. We're talking now about the 940s. And he was just, the concept, here he is, a high-ranking minister in a Muslim authority, a Muslim court in Spain, and he's always working hard to help this Jewish community over here in France, and this one in Italy, and this one in North Africa. But wouldn't it be amazing if there was a Jewish community that was all Jews, that was ruled by Jews, that Jews had sovereignty? Would it not mean perhaps that the Messiah was at hand? And so he would always ask travelers and diplomats coming to Spain, hey, especially those coming from Constantinople, have you heard of this country? What do you know about it? Are they really Jewish there? And in fact, he collected a lot of information based on simply being in charge of the imports and the ports. At one point, he eventually wrote a long letter to the Khazars, hoping to get a full response from the leaders of the Khazar nation themselves, and he sent it all the way to Constantinople. Let's look at the map here to understand it. So here he is in the Iberian Peninsula here in the southern part in Cordoba, and Constantinople is right over here at a strait called the Bosporus, which separates the Black Sea from the Mediterranean here. So what he did was he sent this long letter. It went throughout North Africa, and this is very primitive kind of postal system where you have to know people there, and you have to hope that a letter gets to where you're sending it. It might take years to travel along these sea routes, and eventually it got to Constantinople with his messenger Isaac Bar Nathan. He had enough money that he could actually send a messenger all the way out to Constantinople. However, Constantinople at that time under the Byzantine Empire was they had very testy relations with the Khazars, and they were very concerned that perhaps this letter might have led to a political alliance between Spain and Khazaria. And so Constantinople would not allow, the Byzantine emperor would not allow Isaac Bar Nathan to make his way to Khazaria, to their capital, which is supposed to be on Itil at the northern part of the Caspian Sea. They sent him back. And so he carried the letter all the way over there and then had to bring it back. Luckily, while he was there, Isaac Bar Nathan did interview many Jews who were travelers and got the whole story in Khazaria from people who had been there. And although he never got the word itself from Khazaria, he was able to at least bring back much more detailed responses to Hasdai ibn Shaprut, who was delighted to hear what he could and fascinated even more. So Hasdai decides he's going to try again. And this time he's going to avoid the maritime route. He's going to go overland. And he sent another set of documents, this time with messengers going throughout Europe. We don't exactly know what happened with that second mission. A couple hundred years later, an account circulates in Europe of a response from a King Joseph of Khazaria. The only problem is because there's a gap of a couple hundred years, we don't know if that response was a later forgery or whether it was an honest copy of what King Joseph replied. His reply is absolutely fantastic. His reply says so much about the detailed life of how the people of Khazaria became Jewish, a story of secret Torah scrolls in a cave, and incredible amounts of detailed information, but could be, complete medieval fabrications. We simply don't know. Nevertheless, it tells you a lot about Hasdai ibn Shaprut's personal nationalistic leanings and his desire to be associated with this kingdom in the Far East. I will also mention at this point that we have very authentic documents of Hasdai's questions to Khazaria, recorded by his personal secretary, that clearly indicate that he has been collecting these legends and bases his questions on what he's heard about the legends, and he's very interested in their national status, in their political power, in their economic reach, a lot of things that could lead ultimately to a much larger involvement of Spain and Spanish Jews in Khazaria, would those documents to have been responded to appropriately. But that's a story of his association with Khazaria. I'd like now to turn to the part of this lecture that just took way too much time to prepare because I was having so much fun, and that was his specific association with scholarship. There are a couple of areas where he made central contributions. First of all, as a very wealthy man, with many contacts throughout the region, he paid a special care to purchase as many manuscripts of Hebrew documents that he could find. And we have a lot of documentation in the Geniza that are receipts for things that Chasdai ibn Shaprut wanted to buy, manuscripts he hoped to collect, and things like that. They eventually made their way to Spain. And recall that Spain is emerging from its peripheral status at the far west of the known world, and so he's trying to seed it with the essential texts of scholarship. He also, besides pulling in documents to Spain, he sent a lot of funds to the central communities in the Mesopotamian region, in particular Sura and Pumbedita, the great yeshivas, and they were heavily dependent on Spanish funds at this point. It shows you how the economic relationship had changed so dramatically in just a few hundred years that, the Visigothic era, when the Spanish Jews, the Sephardim, were really, in the far outreaches of society and had very little to contribute and were rather helpless. And now it is 400 or 500 years later, and Chasdai ibn Shaprut is one of the main contributors to these central institutions. And in fact, they're staying alive primarily because of Chasdai ibn Shaprut's contributions. But he also sponsored scholarship close to home, the most important scholar of which was a man named Rabbi Moshe ben Chanoch, who was a rabbi from southern Italy whose ship was captured by pirates. He's often referred to in the legend of the 4 shipwrecked rabbis, because there were 3 other rabbis on the boat with him, and they ended up being dispersed throughout the Mediterranean. What ended up happening, they were captured by pirates, and the pirates demanded ransom from them. This was, by the way, a very common thing throughout the medieval period, in some places really up until the 17th and 18th century, where Jews would be taken captive, and the surrounding Jewish communities, wherever they would surface, would be duty-bound by Jewish law to redeem them. It's a very big mitzvah called Pidyon Shvuyim, a very large commandment called the redemption of captives. And in fact, the Talmud says that, you can sell a synagogue to redeem captives. It's like a very, very high priority to take a Jew out of slavery. When Chasdai ibn Shaprut heard that there was this, distinguished individual, his son as well, who were taken into captivity, he immediately expended great effort to redeem him. And then when he heard of what a scholar he was, that this was a very educated Talmudist, far beyond Chasdai ibn Shaprut's own abilities, he immediately installed him in Cordoba, where the local head rabbi immediately gave up his seat in favor of Moshe ben Chanoch. And Moshe ben Chanoch ended up becoming the primary teacher of the Jews of Cordoba and really establishing it as a major Jewish center of learning afterwards. So these are, in many ways, he was responsible for that initial seed of Jewish learning in Cordoba in the 10th century. But here's my favorite part now. Without a doubt, the most heated scholarly debate that went on in the 10th century and continued to some degree for a couple centuries afterwards was the debate between Menachem ben Saruk and Dunash ben Labrat. These are 2 Hebrew grammarians who had close association with Chasdai ibn Shaprut, even though for one of them it would end in disaster. Menachem ben Saruk came to Cordoba at the invitation of Chasdai ibn Shaprut to become his personal secretary. He composed a lot of his letters, including the famous letter to the Chazars. We know that it was Menachem ben Saruk because it's very common custom that the first letters in a Hebrew missive would form an acrostic of the name of the author. So some of them say Chasdai ibn Shaprut, Menachem ben Saruk immediately afterwards, his own, and it was, a huge, almost poetic kind of letter. He was a scholar who spent most of his energy focused on the Hebrew language. And one of the features of Hebrew that he pioneered was the idea of a common shoresh or root to Hebrew words. The vast majority of Hebrew words have a 3-letter root, a trilateral root. And these 3 letters can be combined with infixes, prefixes, and suffixes to inflect the verb and put it into various tenses, numbers, and various levels of, well, I'm not sure what the right word in English is, but they can change the word, the three-letter root, to mean all kinds of different things that are somehow related to the core meaning of that word. So Menachem ben Saruk, he opined that there was as few as one letter in these roots and as many as 5, even though the vast majority of them are 3. And he began to create a grammar around his basic analysis of the Hebrew roots. We should recall this is incredibly important. I mean, we should recall that Hebrew had ceased to be a living language now for about 800 years. It was a language only of scholarship, and there are all kinds of phrases in the Bible whose meaning was simply lost. In particular, the so-called hapax legomenon, words that occur only once in the Bible. So when you have a word like that, and you're not sure what it means, you have nowhere else to compare it. You have no passage to say, oh, it means this over here, it means that over there. It must mean that they're related to each other. So Menachem ben Saruk devoted tremendous energy trying to figure out each one of these words' meanings based on the roots and so on, and he achieved really quite a bit of success. He also was a poet of some note, but in the traditional Hebrew poetic style that we will explore shortly. His younger rival was a man named Dunash ben Labrat, who was a vicious opponent of Menachem ben Saruk. And he ridiculed him openly and with a very biting poetic style, such that a huge controversy swirled between the two of them over, literally, how many letters form the root of a given Hebrew word. And Dunash ibn Labrat actually wrote a book detailing 80 mistakes in one of Menachem ben Saruk's first works, with the intent of dragging his name through the mud. It was a really bitter, scholarly, personal animus between these two great grammarians that went on literally for decades. Perhaps the hottest part of it, though, was not about grammar, although I've given you kind of an overview of that, but it was about poetry. And it's amazing to me that people felt so passionate about poetry that they would devote their lives to attacking their poetic enemies and defending their poetic heroes. Let me just give you a little taste of some of the debate. We'll return to this again next week because it was a major part in the life of Hispano-Jewish society. Let us recall that the Sfaradim loved poetry to a degree that we find difficult to imagine. They would have gatherings that were devoted exclusively to the recital of new poems. They had poems of tremendous depth. They would have poetry slams, what we'd have today. We have challenge poems where they would all get together and agree that they're going to write a poem on a particular theme, and then they would see who can compose on the spot the greatest poem. Letters were exchanged in poetry. Poems were purchased. Poems were commissioned. It was a huge industry that, the only thing we have to compare to it today is maybe Hollywood movies. The way in which people are fascinated with movies and movie stars, that's how the Sephardim were about poetry. They loved poetry with a tremendous depth. And the greatest controversy in poetry in the 10th century was between Menachem ben Saruk and Dunash ibn Labrat over whether or not to adopt Arabic meter. Wow. Now, let me try and just back this up a little bit. I'll give you a couple of examples to it. Hebrew poetry, classical Hebrew poetry, as ultimately expressed in Menachem ben Saruk's writings, was fairly primitive when compared to Arabic poetry. In Hebrew poetry, only stressed syllables are counted for the meter, so they're fairly stable. And the rhyming system tends to be very simplistic. It's called a monorhyme, if there is a rhyme at all. Quite often it's just prose poetry, but a monorhyme is pretty much the only traditional form of rhyme. Let me give you an example of that. And I'm going to take you a little bit out into secular culture. I hope you don't mind. Here's a song by Bruno Mars. He's a contemporary Sephardic poetry. No, not Sephardic. He is Spanish, but not Sephardic. And the lyrics go, I'd catch a grenade for ya. For ya means like for you. Throw my head on a blade for ya. I jump in front of a train for ya. You know I'd do anything for ya. Right? Like all of these lines have this same ending for ya. If it was only for ya, it would not be a rhyme because anyone can stick the same word to the end of a sentence. But the syllable immediately preceding it all rhyme. So you have to stretch a little bit. Thang, train, blade, nade, right? But that's the idea of it. Now, this is a part this is a bonus for you. We're going to actually listen to Bruno Mars sing it so you can hear the meter. In the internet version, because of copyright rules, I can't just put his video on my video. Like, I often take Stephen King books, put my name on it and my address on it. No, I can't do that. So I'll put the link in the YouTube though. So here's Bruno Mars singing Grenade. You get the sense it's a fairly common rhyme. Now it can be extremely beautiful. I'm going to read you another example. This is from Yehuda Halevi, one of the greatest poets of all time, certainly of the Jewish world. And this is an extremely powerful poem called On the Death of a Daughter. They didn't actually have titles of the poetry in the Andalusian period. They used the first line as the title. And so this is kind of the translation of, by the way, brilliant translation by Hillel Halkin, who also wrote a great biography on Yehuda Halevi. And here you can see at the end of each line, by the way, I should also tell you that this poem, typically poems like dirges like this were commissioned. In fact, one of the reasons why Chasdai ibn Shaprut was so attached at first to Menachem ben Saruk was because when Chasdai's mother died, that night around midnight, 1 a.m., he made his way to Menachem ben Saruk's home to hire him to write an elegy for his mother, and he found Menachem ben Saruk hard at work at his desk, writing exactly that poem for Chasdai's mother. And he said to him, your kindness will not be forgotten until it was forgotten, as we shall see. So this could easily be one of those funereal poems that was commissioned, but it's quite likely, argues Hillel Halkin very convincingly, that this is probably something he wrote for his own daughter who passed away. So I'm just going to read the first stanza here. Listen to the rhyme at the end. Listen to the meter, which is fairly even. Ha biti hashachat mishkanech, ki lish'ol nasu nosei aronech, ve'en chalki mimech rak zichronech, va'achonen es afrot tziyunech, et asur lish'ol shlomech ve'enech, ki amavet yafrid beinei uveinech. And it takes advantage of the way that Hebrew is inflected. At the end of every word, it's in the second person singular possessive. Eich, mishkanech, aronech, zichronech, tzionech. And it allows the inflected nature of Hebrew to really express its full beauty. But the meter is perfect. It's every stressed syllable and so on. The main innovation of Dunash ibn Labrat was to include, before I go to this, to include Arabic meter, which included also the unstressed or the half-stressed vowels. And that was a total innovation because in Hebrew, we have basically only one unstressed piece of grammar, nikudot, and that's the shva na. It's the two vertically organized dots that appear under a letter, and that's like kind of a partial pronunciation, like the word shema, right? Shema. You don't say shema. You don't say shema. It's shema. It's a little bit of a gap in there. So he counted, Dunash, like in Arabic, counted every full stop and every half stop as part of the meter. And so all of a sudden, by adopting Arabic meter, it made Hebrew poetry so much more expressive and powerful, so much more challenging, but so much more musical. And everybody loved it. Everybody jumped on the bandwagon. the holdouts, like Menachem ben Saruk, railed against this foreign importation of Arabic style into pure Hebrew poetry, but they were doomed. It was like saying, let us. What can I give an example of it? Not offhand, nothing comes to me right now. But basically, in Jewish culture, it's very hard to hold back innovations from the outside world if they prove to be efficient and useful. Oh, here's a good example. So here, around my neck, I have this status symbol called a tie, which I hate bitterly. I dislike wearing these things so much. The first thing I do when I get into my car to drive home is to take off my tie because it's such an irritating thing. And Hasidim will not wear ties because that's like, for what am I wearing this stupid thing? I mean, this is what they would call a gartel. Well, the gartel, it makes sense. This is what they call a Lithuanian gartel, right? Separates the head from the heart to make sure that the head never gets affected by the heart. But it's like this is an innovation that the Hasidic world has resisted, but the Lithuanian world, it's impossible to hold it back, even though it is of limited utility. But since it's so widespread, maybe that's not the best example. But at any rate, what happened is Dunash ibn Labrat's theories just completely swept the poetic stage, and everyone went along with this new idea, transformed Hebrew poetry tremendously. We'll see much more about it next week. For Chasdai ibn Shaprut, he was also swept up in it, but he also believed many of the slanders that were directed at Menachem ibn Saruk, that he was a secret Karaite. And this is what really brought about his downfall. Karaism is an early, just a couple of centuries ago, before Chasdai ibn Shaprut, this is an innovation that arose out of Babylon, where a group of Jews followed a disaffected exilarch named Anan ben David to say that the Talmud was fabricated, essentially, and that the Torah, the 5 books of Moses, is the only authoritative communication from God. And I'm simplifying and distorting even in this. But the Karaites and the Rabbinites, the traditionalist Jews, for several hundred years had a pitched ideological battle that was expressed very deeply in the Cairo Geniza documents. It was a battle that was heavily fought at the leadership level, maybe not so much at the local level, where Jews still regarded each other as Jews. And the Cairo Geniza does point to significant numbers of intermarriages between Karaites and Rabbinites. But a lot of the story we get from the rabbinical figures is a tremendous amount of vituperation spent on the Karaites. So a rumor circulated that Menachem ben Saruk was secretly a Karaite, and in fact he did read heavily Karaite sources, because the Karaites happened to be very, very excellent grammarians. Because they believed that the Torah is the only true communication with God, they placed a tremendous amount of emphasis on understanding the finer points of the grammar of the Bible. And as a result, when they published some book or circulated a manuscript on biblical grammar, Menachem ben Saruk, as a traditionalist, he jumped all over it because he wanted to know what they had to say. So there was some, validity to Dunash's claim. But what happened is Chasdai ibn Shaprut, as an indication of his belief that he was a secret Karaite, he actually had his soldiers, his police, break into Menachem ben Saruk's home, take him out of the house on Shabbat itself, and exile him from Cordoba and kick him out to northern Spain, where he begged Chasdai ibn Shaprut to accept him back into his employ, to let him have his manuscripts. The whole story, unfortunately, ended very badly. The end of the story is that Dunash ibn Labrat's innovations in poetry held the day, and Jewish poetry, as a result, expanded tremendously, as we shall see next week. So to evaluate his legacy, perhaps the most important passage is this passage from the medieval historian Abraham ibn Daud, who said, in the days of Chasdai the Nasi, they began to chirp. Nasi means like prince. In the days of Shmuel HaNagid, they sang out loud. And this is definitely a truism. Chasdai ibn Shaprut laid the foundations of Sephardic culture. He was the one who established the scholarly, the material, the diplomatic, the political basis upon which Sephardic Jewry could grow. And later you would see it come to its full political and poetic efflorescence in the figure of Shmuel HaNagid, who will be our topic for next week. I apologize for keeping you a couple minutes late. Thank you very much for your attention. I wish you all a Gemar v'chasima tova. Okay. Hi, everyone. It's great to have you here again for another week. We're going to take a short break next week for the holiday, but I have a fantastic topic for you all tonight that, there's some material here that it's too hard to even believe it, but nevertheless, we'll try and go through it. I think you'll find the life of Shmuel HaNagid absolutely fascinating. I mean, just to imagine, for example, this is a medieval individual who led a Muslim army for 16 years. That fact alone is just mind-blowing. But there's still so much more to his life. Let's quickly do the good and welfare, and then we're going to concentrate on the life of Shmuel HaNagid. So, first of all, thank you to our sponsors tonight. We have an anonymous donor in memory of Abraham N. Bressler on the occasion of his 39th yahrzeit. We also have donations from H. Mark Marcus in memory of H. Maldonado and Mrs. Rose Lowenson. So thank you very much for keeping this going and for supporting our students with the sponsorship. I'm also very grateful, as I mentioned to you last week, we've actually sponsored all of the lectures for this semester, which is really gratifying. But the whole point of these lectures is to raise funds for our students. So it was great to see that a couple of people actually donated scholarships afterwards anonymously to the website. So I'm very grateful to our anonymous donors. You know who you are. Also, the important dates to remember. So first of all, next week, because of the holiday, we will be taking off. No lecture October 9th. Please don't show up because we won't have anything going. And on October 30th, we have the book launch. It's going to be in the same slot, in the same 7 p.m. Monday night time slot, but hopefully it'll be much more of what my grandmother, Allah Hashem, used to call a hoo-ha. We will have some food and maybe some more music, and we'll have a lecture specifically dedicated to my forthcoming book. This is the penultimate proof. It's an absolutely fascinating topic, in my humble opinion. I spent a lot of time working on this. The final version is at the printers, but basically it's a history of the Piaseczna Rebbe's work in the Holocaust. This is also known as the Eish Kodesh, but it's a historical treatment. I'll tell you more about it, God willing, on the 30th. I don't want to take too much time away from today's absolutely fascinating topics. By the way, the image here, before he was killed, the Rebbe put his writings in these tin milk urns together with the Oneg Shabbat underground archive led by Emanuel Ringelblum, and they were discovered in 1950 by accident when a Polish construction worker was clearing the rubble. So it's absolutely fascinating material. Okay, so let's go to the story of Shmuel HaNagid. And much of the story of Shmuel HaNagid begins really in the 20th century. We knew quite a bit about this medieval court Jew. The term court Jew applies for actually most of medieval history. These are Jews who, for one reason or other, by dint of their unusual talent, charisma, economic power, they rise to positions of authority underneath medieval rulers. Sometimes they achieve great things for the Jewish community as a whole, and sometimes, unfortunately, they come to evil ends. So Shmuel HaNagid would have been one of those great court Jews in the period of Al-Andalus, except for the fact that Chaim Nachman Bialik, one of the great national poets of the Jewish people, discovered a cache of manuscripts, much like the Piaseczna Rebbe's manuscripts, that were in the hands of an international collector known as David Solomon Sassoon. Sassoon had a 16th century copy of an 11th century manuscript that had hitherto been unknown. That is, since the 16th century, and who knows what happened to it in the 400 years prior to that, no one had been reading the works of this individual, Shmuel HaNagid. And Chaim Nachman Bialik, when he purchased these manuscripts and he made them available to the world, it was absolutely fantastic. Actually, Sassoon also made them available to the world in an Oxford printing, but they were stunning because all of a sudden we saw so much more about who this individual was. Here's a copy of the Diwan, the collected poems of Shmuel HaNagid in their first modern printing in 1934, and we will read extensively from them tonight. But for the first time, we get a glimpse into the internal workings of the mind and personality and passion of this highly influential individual who we only knew about from third-hand accounts from the 12th century onward. So let's go straight to the material. And let's also, by the way, it's very relevant to note how relevant this is for the development of the state of Israel. Bialik, by emphasizing Shmuel HaNagid as a paradigm of potential Jewish achievement, was essentially mapping out the Israeli personality, the Israeli archetype, which in many ways, we can trace that to Shmuel HaNagid. The idolization of the Sephardic ideal is something we'll conclude with, God willing, in today's lecture. But there's no question that Shmuel HaNagid's life, 1,000 years later, came back to really infuse the young Zionist movement with great strength. We'll be relying quite a bit on the translations of Peter Cole, shown here. He's a MacArthur-winning, Genius Award-winning scholar who is living in Jerusalem right now. I fell in love with his poetry, but after I got some pictures, I really enjoy his hair, too. I think the hair is coming from... What can I say? Anyways, he looks great here. His wife is also a quite a talented writer. I didn't realize they wrote this book together, A Sacred Trash, The Lost and Found World of the Cairo Geniza. We spoke about the Geniza last week. This is a fascinating read, a very entertaining read, the story of the discovery of the Geniza and so on. So he's come up a few times in our research today. So a lot of the translations that I'm going to be reading to you today come straight from Peter Cole's amazing work on Shmuel HaNagid. Okay, so what's the story? His rise to power is recorded in the Sefer HaKabbalah of Abraham Ibn Daud, a medieval historian, but it occurs intrinsically within the changing political environment of the 10th century Spain. This is a period when we have the so-called Taifa period, when Al-Andalus is broken up into a number of kind of city-states. The Umayyad reign that we saw earlier under Abd al-Rahman III has now decayed to the point that it has broken up, primarily through the pressure of these Berbers. Berbers are a North African people who converted to Islam. They are known as ferocious warriors. They have a couple of interesting kind of characteristics. For example, they cover their faces during wartime, which is rather unusual, but one would think it would cast a sort of a terrifying mien onto the victims of their assaults. So the Berbers that had assisted with the original invasion of Spain in the 8th century, they now come and they take over from the Umayyads and they establish this new rule. The new rule is chaotic. It's very warlike. And the Berbers have a distinct disadvantage vis-a-vis their Arab counterparts. Remember, the term Arab is an ethnic designation as well as, well, not really as well as, an ethnic designation. Arabs basically mean people coming from the Middle East. They are associated with Islam overwhelmingly. It's not, you could speak of Jewish Arabs, but that would be kind of stretching the point. It's an ethnic group, the Arabs. The Berbers are also an ethnic group coming from North Africa. Both Berbers and Arabs are overwhelmingly Muslim, but the Berbers are like new converts to Islam, and they lacked one of the essential features that are really important to the Muslim culture, and that is literacy. The Arabs are very, very proud of their Quran, of course, of the poetry of the Quran, of the method of recording ideas in text. Very, very important to the Muslims. And in fact, quite a bit of our discussion today is going to revolve around poetry once again, which is something that the Muslims valued very, very highly. The Berbers lacked all these features. They did not have the same strength in literacy. Before I go on, I just want to mention out here. So what happens? Shmuel ben Yosef was born in Cordoba, which is, again, this very important city that we've seen a few times now in this lecture series. Even Shaprut comes from Cordoba and so on. But in 1013, when he was 20 years old, he flees from Cordoba in the wake of some terrible massacres that occur in the context of the Berber invasion. So he makes his way down to Malaga here in the south, and later he will be associated primarily with Granada and the Alhambra, which we've seen so many photographs of. So the Berbers, here we are moving forward again. Literacy is incredibly important in general, of course, for all societies, but the Muslims especially prize it. The Berbers lacked it, and as a result, they are very reliant on intercessors, people who could communicate, who could be culture brokers for them. The story, as recorded by Ibn Dawood, is that this is exactly what happened to Shmuel ben Yosef Halevi, Shmuel HaNagid, as he would be known later. He was working in Malaga essentially with a small spice store. He was well regarded, apparently had a fairly reasonable amount of business. He had been well educated in Cordoba by his father. He studied under Hanoch ben Moshe, who was one of the great, the dynasty of rabbis that have been brought by Ibn Shaprut in our last lecture. So he knew Talmud well. He knew Hebrew literature very well. He also studied Greek and Latin, Romance, and of course Arabic. And he was a master of all of these languages. And so as the story goes, which is not terribly far-fetched, although it has some legendary elements to it, the story goes that one of the important figures in the local ruler's court would frequent the town of Malaga, where he had a property very close by to Shmuel's spice store. And he would often have letters written from that location. Furthermore, sometimes he would have his servants write letters from that location. According to one version, a woman from his harem would be writing letters to him from Malaga. And since these people were not so especially literate, they knew that this Jewish guy, the spice dealer, knew Arabic well, and so he would write these beautiful letters in very ornate style and with beautiful calligraphy and so on. So after receiving a series of these letters, the local figure in the court called upon Shmuel and said, "Hey, listen, you are too good for a spice shop. Why don't you come live with me in the court in Granada, and you'll be assisting me there." And in fact, why this is considered by many historians to be a legend is that it seems to bear a striking resemblance to an almost identical story told about a particular Arab caliph who raised himself to a high level in the government. So it could be that the story was repeated several times, but the core of it is certainly true, that Shmuel was a very intelligent individual, a very literate individual, and he rose up by dint of his own effort and by dint of his literary skills to find a place in the court. There, with the death of the local ruler, this is a sort of a comic book cover that illustrates a lot of the ideas. There's some iconic elements here that are useful. By dint of his talents, he was eventually promoted first to tax collector, which is a significant position. It's not quite finance minister, but essentially means that he would be responsible for taxing an entire region. And this was, by the way, a form of taxation called tax farming that pertained for most of the medieval period. Tax farming means the king would associate a certain amount that was expected from a particular region or population. The tax farmer, often a Jew, would go out and find whatever ways they wanted to collect those taxes, and whatever additional amount they collected, they were allowed to keep. So the Jew just had to figure out what's the right balance between overtaxation, which could produce a revolution or a violent revolt. These happen from time to time. And undertaxation, which would not deliver to the king the amount that was requested. Shmuel was very successful at this particular endeavor, and eventually he was appointed, amazingly, to vizier, meaning essentially the prime minister of Granada, the most powerful of the Andalusian states under the Berbers, and he was appointed to lead the army, which is astounding, something with which he pursued right up until the end of his life. A rather unusual figure overall in terms of his meteoric rise to power. But let us look at his achievements. Let's try and understand what is it that makes Shmuel HaNagid so distinct and so exceptional vis-a-vis these other court Jews. So first of all, he called himself in one of his poems, he said, "I am the David of my age," which was actually a very apt descriptor of what he had done. David also, King David, was a warrior, a poet. He was deeply passionate. He was a scholar. He had a tremendous range of activities. So just looking at Shmuel HaNagid's activity, he was undoubtedly a phenomenal scholar. He wrote a few books. This one here, which is called Hilchot HaNagid, the laws of the Nagid. Oh, by the way, the term Nagid means like prince. Means like it derives from the term neged, which means opponent or opposer, in the sense that he opposes the entire people and forces them to do his will. It's used though in a positive sense, more like the Torah refers to a spouse as ezer kenegdo, neged, right? A helper against him, meaning a helper, as Rashi says, a wife helps her husband when he's doing the right thing, and his neged is against him when he's doing the wrong thing. So that's the sense of Nagid comes from there. Also, and I have to give thanks to my colleague Rabbi Justin Gershon, who found this for me today. In the first tractate of the Talmud, in Brachot, there is an entirely very important commentary here, which I should have photographed for you, but it's right there at the back of Tractate Brachot. This section called Mavro HaTalmud, the introduction to the Talmud, and it says LeRebbe Shmuel HaNagid, written by Shmuel HaNagid, and it has basically 4 or 5 pages, very significant, which essentially gives the rules of how the Talmud operates, the hermeneutic rules, how to figure out where the halacha, where the Jewish law is going to be derived, if you have a lack of consensus of opinion, and what if these 2 rabbis are arguing versus these other 2 rabbis, and so on. Definitely a great scholar of international renown. And again, this is one of those special things about Sephardic Jewry, that over and over again, you have these figures who are able to achieve great heights in religious knowledge and prominence, and at the same time, they're politically and even militarily active simultaneously. You don't have, like, the Joint Chiefs of Staff here in America also sitting in Lakewood and learning. It just doesn't happen, let alone achieving the heights, millennial heights of Shmuel HaNagid.
Welcome.
Secondly,
how are you?
He was truly a leader of...
What's good? Can you hear me? Ouija's. I loved your show with Kathy Lee. This guy is bonkers.
international Jewry. And we have to see that in Shmuel Hanagid, we have like the maturation of a process that really began under Chastai and Shaprut, where Spain on the periphery becomes a new center. That Spain achieves its independence as a Jewish land, and instead of being completely dependent on the Babylonian academies, all of a sudden Spain now becomes the donor nation that is supporting the declining academies. According to some opinions, he was given the title Hanagid by Hai Gaon, who was one of the latest of the leaders of the great Talmudic academies in Babylon. Sura and Pompedita are the most famous of them.
Oh, dude, you're so cool. Dude, I love your song. I love your song. I love your song.
Shit out of here, man.
Dude, you are so cool.
Okay,
Dog, you are
man,
so
famous
cool.
Yet? Are you fucking famous?
How'd you find out about me?
You made all the money.
How'd you find out about me? How'd you find out about me, dog? How'd you find out about me? How'd you find out about me?
Them, but even if you did not get that title from Hai Gaon, it's still nevertheless a signal of his international prominence, that he was someone who could serve Jewish communities far and wide, much like we saw with Chastai ibn Shaprut, but he did not get the title Hanagid because his learning was not anywhere near the same level as Shmuel Hanagid, who's actually leaving a lasting impression 1,000 years later. And I just love this, the idea that he would be the general of a Muslim army for so long. And he left us a very detailed record of his various battles, his setbacks, and so on. I will read to you some of them in his poetry, which is really what we should turn to now, because perhaps the most Davidic of his activities was his poetic activity, which will give us pause for scholarly consideration and sometimes rather troubling consideration. But let's look at the vast range of his poetic activity. He did write some religious poetry, but it is not significant in the vast oeuvre of his works. He's more commonly associated with what is called in Hebrew Shirat Chol, right? The Shmuel HaNagid street in Israel. Shirat Chol means secular poetry. And this is, again, unusual. Where do you have secular poetry in the Jewish tradition? Basically, since the biblical period, it's disappeared. And it's only in the Andalusian period when you begin to see Jews expressing their views about a wide variety of things which are not intrinsically and exclusively associated with religion. Once again, you can see why in modern Israel, as the Zionist movement is striving to achieve a secular democratic state, they would call upon writings like those of Shmuel HaNagid as a paradigm of excellence in all fields of human activity. So let's look. He wrote 3 books that the Diwan refers to, the collected works. One is called Ben Tehillim, which means literally the son of Psalms, but it can also mean, Ben can mean like derived from or a student of Psalms. So that first one is the work of his youth. It's very raw and passionate. We'll look at many of the poems from there. Then later in life, he wrote something called Ben Mishlei, the son of Proverbs, which has a more depressing mien and a more kind of like reflective view of, retrospective view of life. And much like Mishlei, also, Proverbs also looks back on life with just a little bit more of a cynical patina to the words. And then finally, Ben Kohelet, which in Jewish tradition, Mishlei and Kohelet were both written by King Solomon. Kohelet is, of course, Ecclesiastes in English, and Ecclesiastes has a very dark side to it. It begins with, emptiness, vanity of vanities, all is vanity, and so on. And sure enough, with Shmuel HaNagid's work, this last one contains a tremendous number of mortality poems and other dark elements. So let's look at some of these. I'm going to start with, I've got a whole bunch of these little markers I put in Peter Cole's translation. Let's get a look at. You'll get a sense of his quality of style. First of all, I should tell you that I did have the opportunity to read a few of the Hebrew poems that I will share with you as well tonight. It's very, very hard to translate this poetry, primarily because it's heavily dependent on a medieval style, which has now become central, really, to Jewish writing, called shibutz. Shibutz literally means inlaying or decorating, and decorating in the sense of bringing in elements and layering them over, like a jeweler has as an inlayer's art. And it involves essentially a rich association of biblical and Talmudic phrases that would be well known to the audience. But if you don't know if you don't have an extensive background in education, they would go completely over your head. It's in other words like opera or like strong coffee. It's an acquired taste. You really have to spend years to be able to appreciate the poetry that has such shibutz in it. I'll read you one that's a little more accessible to give you a sense of it. And by the way, we're going to see Shmuel's personality really come out here. He has a strong personality with strong emotions. Set aside your ideas of the kind of ideal Eastern European yeshiva rabbi, because he's not like this. He is a warrior. He has a very different personality. So he says here, and this is one of the revenge poems. There are quite a few of these. It's only 4 lines. They stole my sleep. Now I'll steal theirs and shoot at them as they shot at me. They won't find rest, as the woman said, not mine, not thine, divide it. So what's the bit of shibutz there? The woman said, not mine, not thine, divide it. Okay, what? Exactly. What an educated audience, right? The famous story, the third chapter, I think, of 1 Kings, when the 2 women come forth and they're fighting over a baby, and the woman who had lost her baby, unfortunately, she was willing to let the live baby be cut in half, right? And so when he says, they stole my sleep, I'll steal theirs, and shoot at them as they shot at me, they won't find rest, as the woman said, not mine, not thine, divide it. He's invoking that biblical image, saying, I'm just like that woman. I don't care if I don't profit. I want them to hurt. I want them to feel a pain. And that's a very strong emotion, you see expressed here, but it just gives you one little tiny taste in English of this shibutz idea. It's very hard to convey it. When you read it in the Hebrew, though, it is overwhelmingly beautiful and complex, and it just brings in so many different allusions and counterpoints and texture that it's just, Peter Cole has done a great job trying to bring it into English, but you really have to read all the notes to figure out what's actually happening in the Hebrew. I can say with some sadness, even I'm not such an old guy, but I see it myself in my own students. I remember, especially when I taught at secular universities and to Jewish kids, who should have some background. And I remember talking to them about Tevye the Milchaker, Tevye the dairyman, one of the famous characters of Shalom Aleichem. And you're familiar, of course, that Tevye, he's a boor. He is uneducated, and he's constantly misquoting Talmudic passages. And they're common Talmudic passages. So when he misquotes them, people laugh because you see how he is twisting the original because he's ignorant. But my students thought he was actually saying Jewish wisdom. They thought because they didn't know the original, so they wouldn't know when it was twisted. And that's a shame. That's when shibutz doesn't work, unfortunately. Okay, so here's one passage. This is actually a poem from his early youth, from Ben Tehillim, when he was fleeing from the massacre at Cordoba, when he made his way down to Malaga. And he's 20 years old, and he's thinking about revenge. He's thinking about, I'm going to get back, and I'm going to climb up higher. He's an extremely ambitious individual. I'm going to get those people back. Spirit splits in its asking, and a soul in its wanting is balked, and the body fattened is vital and full, its precious being uneasy. But the modest man walks on the earth with his thought drawn towards sky. What good is the pulse of man's flesh and its favors when the mind is in pain? And the friends who fray me, their fine physiques and slender thinking it's ease or gain that drives me pitching from place to place, my hair wild, my eyes charcoaled with night. Not a one speaks wisely, their souls blunted or blurred, goat-footed thinkers. Should someone unguilty hold back from longing towards heights like the moon? Should he wait, weaving its light across him like a man stretching taut his tense skin? Until he acts and they hear of his action, as he adds and then adds like the sea to his fame. By God and God's faithful, and I keep my oaths, I'll climb cliffs and descend to the innermost pit, and sow the edge of desert to desert, and split the sea in every gorge, and sail in mountainous ascent, until the word forever makes sense to me, and my enemies fear me, and my friends in that fear find solace. Then free men will turn their faces toward mine, as I face theirs. And soul will save us as it trips our obstructors. The bends of our friendship are rich with it, planted by the river of affection and fixed like a seal in wax, like graven gold in the window dome of the temple. May Ka be with you as you live, and your soul which he loves be delivered, and the God of sentence and aegis beyond the sun and the moon. It's not your typical sort of religious poetry. It's very powerful individual. It's talking about, my enemies will fear me. I will keep going, and I will know the word forever. Really strong, powerful statements of his self. Very ambitious individual. There are a couple of fascinating things I'll skip over here. There's a great passage here where he's on a sailing ship, and these are tiny little ships. These are not like the big, triple-masted galleons you see with the 18th century. And apparently he encountered either a killer shark or a whale, and he writes a beautiful poem about what it was like and how terrified they were that they would be submerged by this particular creature and so on. Let's see now. What's next on here? Love for his brother Isaac. So here is, he had an older brother named Isaac who was a very great support to him in his youth, and he constantly turned to him with counsel, and his brother predeceased him. And this is a beautiful poem. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I'll just give you a sense of the depth of his personal feeling, of his passion from this. This is his son, by the way. Many of these poems were written at the battlefield, and he would send them home by carrier pigeon. Rather amazing. In fact, he writes about it sometimes in his poetry. And his youngest son, sometimes as young as 8 years old, would receive them and then would copy them out. Eventually, the sons were the ones who published his first manuscripts during their lifetime of their father. So his son Yehoshaphat adds a brief prescript to the poem. And the title is on the death of Isaac, his brother, his being, or Shmuel. And his brother's illness worsened, and he decided to set out toward him with the doctor Abu Madin, and with him with news of his death on the way. And this was Thursday, the 20th of ER, the year 1041 in the secular calendar. And he composed the following. I rushed to my brother, who was, they told me, now weak in his illness and failing. When a messenger approached and was still. Is Isaac alive? Already dead, he answered. Then I cursed him. Be deaf and have dust in your mouth, and learn in your life each instant of sorrow. May your parents mourn you. Haven't I called for a doctor, and hasn't he healed many others like Isaac? How could such wealth of spirit falter? Prized by his peers, a gift to his people, he sleeps. And he said to me, can one who took ill and then died awaken, whether poor or in power? So the poem goes on for quite a few more pages, but you can really feel the Davidic echoes here. Like the messenger comes, tells him his brother's dead, and what's the first thing he does to the messenger? He curses the messenger. He goes, may your parents mourn you, may dust fill your mouth, right? It's a very strong kind of emotion, not necessarily like what you'd expect from sort of a quiet yeshiva background, but there it is. He also engages in a significant amount of what the Arabs call boast poetry. And this is, maybe I should have done this, but it reminds me a lot of rap music. Like, sometimes they'll get together and they'll make these kind of hand motions, and they like rap one against each other, and it's like a competition to see who can insult the other the worst. I mean, I've only gone to one or two of these things. I always lose, but okay, forget it. That was a joke. I'll cut it out of the internet. But that's also like kind of a boast poem sort of motif that we have in our society today. So here's one which is also it's a boast poem in which he goes to a local base medrash, and he is like disgusted with the low quality of learning that's going on in the yeshiva that day. Could time turn on its scholars, or have they turned on the law and bequeathed it to stuffed old fools in robes, and every boor who declares, I am Mephibosheth, or Hi, the renowned is like Siba, my servant. One needs, it seems, only fringes, a turban, and a beard to head the academy now. My brother, remember the day we passed the house of prayer, the day of willows, and heard up close a donkey bray and cows cry and low, and I asked, is the Lord's house now a dairy? This is a sin and disgrace. And they told me, there are no fatlings or mules in the house of the Lord. They're studying Talmud. Then I answered from Scripture, they've changed the instruction and law, and as for me, wither. So we walked on in anger into the house of God. You couldn't help it, and saw the teacher and students bobbing their heads like fronds as their mouths abused the names of the great. And it goes on and on about how he's saying they're all such numbskulls, and I can't believe this is what passes for Talmud in the 10th century already. Can you believe it? Or the 11th century. So that's also a sense of his personality. The arrogance, but again, it's like it's arrogance in a regal kind of sense. This is not necessarily your Pirkei Avos kind of rabbi. There's no question. It's a highly personal, highly passionate individual. Oh, and here, this is for sure you're not going to find in our scroll. The war poetry. Right? He was a general. He fought battles, literally fought battles on horseback himself for 16 years. And in fact, he died shortly after returning from his last campaign of exhaustion. So, and when he was in his early 60s. So we're talking about a war horse, someone who really knows what it's like to fight and die. And his poetry expresses the passion of war like no one since King David, literally, and probably no one until the 20th century. I'll just read you a couple sections here, too. Yeah, here. Mine is the Lord who told me, trust and I'll see you're content with your path. For you I'll break the young lion's teeth. I'll bring down giants before you. Then he dressed himself in anger, like the day when Pharaoh's men were drowned. And he was revealed before us, though not through a window in secret, not from behind a lattice or wall. He routed his foes who fled like chaff, driven out from the floor of threshing. He watched as they withered like leaves. He made them afraid, and they skipped like calves, like kids or like wild young oxen. And he stripped away their might, and he left them in battle like children, as angels diverted their sword thrusts, confusing their right hands and left. Others subverted their plans and made of his strategists fools. Lies he placed in the mouths of his spies, on the lips of his enemy princes, and to put them to death like churls. And soon as they saw what they had chased, they fled in 7 directions. Surely this is the work of the Lord, who tempted them into action, who tangled their arms in ropes, and smothered their hearts with lids, as their chariots blocked their retreat, and their horses hemmed them in. And he goes on, talking about the slaughter and the blood and so on. He really means it, and he's speaking, of course, from great experience. Now, the controversial poems. Naturally, the genre of the age included love poetry, included romantic poetry, including, we should say, even sensual poetry. And he has a lot of poems about the quality of wine. And by the way, the environment in which much of this poetry was disseminated was long drinking parties. It's true that Islam forbids the consumption of alcohol. They would have these long drinking parties, and especially when it was very hot summer days and it was too hot to do anything else, they'd get together and they would share poems, or they would challenge each other to write poems on subjects, things like that. And a certain number of the poems are devoted to romantic, sensual love. Some relationships which are expressly forbidden by the Torah. And so this has caused quite a conundrum, even from the medieval period. I'll just read you a passage from his son's preface. He writes about his father's poems, and though some speak of desire, he wrote in full faith, referring to the congregation of Israel and its God, as in the manner of several of the prophetic books. And this is a reference, by the way, to, for example, Song of Songs, which is also a very intense poem of love, but it's understood allegorically by the rabbis as a dialogue between God as a male figure and the Jewish people as the female, the bride, and so on. So he's saying that his father's poems are like that as well. And God will reward him in his intention. One who would cast aspersions on this allegorical work by suggesting any other aim will bear the burden of his guilt. I ask for help from the Lord, since all is in his hand. Now, that said, it's easier to apply what he said to Song of Songs than it is to some of the poems of Shmuel Hanaki. Some historians have argued that this was essentially this is like a cultural norm. This is what people write about. This is like demonstrating that you could write, that a Jew could write in Hebrew in formats that the Muslims would choose, the Arabs would choose. Others wrote that no, this is referring to a physical reality. But Hamevin Yavin, you can always check out Peter Cole's translations, and you can decide for yourself. Okay, let's escape this difficult section. Let's go. Ben Mishlei. So here, Ben Mishlei. Now we move in this section to more of his wisdom literature, and you see, really, he's a tremendous Talmud Chacham and a very brilliant man. I would choose, I'll choose one in English here. No, perhaps I'll just do the Hebrew. So we'll look at the Hebrew together. I'll translate just extemporaneously because you can. Well, actually, maybe I should use Peter Cole because now I'll translate back and forth. There are. I think there are about 1,500 poems in Ben Mishlei. Unlike the longer poems that you have in Ben Tehillim, these are typically very tightly structured. They tend to be 2 lines with 2 hemistitches in each of them, very strict meter, and they come across like proverbs as things that you can memorize, and they could be like pieces of wisdom to carry about with you. So let's put 4 of them here. The poem is actually here on the top, and these are the notes in the Yardain edition. So if you can read Hebrew, you can see the notes, but I'll just read the top. And listen to the sound of it. If your Hebrew is not very strong, just listen to the sound. I will attempt to pronounce it with a Sephardi pronunciation. Asher yagav akana lo sfarim, v'libo ma'asher bam reik v'reikam. K'piseach asher chakak alai kir, ma'at regel v'balakum v'lo kam. So that was pretty good. The translation: one who expends effort and purchases many books, but his heart is entirely not in them. He is like a lame person who draws upon the wall 100 legs. When he attempts to rise, he cannot. So in other words, the metaphor is, it's like, okay, you want to, and don't forget, books back then, manuscripts, very expensive, a status symbol like you couldn't believe. And some guy who spends a lot of money to accumulate a big library, but he doesn't want to invest the intellectual energy to study them, is like a lame person who thinks that by drawing pictures of legs on the wall, he'll be able to stand up. So that's the idea of it. He says, not just important to buy the books, but to actually study them. And listen to the meter at the end. So at the end of the second hemistich, v'libo ma'asher ba reik v'reikam, ma'at regel v'lakum v'lo kam. Very clever, tight rhymes. Reik v'reik. Reik v'reikam, lakum v'lo kam. Right? It's the alliteration, the sound just flows off the tongue. So it's sophisticated both in its content and in its form. It's another example. It's a beautiful one. Acher, I say the chet too strong. Acher dvarecha v'az tashir et kol amarecha v'lo sekta. Kichen acher ben kashatot rav. Again, the same ending. V'lo sechta elai chita. Very, very similar kinds of sounds. It feels like a well-crafted piece of machinery, just fits together. What does it translate to? Delay your speech, and you will be correct. All your words, and you will not err. For if you delay like the archer, the master archer, who shoots and does not miss even the leaf of a grain of wheat. It takes a lot to translate into English, but the concept is, if you develop the discipline of not speaking quickly, then you will never go wrong, just like a fine archer who delays when he's aiming and then is able to hit a kernel of wheat without touching either side of it. A kernel of wheat, obviously, a very small thing. So a beautiful concept, again, very well presented. Here you see a little bit of cynicism coming through. Anashim yanu ashir bechavod rav uv'yesha. V'yigzu rash v'yasimu p'sha'im lo b'li pesha. The ending, rav uv'yesha b'li pesha. The people respond to wealth with great honor and salvation, but they degrade the poor and place upon them sins which they did not commit. And in English, it's just a nice thought. If you're rich, it really counts. You know, Mishlei says it as well. You know, kesef ya'aneh et hakol, that money answers everything. He's saying it here that, you know, a rich person who comes in, people pay a lot of attention to. Like as Tevye says, right, when you're rich, they think you really know, right? So, but a poor person, they blame him for things that he didn't even do. It's the opposite. So he's cynically attacking wealth. Last one here in Ben Mishlei. This one is famous actually. It's well translated into English. Krav domeh barosha el yafefa, asher kol ish l'sachek ba ya'aveh. V'sofok zekena hamusa, asher kol shochara yivke v'yidveh. War is compared at first to a beautiful young girl that every person wants to flirt with her. And in the end, she is like a haggard old nag that everyone who visits her will cry and be depressed. Right? Now think about this, written after 16 years of being at the front. At the beginning, you love war, like, you know, first relationship with a young woman. It's like, oh, it's so exciting, it's so new, I want to go to war. But in the end, it's like, oh man, I got to go back to that again. You know, that's the cynical idea that he's bringing apart. And again, it's in a very beautiful, tightly metered, contained phrase. It must have taken, you know, hours to think this up. Very beautiful. Okay, Ben Kohelet, his final work. This is the work of his old age, and he tends to have quite a few sort of depressing concepts in here, more mortality oriented. Let me see if I can find you. This one reminds me of my father, Oliver Shalom. My father, you know, he used to say things like, I once said to him when my wife was expecting, and I said, so Dad, are you ready to be a Zaidi? My father said, Henry, I'm not ready to be a father. And he often used to say to me into his 70s and 80s, he'd say, you know, Henry, I feel like I'm 16 years old. And on the inside, he just feels the same. Right? So this is the concept that I think he was trying to say. Be glad, she said, and this is, well, be glad, she said, God brought you to 50 years in your world, but didn't know there's no division between, as I see it, my days that have passed and Noah's of which I've heard. In the world I have nothing but the hour I'm in, which stands for a moment, and then like a cloud moves on. Right? This beautiful passage. Like I don't feel old. All I have is the hour I'm in, which stands for a moment, and then like a cloud moves on. Do you recognize the shibuts there? What's the cloud that moves on? Not the Anani Kavod, but I'm sorry? Sail over, which is from the Shalom Ya'u from the Yom Kippur davening, right? You guys just forgot it already. I mean, it was just a couple days ago. But he's referring here, the cloud that moves on, it's like the sail over, the shadow that passes. And that's, of course, in the context of Unatan Tokef, very powerful mortality poem that's in the liturgy and Yom Kippur. You know, I have to take all of that back because I think Unatan Tokef was not written for another 200 years. Right. So forget that. It was still cool, but maybe when it's not over, come up, relied on this. It's possible. Anyways, still fun. Okay, here's another one. It's kind of an old age poem when he reflects on his life and thinks about it. This is beautiful. A child at 1 or 2 crawls like a snake on the floor. At 10, he skips to his father like a kid among goats on the hills. At 20, love in his heart takes hold and he struts for girls. He basks in the glories of youth for his pride and power. At 30, reaching 40, he ripens and joins the elders, his friends. At 50, the sleep of his youth in whiteness is brought to an end, and the terrors of time assault him when a man passes 60. Till 70, then he sighs with age and seems to be saintly. But time surrounds him at 80, trapped in the fowler's snare. And at 90, he can't distinguish between the plow and the scythe. At 100, who gets to be 100? Men in amazement approach him. When he dies, he lies with maggots, repulsive to one and all. So it's right that I wax elegiac from time to time in my soul. Right? dark, sad, depressing poem, but nevertheless, you get the idea. Here's the last one. Did Shakespeare read his stuff? I doubt it. I think Shakespeare's Hebrew was really weak, but no, this is all in Hebrew. Beautiful Hebrew. That's one of the reasons why it fits so well with the Alex plan. Okay, the last one here, and we'll put this book away. You mock me now in your youth because I've grown old and gray. I'm old, but I've seen the carpenters building their coffins for boys. Yeah. So he's a very profound and deep thinker, saying one never knows who is truly old and who is truly young. Okay, so that gives you a sense of his literary oeuvre. Let's look a little bit at his end. As I mentioned already, he eventually died. He succumbed to exhaustion after one of his latest campaigns. He was just over 60 years old, and he handed over the reins of authority to Yehosef, who was like him, became vizier in Granada. However, Yehosef was not raised the same way that Shmuel was. Shmuel brought himself up from nothing as a refugee from the Cordoban attacks of 1013, and eventually climbed his way up to the very pinnacle of power that a Jew could even conceive of reaching. Yehosef had grown up because Shmuel, I forgot to mention, he married late in life. He was already in his 30s when he got married. His sons had grown up in the lap of luxury, surrounded by power and elegance everywhere. Yehosef did not have the same ability to associate with the common people, to win their loyalty in battle, and he tended to surround himself in the wealth of the Alhambra, which didn't look quite as gorgeous as it does here, because a lot of these are more later adaptations. But he pulled himself up in the Alhambra, and he tended to avoid the crowd while sending out messengers to continue collecting taxes and other duties. In 1066, what is possibly the first pogrom in Jewish history, you might look back at some events that happened in Alexandria, perhaps, but certainly one of the first pogroms in medieval history. You have a widespread uprising against Yehosef HaNagid and the Jewish community of Granada, who view him as an unfair ruler and are heavily resentful of the high position that Jews realized within the Muslim court of Granada. This is not something that Shmuel was challenged by to the same degree. He was able to somehow negotiate the power struggles and also communicate with the broader population, but his son was not up to the same task. He did not recognize the huge class divide that he was facing in attempting to rule, and ultimately he and hundreds of the Jews of Granada were killed. Some scholars point to this as the beginning of the end of the convivencia, the living together, the period in which Muslims, Jews, and Christians, coexisted in such a tremendously beautiful way. It would continue for another 100 years or so. We will see the figure of Yehuda Levi and so on who exemplify this. But in many ways, 1066 was a punctuation mark that changed the watershed, as it were, of the period. So with that, I want to remind you that, one last point, and then we'll bring a conclusion. So the last thing I want to conclude with is just some random thoughts. What is the Sephardi personality? Now, it's hard to say there is even a single Sephardi personality because, like all human beings, they have a huge range of opinions. But, is there kind of like a Sephardic ideal? Is there a Jew that culturally we associate with, that's kind of like a Sephardi thing to do? Is Shmuel HaNagid perhaps the great model for that ultimate Sephardi ideal? We see it also in the Rambam, who did not achieve nearly as high a level of political authority, but had definitely achieved great heights in his field in medicine, and at the same time was a brilliant halachist and philosopher and so on. But Shmuel HaNagid is a Sephardic Jew who's able to negotiate the dominant culture of Arabic Andalus, and at the same time be highly involved and deeply committed to Jewish values and to Torah study. Is this perhaps not the Sephardic ideal to which 1,000 years later, many of us are still aspiring. With that, I want to remind you, next week we're not meeting. I thank you very much for your attention. I hope to see you in 2 weeks when we return to talk about Yehuda Levi. Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that lecture. I really enjoyed preparing the research. Peter's Polish translations are fascinating, and being able to actually look at the Ben Michelin original was really deeply meaningful to me. I'd like to spend a lot more time doing that. But we have to move on. We're doing Yehuda Levi next week. So I just wanted to say 2 quick things. First of all, I want to say a shout out to my daughter Denit's friend, who sent her this great text, which I'm going to read to you. It says, "Hey Denit, I've been following your father's lecture series on Sephardic history, and I love it so much. It's part of my nightly ritual after Nati goes to bed." I think that's her son. "I listened to the latest video. It usually takes me 3 nights to get through it, and work on a jigsaw puzzle. I've learned so much. Please let me know how much I appreciate it." Well, I really appreciate getting these kinds of texts and things. So, and I especially appreciate when you send it to my kids and my wife. Then I feel like, wow, they must think I'm something. That makes me feel great. So thank you. Secondly, oh my gosh, isn't it amazing to study poetry? I mean, how rarely do we take time to actually look at poetry and try to deeply understand poetry? It's really crucial that we give our young people the exposure to poetry as best as we can. Share this video. Maybe some other people will also appreciate it. And I hope you have a fantastic holiday. Don't forget, we're not going to have a lecture upload next week, but the following week we'll be back with Yehuda Levi, which is going to be fascinating. Thank you very much for watching.
Right? And in this idea is that, like, we're all living every life. Right? What's the place there you can be where you do that is like,
all right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming out tonight, especially on this auspicious evening. I wasn't sure if I'd have 3 or 4 people or if I had a large crowd tonight. This is, of course, if you're not familiar with it in the internet viewing audience, tonight is International Sino-Judaic Friendship Day. Yeah, I like that one. Yeah, right. Sino, like Chinese, right? This joke comes to us from Mr. Chaim Singer of Passaic, New Jersey, who says it's an ultimate dad joke. His father, Dr. Carl Singer, often tells this joke. So here's how the joke goes. There's this company that's looking for a new office manager, and they're advertising, and they're having difficulty getting someone to take the job. And so they're waiting and waiting for someone to show up, and finally there's the doorbell rings, and they open the door, and in walks a large boxer, a dog, large dog. And they look at the dog, and the dog looks at them, and they don't know what to say. So the dog he lifts up his paw, and he puts his hand on the desk. And they look at the desk, and right there is the job ad. And they say to the dog, "Are you here to apply for a job?" And the dog barks once. And they don't know what to do, so they say, "Well, they start talking to each other. What about equal opportunity, affirmative action? What do we do? A dog applies for this job." So they say to the dog, "Well, this job has very high requirements. You have to have quite a bit of skills. For example, you have to know how to take dictation." The dog immediately pulls out a pair of reading glasses and a pen, and he's got his pad ready to go. And they say, "Well, this dog requires extensive computer skills. You have to be able to type 70 words a minute." Jumps up to the terminal, bangs out, 1,000 words in just a couple of minutes. Amazing. And they say, "Well, this job requires that the successful candidate be bilingual." And the dog says, "Meow." That's the dad joke, right? Yeah, thank you. I thought so too. Once again, Dr. Carl Singer from Passaic, New Jersey. Okay. No, that's his dad's joke. That's his dad's joke, right? Okay. Anyways, so tonight's topic is actually quite fascinating. I really had a tremendous time doing the research for this. It's not a topic I knew much about at all until just really about a week ago. And it's a little bit outside my area of expertise. It's more about literature and poetry and so on, but I found it just absolutely fascinating. I hope that you will enjoy it as well. So today we're going to talk, however, about a woman who is hardly known even among historians. I just came across her because I'm trolling through some of the websites on the history of Jewish women, and there are all these undiscovered characters who really get very little treatment in the historical literature. Her name is Kasmuna, and we only have 2.5 poems attributed to her, about 10 lines worth of text attributed to her, and it really is tremendously revelatory about the nature of gender and religion, particularly in the medieval Iberian climate. So let's have a look at her life and try to understand what we can tease out of the tiny amounts of information we have about the nature of Jewish life in the Middle Ages, especially as it applies to women. So the main source of our information for this woman named Kasmuna, by the way, the name is rather interesting. Scholars opine that it might be related to the word kesem, which is a Hebrew root that transliterates into its Arabic cognate to mean a... that reminds me, by the way, I don't know if you all watch my videos online, but I put out others that I don't get here. I gave out one on how to spell the word Hanukkah. And I cannot believe the amount of noise and comments that people have contributed to it. One person wrote, like I happen to say that the reason why we spell it with a CH is because the English language does not have a symbol for the guttural pronunciation of ch, right? And so a whole bunch of linguists are just lurking around the web waiting to jump on me. One of them said, oh my gosh, it is not a guttural, it is a voiceless fricative. And that was a great term. And then someone else came on and no, it's very, well, anyways. So back to where we were. Kesem is related to the word for sorcery. And so her name might mean like little witch, but in a diminutive sense, meaning like you name your child after, so she's like enchanting, an enchantress, right? That would be a nice way of saying little witch. Other scholars say no, it's related to a purely Arabic root, which means shining or beautiful, which is perhaps a more traditional name. But anyway, it clearly is an Arabic name. Women historically have often been given non-Hebraic names, primarily because they were not required to be called up to the Torah. When men are called up to the Torah, it's considered much more common for them to be called up by a traditional Hebrew name, Avram, Yaakov, Yitzchak, whatever it is. But since women did not have that privilege for the vast majority of Jewish history, they were often given popular non-Jewish names. Right up really until Fiddler on the Roof with names like Tzeitel and Sprinza and Badana, Masha, which is, of course, Maria. So these are all very traditional non-Jewish names. Well, originally Maria was a very Jewish name, but then they kind of got spoiled. Okay, anyways, the story goes that the source that we have for Kasmuna and her life is from a early 16th century Arabic Muslim dictionary of female poets. So this Muslim writer collected the poetry written by women over several centuries, and he has an entry on this woman named Kasmuna al-Yahuda, Kasmuna the Jewess. We don't have a record of her in Jewish sources whatsoever. We get her only through this Muslim medium. And he says a very beautiful story at the very beginning, that Kasmuna's father was a very educated man. We'll have some opinions as to who he might have been. And he would teach her this particular Arabic poetic style of rhyming, not exactly rhyming couplets, but he would start a poem from her and then she would have to finish it. Anyway, so the first quotation that we have, her father said to her, I have a friend whose woman has repaid good with evil, considering lawful that which is forbidden to her. That's kind of a complicated sentence. He says to this young daughter, I have a friend whose woman has repaid good with evil, done something bad to her husband, boyfriend, whatever, considering that lawful that which is forbidden to her. And she's taking advantage of that relationship. Kasmuna then replied, just like the sun from which the moon derives its light, always, yet afterward eclipses the body of the sun. Beautiful astronomical metaphor that fits with the first idea of the poem. And as the Arabic author of the collection of poems writes, her father embraced her and said, "My daughter, by the 10 Commandments," right, a typical Jewish thing to say, "you are a greater poet than I." So this is our first kind of introduction to Kasmuna. You have this beautiful idea of her relationship with her father, a very literary relationship, and one in which she demonstrates wit and sensitivity, and to a certain degree asserts her kind of unique femininity in an unusual way, which we will explore in the course of this lecture. So that's our first introduction to Kasmuna. Any questions so far? Okay, so since we are 11 minutes, I actually had a different talking dog joke to start, and I would like to tell that joke because it was in my brain when I started. So if you don't mind, Joseph, you're still awake, right? So I can tell you this joke. So the joke goes like this. This is a joke I was going to start with. It's Erev Yom Kippur, and the synagogue is full of Jews, and they're all thinking about atonement in the year to come, and they're waiting and waiting for the chazan to show up, the cantor to show up. And he's not coming. And finally, someone bursts in and says, "The chazan, he took another job. He's over in Peoria right now. He's going to lead the services over there. We don't have a chazan." Everyone's saying, "Oh my gosh, it's almost Yom Kippur. We have a few minutes. How are we going to possibly daven the Yom Kippur Kol Nidre service?" And they're asking her, "Does anyone know how to daven? Does anyone know how to do this?" But finally, one guy steps forward, sheepishly goes up to the rabbi and says, "Rabbi, I know a chazan that knows Kol Nidre." And I said, "Okay, bring him here." He says, "Well, you know, it's not so easy. You see, he's a dog." And the rabbi says, "A dog?" He says, "Yeah, he's a dog, but he does a beautiful Yom Kippur, really. It's a Kol Nidre." The rabbi says, "Well, I don't know what to do. Just bring him in here. Bring the dog in." It's a boxer with a white, working as a receptionist, by the way, in a firm that just got the job. And the congregation is skeptical. What does it mean? So they put a tallis on him anyways. He goes up to the Aron and he puts his front two paws on the Aron, and then he kind of gathers himself, sort of clears his throat, he purses his lips, and then he begins, "Kol Nidre," and the room is silent. Everyone is overwhelmed with the emotion and the sensitivity and the technical precision with which he enunciates all of the prayers. And people, by the end of the service, are weeping. They're overwhelmed. What a tremendous Kol Nidre. They never heard such a thing. So the rabbi says, "Can you do chakras?" He says, "Sure, chakras." Most up the whole thing. Goes through everything. Goes through Ne'ilah. Finishes the davening. The congregation is transformed. They've all done tshuva. They're going to be tremendously good Jews for the coming year. And a committee of the board members come up and they say to the owner of the dog, "Listen, we love this Yom Kippur service, and we'd like to offer your dog a full-time position as chazan." And the guy says, "I'm sorry, that's not going to be possible." And they say, "Well, why not?" He says, "Well, he really has his heart set on medical school." So that was more Jewish, but I think I like Dr. Singer's joke anyways. Okay, so back to Kasmuna. Here we go. Now, the style of her poetry is a very highly technical Arabic style called, I'll try this once, muwashashaha. My Arabic is terrible. It's just a little bit worse than my Urdu and my Swahili. But this is considered, as I've read in the literature, to be an extremely complicated type of poetic style that cognoscenti really enjoy, with detailed, rhyme and meter and so on. And we can only assume that it is as great as the poets and the scholars say. Now, the way that this poetess is described is, as I said, Kasmuna the Jewess, and she is named as Bint Ismail. Sorry, it's Bint Ismail ibn Bagdala. I might have a typo in this here. The daughter of Ismail of Baghdad. And one particular scholar named Bellamy argues that, in fact, when you look more closely at the literary evidence, it's quite possible that Bagdala was actually a misprint, and it was none other than Shmuel Hanagi, which is Samuel ibn Nagrela. An absolutely fascinating proposition, because Shmuel Hanagi, that's his Hebrew name as opposed to the Arabic, was one of the most famous Jews of the Spanish Golden Age. A tremendously towering figure of phenomenal importance. And if this was in fact his daughter, it opened up a whole new venue into what we know about the world of Iberian Jewry and about Jewish women in the Spanish lands. As we shall see, there's a lot of controversy over that particular assertion. It's far from clear that this is in fact her father, but it certainly does place her life within a royal context, a long rabbinic context, and in fact, a royal context. So before we go into it, let's just talk a little bit about why we know so little about her. The unfortunate reality is that women basically drop off the radar screen for almost all of Jewish history. We have some exceptional women who stand out in the biblical period. Of course, the foremothers, women like Zipporah, Moses' wife, and so on. With very few exceptions, like let's say Gloria, with very few exceptions, they always tend to be, living in the shadow of a male. Either their husband, their father, sometimes their sons, but they rarely stand out on their own. And the historiography, the literature that we have, basically ignores women's history. And there are a lot of reasons for this. It's hard to believe that Jewish women were not so exceptional, since we know how exceptional they are even today. And I said that even when my wife left the room. She actually walked out of the room for a second there. But the fact is, Jewish women are so phenomenally powerful in the structure of Jewish life, particularly traditionally observant Jewish life. It's hard to imagine that their influence and leadership was not felt more dramatically throughout the ages. Why do we have such a small record of their activity? Part of this is because of the tropism of historiography, meaning the way that historiography works. Most of Western Jewish historiography, which follows non-Jewish historiography, tends to focus on leaders who stand out in the public eye. Judaism as a culture has always emphasized this idea of kol kvuda bas melech pnima. All the glory of the princess is within. This concept called tzniut, or hiddenness, which is considered a very positive value in Judaism, but does not translate very well into Western non-Jewish culture. There is this idea that in Judaism, the more valuable a thing it is, the more it should be withheld, the more that it should be closed off, hidden, modest. Like the classic example the rabbis often bring is the Torah scroll, which is not left out on display, open for everyone. It's closed up inside a mantle, behind a curtain, with a chain, inside a box. And it's only brought out at very special occasions of communal importance in which everyone has to show the correct level of deference to it. So Judaism as a culture has valued that level of selflessness, of voluntarism on the part of women, which often does not make it to the top of the charts when it comes to recording the historical events of the Jewish people. There's also some very strong patriarchal elements to Jewish culture, which tends to devalue women's activities in general and consider them second class. So one can really approach this with an apologetic, emphasizing the value of tzniut, the value of hiddenness. One can also point to the patriarchal structures, which tend to, suppress women's activity. But the bottom line is, at the end of the day, we have very few women who have the kind of historical data describing their lives for men. Looking specifically at the Iberian Peninsula at this period, women do figure in poetry. We'll look at a few female poets, but looking at women in poetry, they tend to occupy certain very classical roles or tropes, if you will. There's the trope of the coquette, the woman who is a tease, the woman who is leading men on, very libidinous and so on. And then there is the trope of the shrew, the overly talkative wife, the nagging wife, those kinds of things. And so you see those very prominently in the body of Arabic literature that appears from the Spanish Middle Ages. And as we shall see, actually, Krasmuda's poems, even though we only have 2.5 of them, we just saw the first half, they really do stand out as being quite different. So part of the reason for this as well, according to Goitein, who was one of the greatest scholars of this period, is that women were largely excluded from the discourse, not only because of cultural norms, but because of linguistic norms. Judaism as a culture basically values Hebrew, with very few exceptions, considering perhaps Maimonides writing in Judeo-Arabic, or Samson Raphael Hirsch writing in German in the 19th century. Almost everything that's written in non-Jewish languages, non-Hebrew, tends to disappear. The Talmud may be another very big exception to that rule, written basically in Aramaic. But if you don't write in Hebrew, you're not writing in the lingua franca of the Jewish people. And you may find that Judeo-Persian or Yiddish or Ladino is really popular with a large population at a given point in time. But after a couple of hundred years, I'm thinking about the long arc of Jewish history, it will disappear. Unless it gets into a Hebrew translation, which is exactly what happened with Maimonides, for example. Nobody studies Maimonides in the original Judeo-Arabic nowadays. Only like really sophisticated scholars. Everyone else studies translations of Maimonides, because that's the language that we use forever. So women were largely excluded from formal education in Hebrew, particularly beyond, let's say, primary level, to be able to read the Siddur, for example, maybe Chumash. After that, they weren't given advanced rabbinic training. And so, therefore, their fluency in Hebrew was statistically quite a bit less than men. They didn't leave behind that kind of record, and they disappeared. But luckily, we have women like Carol Shapiro, who you may remember her from the lecture on the Babaka. I was truly preparing for this lecture. I was kind of rushed. I was in New York a little while ago, and I saw Carol at the Touro College Library, and I said, listen, I got to give a lecture next week. I know a little bit about this person, but I really don't know much. I just wrote down the word Kasmuna on a piece of paper, a little slip of paper. I said, could you please get me some information? And she sent me like 20 articles. Amazing. So we have women like Ms. Shapiro, who is really helping us out today. Okay, and what's so special about Spanish Jewry? There is this golden age of Spanish Jewry, which scholars differ about the exact chronological parameters, but let's say basically from the 9th century to the 13th century, you have this tremendous effervescence, an explosion really, of Jewish culture in Spain. This is what creates Sepharad. This is what creates a cultural movement that persists 1,000 years later. There are people who call themselves Sephardic, even after they've been exiled for 500 years. It's primarily because of the activity that occurred in the Golden Age. It was the principal sociological reason for this tremendous explosion of Jewish activity, which is, by the way, kind of like the explosion of Jewish activity and creativity at the turn of the 20th century in Europe. When you looked at how does that joke go? When you look at the great minds of the turn of the 20th century who changed our nature, our understanding of society, like, for example, take the four top minds, right? You have Freud, Sigmund Freud, who changed the way we think about the unconscious, changed the way we think about ourselves. You have Albert Einstein, changed the way we think about reality, time, space, all that. Karl Marx changed the way we think about politics, distribution of wealth. And then you have, of course, Charles Darwin, who changed the way we think about the very origin of our human species. And as the joke goes, 3 of them are Jewish and 1 of them was wrong. Can't get away with these things. But I have tenure, so I can say things like that. Okay, so what was special about Spanish Jewry? It was, first and foremost, a triangular culture, which is something that Jews did not experience for the vast majority of their history. What do I mean by that? With the exception of the period when the Jews lived in their land, in the biblical period, Jews are always a minority in every other land. And they're almost always a minority in a binary relationship, meaning there is a massive population of, let's say, Christians, and then there's a Jewish minority. And there's a tiny little minority of like maybe non-sectarian Christians, things like that, but basically it's one big population and the Jews. Or in Muslim lands, one big population of Muslims and the Jews. The Jews constitute a single minority, and they don't have the plurality of the population to be able to assert themselves effectively in that environment. The Jews are always negotiating with a state power that's far larger than they are. And so Jewish culture, for most of these centuries we're talking about, tended to develop in an insular fashion, inward looking, developing mystical thought and internal Jewish ideas and so on. Spain, however, was quite different because Spain is a more or less three-way split of three distinct populations: the Muslims, the Christians, and the Jews. And of course, for much of the really about 600 years of history, they were contesting with each other for control of the peninsula. And as a result, because the Jews were not the only minority, and they could play themselves culturally and politically and even militarily against two other populations, they found they had a unique power base from which to express themselves in all of these various endeavors of human activity. And this is why in Spain, for example, you have tremendous Jewish statesmen. You have Jews who are generals of armies, who, as Jews, completely observant Jews, who are nevertheless leading armies. That hardly happens anywhere. The only place where you can see things like that is, let's say, in communist Russia with Leon Trotsky, and he's not exactly an observant Jew who ends up leading an army, but here you have traditionalist Jews very much at home in the Jewish community and also taking massive leadership positions in the culture as a whole. You have Jews who are very, very comfortable in the outside culture and in Hebrew culture simultaneously. You might think perhaps in America where there's something like that here. It's very different because we have, of course, democracy, which changes everything. But we also have this idea of, although this is largely a Christian country, we have very large minorities of non-Christians and of multiple types of Christians as well. So Jews have a unique amount of power in this country as well. But I'm going to go past that. You have the real Joseph model of leadership in Spain, just as we have in biblical Egypt, where the Jews can come in, and because of the conflict between Muslims and Christians, they can occupy a role that allows them to exercise leadership, typically in a viceroy fashion, that is unprecedented for most of Jewish history. So that's really when you have this flowering of Jewish culture. The most important of all of them is the man who is thought to possibly be Kasmuna's father, the famous Shmuel HaNagid, who lived from 993 to 1055. There's a lot of beautiful stories about his origins and his rise to power. Basically, that he was a small merchant, a spice merchant, who had tremendous literary prowess, and it was noticed by a serving girl for the king, and he was eventually promoted to become none other than the viceroy and the leader of the armies of Granada. It's a really fascinating story. I gave a lecture on it a couple of years ago if you look it up on the web. But what's interesting about him in our context, we know that he had 3 sons and an unnamed daughter, so it's not impossible that the daughter was Kasmuna. But he's also a tremendous poet, leaving behind nearly 2,000 poems to this day. So again, it reinforces the idea that he would have taught Kasmuna how to be a poetess. And he's also a rabbinic scholar, writing an introduction to the Talmud that is still published in Talmudic tractates today, called Hamavo, the Introduction, which is a masterful piece of research describing how the Talmud works as a document. If this is really Kasmuna's father, then we understand so much more about where she could have gotten these unusual talents and what it meant about Jewish leadership in the literary as politically. Anyways, let's go to her poems themselves. Okay, there's only 3 of them, 2.5, so I should certainly read them to you. We know that she lived in Granada, either the 11th or the 12th century. That's again from this Arabic author who gives us this anthology. Her poems are written in Arabic. They're not written in Hebrew. The story that the brief descriptions in this Arabic anthology say that Her poetry was so beautiful that it especially motivated her father to find a husband for her. That will actually be a fact of tremendous significance in trying to identify Kazmuna, whether or not he succeeded or whether or not he even tried, as we shall see. It appears that she never married. She may have died young. Let's look at the poems now, and you'll get a sense for yourself. So here is the little introduction by the Al-Siyuti, who was the anthologist, writes, she looked in the mirror one day, right, Kazmuna. She looked in the mirror one day, seeing that she was beautiful and had reached the time of marriage, but that she was not getting married. She said, and here is her poem, I'll read it out loud. A garden whose harvest time has come. No harvester can be seen to extend a hand to you. Alas, youth passes and is wasted. If she said, and is wasted, then you know for sure she's doing it. While one remains, I will not name him, who is alone. Now, what's troublesome about this poem, especially the last part? Someone else, right? What's going on? Who is this? I will not name him. So I found out in doing my research that apparently in Iberian Arabic poetry, it was very common for women to refer to themselves in the third person singular masculine. So when you read it with this weird convention you would never think of unless you read this strange article on Kazmuna, that I will not name myself who is alone. Right? Like, so here she is, she's describing herself like, you know, a garden in flower, ready to be harvested, ready to like start a married life, and yet where's the guy? Where's my bashert? He's not here. I am alone. So you can see a kind of a melancholy there, a very beautiful kind of metaphor of the garden that's waiting for the gardener, so to speak. And it, you know, it's a very pretty poem. I'll show you another translation. This is a translation by a scholar named Nichols. Here's a translation by a woman named Gallego. Actually, I like this one better. I see a garden with ripe fruit, yet the gardener, it seems, will not stretch out his hands to it. How pitiful! Youth fleets by and is lost, and something I will not name remains lonely. So Gallego managed to kind of fudge the third-person masculine part, but again, it's expressing the desire to do what, you know, a typical Yiddish Mädel wants when she's in that stage of life. She wants to find her bashert. She wants to, you know, like American girls have 1.1 children, which is basically like a child and a poodle. That's American. That was not very funny, but thank you for laughing anyways. But the idea here is that, so this is a sense of her. Let me show you the other poem that we have. So far we're 2/3 through her opus. This one, according to Al-Sayudi, is something that she thought of when she happened to see a deer in the woods. She saw a deer, and it inspired her to write this poem. Oh dear, you who graze constantly in the meadow, I resemble you in wildness and in blackness of the eye. Both of us are alone without a friend, and we heap blame always on the decree of fate. Another interesting, thought-provoking poem. We'll look at it for a second. Obviously, the deer who's out in the meadows, she says that she resembles the deer both in wildness, and being untamed, undomesticated, not being attached to a mate, and in blackness of the eye. What could that blackness of the eye possibly mean? I'm sorry? The surroundings? Interesting. This is surprising. This is something that's so cool. Oh, Raphael, go ahead. Oh, that's pretty good. She's quite bright, isn't she? Yes, absolutely. This is why, for all of you watching on the internet, this is why you really have to learn foreign languages. Because when, you know, in English, we have certain words to say things that don't exist in other languages, but there are concepts that we don't even know exist because we have not found a word for them. So I had to figure this out. There's this word in Arabic called khawar. Khawar is considered a very beautiful characteristic which refers to the contrast between the dark iris and the white of the eye. Like when we only say in English, oh, she has beautiful eyes. Well, we can't say much more than that. But they have a unique word, khawar, and again, you're thinking about Spanish Jewish women with dark eyes, presumably. The contrast between the dark iris and the white, the clear white eye, the outside of it, that's considered very beautiful. So she used the word khawar here to say, like the deer, which has a very black iris and a white eye. So I am like you in this beautiful way. I found this fascinating. This is worth the whole lecture for me. Everybody can go home now. The second part here, this is Gallego's translation, the other scholar. O gazelle, which always grazes in a garden, I am comparable to you in loneliness and despair. We are both alone, without companion, but let us wait patiently for the decision of the Almighty Providence. So all of a sudden, this translation you can see is quite different. First of all, she skips over that whole khawar thing, which I think is so beautiful. I would keep that, but I'm not a translator. And look at the ending here. Let us wait patiently for the decision of Almighty Providence. Compare that to the other translation. We heap blame always on the decree of fate. Right? I mean, go ahead. So there is a famous commentary, I believe it's by the Ravad, who says in Hebrew, show me a translator and I will show you a liar. Translations are always going to be, I mean, like the word here, I'm guessing, I don't know Arabic, but he blames can be the same as assign responsibility. So does assign responsibility mean he blame, or does it mean wait patiently for the decision? I don't know. Still, because unfortunately I don't know Arabic, I'm relying on the scholarly translations that exist. These are two that I found. We nevertheless get a couple of things that are come. First of all, she has some belief in either Almighty Providence or in fate, right? Like it's something that happens in the stars or with Hashem, something like that. And we also see that kind of melancholy sadness coming through as well. She's waiting, no, where's my Basher? And there's my Basher with a question in the back. Oh, I forget the guy who wants the voiceless fricative. We need that guy over here to tell us exactly what this means. Let me show you where I think we really see her personality emerge when you compare her to, as Gallego did, to typical poetry of Arabic women of the period. And you see some images. Hang on a sec, I'll just show you these poems and I'll come back to you. So here we go. So James Manford Nichols, who actually provided some of the translation, he says that there is this whole genre of women's poetry in Arabic, because then again, that was the vernacular. They were speaking Arabic. It was not so difficult for them to write Arabic, unlike Hebrew. And there's a lot of essentially love poems. By the way, Shmuel HaNagid also wrote a tremendous amount of love poetry. Some of it is really quite heated, really erotic poetry. You can visit that lecture, you'll see I quote a couple of them there, and the ones that I didn't even include on the internet are even worse. But really, very hot poems. And her poetry, though, is characterized, as he put it, by its delicacy and its melancholy. Lots of metaphors, not too graphic, and again evokes that kind of sadness, that tristesse, to use the French word, rather than some kind of more graphic. Also, the very common genre, which we find strange reading about in the 21st century, but the Iberian poets had a whole genre called boast poetry, in which actually it's not so weird. It's like rap is like that. You ever listen to rap music? Where it's all about, I'm so tough and I did this and I got that, I got into jail and I got out. So it's all like, I know rappers laughing, but that's so they had that kind of genre of boast poetry. I beat that enemy of mine and he was so embarrassed and stuff like that. And Jews wrote that poetry too. Jews love that stuff. So it doesn't have the kind of narcissism that you see in a lot of the genres poetry, and it does not have that coquettishness. She's not like, flaunting her youthful beauty and the effects it has on her male admirers. Check out these examples. So here's a poetess, a female poet named Walada, who wrote, "Worthy am I, by God, of the highest, and proudly I walk with head aloft. My cheek I give to my lover, and to those who wish them, I yield my kisses. Right? So there's like it's very strong, very graphic, very sexual kind of. So you don't see that in the few poems we have with Kasmuda, who's comparing herself to a deer, a loon, a garden, things like that. I mean, they're metaphors for relationships and for sexuality and for love, but they're very much more tznius. Another example, Najwan from the 12th century. I paid a poem with another. Tell me, by my soul, who is the better poet? If woman be my nature, my man is my poetry. Right? If woman be my nature, man is my poetry. And the Arabs as a culture, I mean, going all the way from Spain to Malaysia, worship Arabic as the ultimate language. Just like Jews with Hebrew, Arabic, even if your native language is, I don't know, Urdu, or, well, actually, Swahili is a good example. Your native language is East African dialect, you're going to try to imitate Arabic, and that turns into Swahili. I'm not sure if that's even close to true, but it's time for the talking dog joke, okay? This is the last talking dog joke. Do you want to do your question first? Talking dog joke. Okay, 3 talking dog jokes. Joseph, you're still awake. You're really waiting for this. So it goes like this. There's an ad in the paper, dog for sale, $50. So a guy wants a dog, so he goes and he goes, finds a classified ad, he goes to the door, knocks on the door, dog answers the door, boxer with a white patch in his eye. Dog says, "Can I help you?" He says, "What?" And he says, "Can I help you? Are you here about the ad for Talking Dog?" And the guy says, "I can't believe it. You talk. How do you talk?" He says, "Yeah, I know. It's a long story, but basically, before the fall of the Soviet Union, the CIA had a secret project where they genetically modified dogs and gave us special training, and the plan was to paratroop us in behind the Iron Curtain, befriend high Soviet leaders, and then once we learned state secrets, we would, run away and get across the border undetected, report to our handlers, and we'd be debriefed on everything. And then what happened was, Reagan and Gorbachev and Glasnost, and it all fell apart, and I was out of a job. And the guy says, "That's amazing. Where's your master? I want to buy you." He says, "He's in the back room." So he goes to the back room and sees the master. And he says, "I want to buy your dog." And the guy says, "Oh, great. Thank you." And he says, "Okay, great. I have $50. He says, $50? No, let's just take him. You don't have to pay for it. Don't have to pay you for anything. What are you talking about? He's an amazing dog. Why do you want to get rid of him?" He says, "Well, for one thing, he's a tremendous liar." Did he tell you that story about the CIA? Okay, let's go on. So, question, I'm sorry.
Other than the last 50 years or so, can you think of any Jewish women who are very influenced in the world, in the arts?
Are you kidding? We only have 15 minutes left, and I don't,
In politics?
Gloria Steinem jumps ahead, Betty Friedan. I've been around for about 50 years. Well, there are some very significant women. If you go back just in the headers of the lectures that I've given, there's a lot of early 20th century leaders. There's women like the founders of Hadassah, Henrietta Zold. There's the poetess who wrote the Colossus, Emma Goldman. There, give me your tired, There's, of course, the great Rosa Luxemburg, phenomenal socialist leader, very radical socialist leader. It's much easier to find people in the 19th century onward because of the impact of feminism. So if you take me back to the 17th century, then we have a hard time. Then we only dig up maybe a dozen before we were really having a hard time. But 19th century, definitely tremendous amount of Jewish female leaders.
When I went to theater at school, there was not one girl in my class. I don't know what it is today. Just mostly for those who are
No.
I don't know what's happening in the world.
I will recommend one book to you, and then I'll take us back because I'm worried my jokes took too much time. There's a brilliant book out there called The Breath of Life, Feminism in the American Jewish Community by Sylvia Barrett Fishman, who's one of the greatest scholars of American feminism. And she has written really quite persuasively about the impact of education on Jewish women in the last 100 years. Since, for example, Sarah Schinnerer, who founded the Beis Yaakov movement of schools for women. And she says that, most Jewish girls leaving a 12th grade Orthodox education, meaning they're 17, 18 years old, they have superior knowledge to most rabbis 50 years ago. And that's just typical graduates. There are two of them in this room right now who have, skills in Hebrew translation, tremendous amount of textual knowledge, tremendous amount of contextual historical knowledge, ritual knowledge, that's literary, that they can write about and they can speak about and they can teach about. So we're living in very revolutionary times in which we have fundamentally altered the tectonic plates upon which our society rests by giving women that level of education. And now we're really in trouble. Okay, let's go weiter. Okay, now, the connection to Shmuel Ibn Nagrela is problematic. The last argument for it, besides that possible misspelling of the name, is that Shmuel Hanagid lost a daughter, and he composed a poem as a eulogy. But it's somewhat problematic poem. According to what we know about his life, because he was, again, a very famous Jew of the period, his daughter died of during a smallpox epidemic in 1044. And Shmuel Hanagid wrote a poem to his favorite son, Yehoseph, to whom he dedicated, maybe 500 of his poems or 300 of his poems, consoling him, his eldest son, on the death of his younger sister. It was not actually a eulogy for the sister. It was a poem consoling his son at the loss of his sister. And that's a little weird. Shmuel Hanagid, based on his poetic records, was not exactly the kind of person you would expect to give his daughter an advanced education. For example, in one of his poems, he writes, "My son," and this is hard to believe, but, part of this is within the genre. He says, "My son, beat your wife every day, lest you become a wife to your wife." So that's not exactly dripping with 20th century feminist ideology. That's kind of a nasty statement. And when you put together these two little bits, that he writes a poem to his son, consoling him on the loss of his sister, and he has these other poems that are decidedly not proto-feminist, it doesn't exactly fit the mold that we saw at the beginning of the father who's, playfully teaching his daughter how to write poetry. He's kind of like he's almost ignoring her. So you add that to a lot of the circumstantial evidence, the misspelling of the name, the problem with the dates, because the 15th century author believed that she lived a little bit later. It's not as plausible that she actually was Ibn Nagrela's daughter. We also have a problem over whether or not he got her a husband. You recall that was, the primary concern of her poems. The daughter of Shmuel Hanagid died apparently too young to marry, whereas the Kasmuna described in the Arabic anthology got a husband because she was such a great poetess. So to try and connect these two together, say, here's a moderately famous Jewish poet, and here's a famous Jewish political leader, they must be related. It's a bit of a historical stretch, and although it's appealing, it may not be possible to make that. So when we look at the legacy of this woman, and again, we spent the last 50 minutes really talking about 12 lines of poetry. That's all we know about her, and kind of little tidbits that were written 500 years after she died may not at all be true. It's not possible to say without doubt that she was the daughter of Shmuel Hanagid. Bellamy wrote an article saying, yes, she was. Gallego, we've seen the translation, say absolutely no. Another scholar, Garula, says maybe a descendant, that perhaps, the wealth and the power of that family might have carried on. But ultimately, if we can abandon that whole discussion, my question is, does it really matter? Here we have a tremendous literary treasure, a moment of the expression of a Jewish woman living sometime in the 11th century. She tells us what's important to her. She shows us how her approach to life is distinctive from other Arabic poets, women, I should say, Muslim women of the period. And all these things together just give us a tiny glimpse into the reality of life for women in the Iberian Peninsula in the Golden Age. So with that, I'm going to conclude. I want to thank you all for your endurance and your attention, and I look forward to seeing you next week when we talk about the Rashba. Now, thunderous applause, please, so that I don't have to add it to the track. Thank you very much.
Sure, some people got concussed, and the shop get in there. You know what? Probably good pass. 42 family man now. 42 family man. Get a suspect quad. Oh, yeah, suspect quad.
Okay, I hope you're all doing well. It's great to see you again. I hope you had a fantastic holiday with Yom Tov. I especially love those 3-day Yom Tovs. I mean, I wish we could have them one after another. I really do. I really do. They're fantastic. It's the fourth day when you have to come back to the real world that's very difficult. But otherwise, you know, if I were to make my own religion, the only thing I would do is I would just make the holidays a little longer. At any rate, today's, and all, by the way, I was able to do so much reading on Yehuda Halevi. Not enough for this presentation, but nevertheless a lot that I really enjoyed. And I will, regale you with a lot of his poetry. And of course, we have to start tonight with the most famous, perhaps, of all pieces of medieval verse in Hebrew. We certainly have this famous poem. It's only a few lines, but I'd like to begin with it. Of course, you know what it is. Libi b'mizrach, my heart is in the east. Let me try and read it with a Sephardic accent. You'll forgive me, please. ליבי במזרח וענותי בסוף מערב. איך אטעמה את אשר אוכל ואיך יערב. איכה אשלם נדרי ועשרי בעוד ציון בחבל אדום ואני בחבל ערב. יקר בעיניי עזוב כל טוב ספרד כמו יקר בעיניי רעות אפרות כביר נחרב. Now here's the English translation. My heart is in the east, and I in the uttermost west. How can I find savor in food? How shall it be sweet to me? How shall I render my vows and my bonds while yet Zion lieth beneath the fetter of Edom, and I in Arab chains? A light thing would seem to me to leave all the good things of Spain, seeing how precious in mine eyes it is to behold the dust of the desolate sanctuary. What he is expressing here, of course, is a famous lament, and he lived this in his own life. He's a person of tremendous fame and success in Spain, which was like the Brooklyn of the medieval world. I mean, it was like the center of the Jewish world, where all literature and all sophistication came there. Baghdad was already a distant dream, and now Spain was, Cordoba and Granada were places of great culture, and yet he longed for the backward, desolate sanctuary, the desert areas, the arid spaces of Jerusalem. And of course, as an older individual, he gave it all up, and he made his way to Jerusalem, where, according to new research that has come out of the Geniza Library, we know that he did actually make it to Eretz Israel, but he died within months of his arrival there. Nevertheless, this famous lament, Libi b'mizrach v'ani b'sof ma'arav, my heart is in the east, meaning in Israel, and I am way out here in the far west, is the refrain that has echoed through the last 800 years of all Jews who wish to make Aliyah, to live properly in the land of Israel. So we're going to see how this is expressed in the great Yehuda Halevi's life over the next hour or so, and I hope you'll find this fascinating as I did. Let's begin, though, with some of our standard good and welfare for tonight. First of all, thank you to our sponsors. Once again, we are fortunate to have the generous sponsorship of Vic and Kathy Pressman, friends of mine, students of mine from Miami, who after Hurricane Irma sponsored 2 lectures, and we thank them very much. And we also got, I'm really excited because, we filled up all of the sponsorships for the fall semester, which is really nice. And people are still giving money. That's really amazing. Getting these anonymous donations coming in. And I have the screen here, but I took this yesterday and I got a couple more today. So we are right now at $9,998 for the scholarship fund. So would someone please give $2 just so we can get one more? Okay, good, thank you. We have $2. Can we have $2.50? No, that's great. Here it comes right now. Professor Levine, thank you. We have now made $10,000 with this donation. That's great. Okay, thank you. I will deposit it in the scholarship account after we're done. So, and I'll send an email to Rabbi Krupka right away, the executive vice president, that we made $10,000 right here and now. But we can go further. Our goal is $100,000. We have at least a few weeks to make the other $90,000 up. Professor Levine, can I? Okay. So, anyways, that's really cool. Please do continue to give to our fund. Okay. Other really cool good and welfare thing. I'm very pleased that after an inordinate amount of time doing research and writing, my new book has finally appeared. Thank you very much. This is an advanced copy. We're going to have a book launch right here in this room on the 30th. You're all invited, of course. We'll have a regular lecture beforehand, and we'll have some, food and drink and things like that as well to celebrate the appearance of this book, which I hope will be useful for the scholarly world. It's a study of the Holocaust writings of a Hasidic rabbi named Colonus Thomas Shapiro, known as the Eish Kodesh, the Holy Fire, after the title of his work. And basically what I've done is I've taken his work and placed it in the immediate micro history of the Warsaw Ghetto, which I believe sheds tremendous light on what he exactly said in his weekly sermons in the ghetto. I'll pass this around if you're curious to look at it. We'll have copies for sale, of course, at the book launch, and there are copies available on Amazon. There's a 20% discount for the pre-orders now, not on Amazon, but on CreateSpace. Go to the website and you'll find it all out. Okay, let's go to Yehuda Halevi, though. Okay, so our major source for today, I read a ridiculous number of books for tonight's lecture, and sometimes when I read so many books, it doesn't always come out in quite as fluid a lecture. Sometimes it's better when I kind of make it up as I go along, but nevertheless, I had a lot of fun. I especially enjoyed Hillel Halkin's excellent biography. Hillel Halkin, of course, is one of the great men of Israeli letters. He wrote fantastic biographies of Vladimir Jabotinsky, which we relied on last year, and his biography of Halevi is really a work of great poetry. I'd like to point out, he has a tremendous sense of humor. Let me show you the table of contents. Here it is. Contents. Yehuda Halevi, page 3. Appendices, page 315, right? So it's really useful if you want to look up a particular chapter in his life. It's all in that first 300 pages, and then you have the appendices, which are useful readings. Then you have chronology at the end. But it's really well worth reading. There's a lot more material than I could possibly present in the scope of one lecture. I also like to point out this really interesting book, which has a certain amount of material on Yehuda Halevi's life, but it really is an interesting take on the entire period that we have been studying since the beginning of the semester. The Ornament of the World, which was a term used to describe Granada at its highest point. The subtitle is How Muslims, Jews, and Christians Created a Culture of Tolerance in Medieval Spain by Maria Rosa Menocal. She wrote and published this book in the summer of 2001, and it was in press when 9/11 occurred. And so she managed to squeeze in a little postscript at the end, just a couple of pages, wondering if maybe she was being a little bit too, wearing too rose-tinted a lens when she was talking about the period that we're studying. And she has been, I think, she's been heavily criticized I mean, look at the subtitle, How Muslims, Jews, and Christians Created a Culture of Tolerance in Medieval Spain. It's hard to say all those words together after 9/11. I think the criticism directed her was, I don't feel very good about that criticism, but I can see how she was sort of pushing a particular kind of image of the period. It's definitely a wonderful book to read. It may not really be top-end history as I study history in my own personal approach, but it is a beautiful work of literature of how it ought to have been. And for that alone, just for the size, it's worth reading, and I really got a lot out of it. I enjoyed it tremendously. Basically, she gives about a 30, 40 page historical overview, and then she dives in with very vivid portraits of key individuals, many of whom we've studied, Shmuel HaNagid, for example, Yehuda Halevi, and others. So it's really worthwhile. Okay, very strong, by the way, on the role of Jews and Muslims in transmitting Greek wisdom to the Christian North, which we'll discuss later. Okay, that's enough good and welfare. Let's go straight to the material. One of the great dichotomies in medieval thought, as understood by most scholars of the 20th century, beginning with Wilson at Harvard, was this concept that somehow Maimonides and Halevi were polar opposites. And as Hillel Halkin puts it, you could either be a Maimonidean or you can be a Halevian, but you can't really be both. You have to choose one or the other. So what is the difference? Maimonides, who we've studied in this room in the past, the great rationalist, the great, in some ways, ecumenicalist, because he believed that it's all about reason, it's all about contemplation, it's all about making a logical inferences one to the other, and theoretically the possibility of human perfection is accessible to all human beings. Anyone who is willing to take the path of the philosopher, to reason and to move through the vagaries of logical deduction will eventually come to this great spiritual perfection. That's kind of a little bit of a caricature, but nevertheless a generally correct Maimonidean approach. Halevi, on the other hand, is the poet. Maimonides, to my knowledge, did not write any poetry. Halevi, although he is classified as a philosopher, we will, towards the end of this lecture, think about whether or not that's an appropriate term. Halevi was ultimately a poet, a professional poet, and he approached life poetically. He approached life as an artist. He approached the concept of human perfection as an art, something which is perhaps innate, essential, in the sense of being at the core of a person's identity, not necessarily related to the life of the mind alone, and perhaps not readily accessible to people who are not initiated prior to the pursuit of such perfection. So they're very different in their approaches. They're, on the one hand, you have the thinker who is, kind of a generalist who is open to everyone, and on the other hand, you have Halevi, who is like thinking about there are only certain people, Yehidei Seguba, to use a Hebrew term, who are especially well positioned to take advantage of the breadth of human wisdom. So we will explore this question throughout today's lecture. Nevertheless, they're rough contemporaries. It's not at all impossible that Halevi may even have held the young Maimonides on his knee, because they did overlap very slightly in years, and it's not that big a community. Halevi, of course, was already at the peak of his career, but Maimonides was from also quite a distinguished family, so it's not impossible that, at a bris or a simcha or something, he may have actually tweaked his cheek at one point, but nevertheless, they led very different lives afterwards. Okay, so let us do a little bit of the geopolitical context. What's going on in Spain at this time? You recall that We began the series in the Visigothic period of incredible persecution against the Jews, ends rather dramatically with the invasion of Spain from the Muslims in 711, and shortly thereafterward, Spain is consolidated under an Umayyad rule, which is led by Abd al-Rahman I, the only surviving member of the Umayyads from Baghdad, who was gone as a refugee to Spain. And under his vision and his direction, really, he brings Spain up to a particular level of sophistication that is fantastic for Jews in particular. Unfortunately, Abd al-Rahman's kind of vision eventually declines in the 10th century, and we begin to see the seams of that culture of tolerance begin to fray. We spoke about it 10 years after the death of Shmuel HaNagid, the great pogrom that occurred in Granada. That is really a pogrom on a kind of a modern sense, with a popular uprising against Jews as a class, as a social caste. And we see more and more of this kind of violence, which of course would ultimately be expressed in the intolerance of the Inquisition and the expulsion. But the political nature of Spain at this point was beginning to fall apart, and it is in this chaos, as Muslim Spain is beginning to collapse, that the Jews find their voice, particularly in people like Yud Levi. This is known as the Taifa period, when the single Muslim rule that was evidenced by Abd al-Rahman falls apart, and there are many little kind of city-states. Granada becomes its own city-state, Cordoba is another city-state, and so on, and they are competing with each other. This is unfortunately followed by the darkest period, the invasion of the Berbers, and they come in two flavors. I'm not exactly sure about the detailed differences between the Almoravids and the Almohads, but the basic idea is that both of these Muslim invasions from North Africa, you'll recall we spoke about them with Shmuel HaNagid, these are not Arabs, these are Africans who had converted to Islam, and they did not come with the kind of cultural sophistication and cosmopolitan ideologies of the Baghdadi image or the Syrian image of a cosmopolitan Islam. They came with a much more rigid definition of Islam, and one of the things that puzzled them tremendously was the degree of tolerance that the Umayyads in Spain had shown for non-Muslims. As you'll recall, we discussed, non-Muslims are protected under Muslim law, particularly Jews and Christians, in some cases Zoroastrians, as dhimma, as people of the book. And they are granted special protections. They're allowed to observe their religion, certain symbolic discrimination, wearing certain color clothing and building their synagogues higher than mosques and things like that. But in general, they're granted a tremendous degree of toleration. Sometimes that it's surprising even for me when you read about it. Like, for example, the degree to which Jews and Muslims and Christians would drink alcohol together. Alcohol, of course, being forbidden to Muslims, and nevertheless, drinking parties was perfectly accepted sort of cultural activity that was engaged in by multiple religious groups simultaneously in the Umayyad-influenced Spain. The Almohads were saying, what is going on? These people are just like, they're out of control. And so they imposed a far more rigid definition of the tolerance or intolerance of non-Muslims that eventually caused people like the Maimon family to flee and to try and find shelter elsewhere. In the case of Maimonides, of course, he made it to Fustat outside of Cairo, where he launched his career. Halevi and others managed to eke out an existence despite the new restrictions imposed by the Almohads, but eventually they too felt the pressure, and emigration was a constraint. Here is a map that shows you some of the breakdowns of the various sites. It's hard to really pick any map for the period because the boundaries were shifting quite significantly. But in general, you have a Christian north and a Muslim south, and there's a lot of shifting boundaries in between. over the period that we'll be studying till the end of the semester, the Christians, of course, will push their way down, and eventually they will drive out the Muslims from the great citadel of Granada and the red fort known as the Alhambra, the foundations of which were laid by Shmuel Hanafi's son, Yosef. Now, let's just keep in mind how diverse Spain is at this point. We have several different groups. We have what I just made up this term, Old Muslims. These are the fans of the Umayyads. Remember, the Umayyads are like the Baghdadi Arab Muslims who think of Islam as this, cosmopolitan, tolerant kind of society and culture. You have the Berber Muslims. These are the Africans who are far less tolerant, coming up from the south. You have straightforward Christians and straightforward Jews. And then just to make it a little bit more complicated, you have the so-called Mozarabs. And these are Christians who have become thoroughly Arabicized, meaning they speak Arabic and they're comfortable in Arabic culture, but they are worshiping Christian values and so on, and identifying as Christians. And you have the Muhaddar, who are Muslims in the north, who are Latinized, who understand Christian culture and live as minorities in Christian lands. And they're all kind of like sort of trying to eke out their existence, living alongside each other, sometimes quite difficultly. Later, you will have the so-called, and these are derogatory terms, Moriscos and Marranos. Those are people who have outwardly disavowed their faith. In the case of Moriscos, those are Muslims who pretend to become Christians, and Marranos, those are Jews who are pretending to become Christians, known more appropriately as crypto-Jews or conversos, and we'll talk about them in the next few weeks. So we're talking about a period of history in which there are many different ethnic identities, national identities, religious identities, quite fluid in the period. And the last thing that we have to recall is, of course, in 1095, everything becomes much more serious with the First Crusade. This is, and we'll speak about it in a separate set of slides, but with the Christian attack on Islamic Israel, meaning Israel at that time was under the Muslims, you have really a geopolitical conflict that shakes the entire Mediterranean basin, and everyone feels threatened by the new level of hostility. So it's a period of tremendous change in the 12th century that we're talking about right now. Okay. So taken all together, is it possible to think about the book that we mentioned earlier, the Ornament of the World, to speak of what's called la convivencia, the coexistence, the period of living together? Menachol was criticized for being a little bit too rosy about it. I think there's some value to that criticism, but perhaps it's overstated with the hindsight we have living in the current period we do. But we definitely have elements like, for example, here's the tomb of Ferdinand III, a Christian king who died in the 13th century, and his tomb is famously marked in 4 languages, in Latin, in Romance Castilian, in Arabic, and in Hebrew. And they're not simply transliterations of each other, they actually say different things. Like, for example, the Hebrew transcription actually uses the Hebrew names of the months, not the Christian names of the months, the Hebrew date and so on, things like that. So it is, I think you still can make an argument for a period of tolerance among these cultures. The fact that the king himself would decorate his tomb with this multicultural statement is quite significant. Okay, enough background. Let us now look at Yehuda Halevi's life. So he came from the north, possibly Toledo, but more likely the Christian town known as Tudela, which is in the Pyrenees region. Tudela is perhaps most famous for another medieval individual named Binyamin, one of the great medieval travelers who made it all the way out to what would be today Russia, and he wrote about it quite a bit. So we have the travels of Binyamin of Tudela, not too much far away from this period of time. And then, but he was a literate individual, well educated in Jewish subjects as well as secular subjects, and he made his way to the cultured south, to, as I mentioned earlier, the Brooklyn of the Iberian Peninsula, because that was where everything was happening. I smile about it again. And he hoped to attract the attention of some of the great poets living there. He succeeded. He especially made a splash on the Jewish scene when he engaged in a little bit of wordplay with the great poet Moses ibn Ezra. No relation to Abraham ibn Ezra that we'll speak about next week, but the senior poet of his era. And in a series of missives that were sent back and forth in between some of these drinking parties, Halevi, in public, on the spot, composed some extremely clever verse that would take too long to explain exactly why it's clever in this audience, but by making word plays and numerical plays on how young he was and how he was seeking to, find the patronage and shelter of the great poet Moses ibn Ezra, he charmed the elder scholar and was invited to his home. And in fact, I just had so many poems to choose from, but I thought I was not going to read this one, and now I decided I really should because it was so much fun. Let's see if I can find it right now. Maybe I will not make it. I will just... I have to be better prepared for these lectures. Okay, here he is. Yes, here he is. Here's, after this back and forth between Yehuda Levi and the senior poet, eventually Moses ibn Ezra writes to him, and Hillel Halkin rhymes it for us. Have him make haste, meaning he writes back to Yehuda Levi, who's in the drinking party. Have him make haste, no time to waste, to the grounds of my estate. There where flowers scent the bowers, he can rest and rusticate. Any good things, love's offerings at no expense, till satiate, and live within my spacious inn, no matter who else shuts the gate. Beautiful. Yeah, Moses ibn Ezra was a very significant poet, and Hillel Halkin is a translator of some skill as well. So he ended up, making his way into the center of literary society in Spain, in Jewish Spain, and he became a poet for hire. He wrote all kinds of poems, particularly for money and also for the art of it. You see, he's written, for example, a significant amount of what are called tribute poems. Like, for example, here's an epitaph or something that was written on a tombstone. Possibly he didn't even know for whom it was written, but he was hired to write this. And this is a society that loves poetry, a society that values poetry, not like our society. This is where it's like, if you can imagine, calling up Brad Pitt and say, okay, I need something for the bar mitzvah. Could you please make a movie for me? We'll show it at the bar mitzvah. That would be the closest possible thing. Even that is crazy. Okay, here's the epitaph on a tombstone. Does the tear know whose cheek it runs down, or the heart by whom it is turned? It turns to its light that is now in the ground, and the ground knows not who has returned. Returned is a grandee of our town, who feared God and was upright and learned. And of course, it rhymes beautifully in the Hebrew. Here's another one. This is a wedding poem, right? Someone's making a big chasana. Call up the poet of the poet laureate of Spain. Come on by, please recite a poem, and we'll give you who knows how many thousands of dollars. Leave what was, and this is at a wedding, okay? Leave what was and what will be. Stick to what you plainly see. Every lad must hunt his lion, and each lass should keep her eye on her young man. One look can bag him, and a single word may snag him. Yet when to a gem engaged is, God joins them in a rock of ages, whose bright rays light up the dark, and of this waste make Eden's park. By two such souls we now stand blessed, as though by Levite and by priest. Oh, beautiful. I mean, if you're not in love at that point, it's all over now. I'm sorry? It's for a chasana, for the actual wedding. You could say it at a fort too. It would cost a little less, I think. But that's the idea. He's also... But that stuff is all really cool and we enjoy it. But what he's really known for, besides the devotional poems, which we'll go to, is the influence of this amazing work by a Muslim known as Ibn Hazm, who is a philosopher who wrote a lot of books on a lot of really cool subjects, but the most famous of which, without doubt, is The Neck Ring of the Dove. It's translated in different titles, but it makes sense. You know how these doves sometimes have a little neck ring, like a slightly different color around the neck? And these are poems of love, very moving, powerful poems of love. And Ibn Hazm's work is seen very strongly in Yehuda Levi's very intense love poetry. Here's one that I especially like. It's short, and I want to analyze it a little bit more with you. It's called Oprah. Yes, Oprah. They translate it as Oprah, but it's the same person. And who knows? She could be our next president. So we'll read that at the inauguration, right? Here we go. Now, I'll read it in English first, and then the Hebrew, and let's just look at the meter, because the meter is so clever. Oprah washes her garments in the waters of my tears, and spreadeth them out in the sunshine of her radiance. She demandeth no water of the fountains, having my two eyes, and no other sunshine than her beauty. Again, what's going on here? He's saying that he, as the unrequited lover, we don't know who Oprah is. He'll often suggest that it may have been a slave girl. Interesting kind of thought, but he's so taken with her. She is not interested. She says, my mom said, never marry a poet. Look for a doctor. He became a doctor later, of course. But he says that, she doesn't have to wash her clothes because I cry over her so much that she can just use my tears. And drying her clothes, no worries. She is like the sun, and her radiance will dry them off. Beautiful metaphor. Now listen to the meter, which is just gorgeous. What's really beautiful about it is that the rhyme occurs in the first word of the following stanza. So you feel when you read it like you're just falling off and then caught, and then falling off and then caught. Listen to it. Ofra techapes es petadeha b'mei di'i. ותשחטט לשמש סהרה לא שאלה מעיינות עם שתי עיניים ולא שמש ויופי שערה. I wish I could express this better. The end of the line is b'mei, in the waters, and then the next line begins di'i, of my tears. And the following line, it ends in imshtei, with two. And the next line, the fourth line, begins einai, with my eyes. So the rhyme is in the first word rather than in the last word. And it makes you feel like when you're in love and like you can't quite control what's happened to you. And you're like, everything seems like you're being carried along by forces greater than you can control. And you're just falling off into the arms of your beloved, so to speak. This is a religious college. You're going to be careful about how we talk about such things. Okay, but this is the feeling of Ibn Hazm translated into the Hebrew idiom and by a master of incredible proportions. This is really the kind of work that he is doing. Ultimately, he ends up going into medicine like any good Jewish boy. The poetry, okay, he gets a lot of fame from it, but I mean, he's always schlepping from one symptom to another. What kind of a life is this? Medicine, you will recall at this point, is not a very advanced science. Basically, just being literate is halfway there. This is doctors are generally not performing surgeries. They're more being kind of like lifestyle coaches, where they look at people's diet, they look at people's activities, and they prescribe, medicines, ground up herbs and things like that. And so much of it is basically knowing herbology and knowing, what kind of herbs have what kind of impact on diet and things like that. So it's not the same kind of field that it would be later in the modern period, but nevertheless, that's what he ends up doing. So he ultimately makes more of a living as a doctor. He is an uninspired doctor. he feels badly about being involved in the profession at all. He feels like he's just kind of slid into it because, what else is a literate kid supposed to do? But he's not inspired by it. He's inspired by his poetry. He's inspired by ideas. He's inspired by the land of Israel. Those are the things that motivate him. Okay. We know a little bit about his family life. We don't know his wife's name, and in fact, if you look very carefully at the schedule of lectures for this semester, there's one massive omission, and that is that we're not speaking about a single female character. I searched in vain to find any woman of significant stature that we could speak about her for any amount of time. There is one woman that I've spoken about in the past, a poet who is reputed to be the daughter of Shmuel HaNagid named Kasmuna, and I did not want to reprise that particular lecture because we only have about 8 lines of poetry that are attributed to her. So it's a really hard lecture to give. I'm proud of myself that I did give it, and I even got a Wikipedia article started on her that it should be in Wikipedia, right? I mean, come on, how many medieval female Jewish poets do you know from the Spanish period? But it's hard to find a lot about women in this period. Similarly, Yehuda HaLevi, we know he was married. It figured with some prominence in his later aliyah to Israel. We don't know his wife. We know almost nothing about her. We know that he had at least one daughter that survived to adulthood and was married, but we know about her primarily through his son-in-law. We know that he had a son-in-law who married his daughter, but we don't know very much about her at all. We also know that she was a mother. Again, we know about that because we know about her son, Yehuda, who was the grandson of Yehuda HaLevi. By the way, the Sephardic custom allows children to be named after living relatives. The Ashkenazic tradition does not. We know that adult daughter married someone named Yitzhak Ibn Ezra, who was a traveling companion, and most likely was the son of Abraham Ibn Ezra, who we'll speak about next week. There's some discussion about that in Hillel Hawkins' book, very worthwhile. It is possible as well that he lost one daughter in infancy. We read a poem translated by Hillel Hawkins on that. Actually, we read a different translation. I think it's Peter Cole's translation. We know because Yehuda HaLevi wrote a funereal poem dedicated to a small female child, and it's written with such phenomenal pathos that it's hard to imagine it's not written about his own child. Let's just have a quick look at that poem again. I'm only going to read it in the English, I'm sorry. We did last time when we looked at this in the context of an earlier lecture, we looked at the meter, but let's just hear the words of Yehuda HaLevi speaking about what appears to be his infant daughter who died at a young age. My child, had you forgotten the way to your own home, that your pallbearers strayed to the underworld's gloom, leaving me with, since you are not here to ask how you are, a grave's clods to kiss and your memory. Death has come between you and me. O daughter torn from her mother's rooms, what life have I left when, shaped from my soul, she makes my tears flow like a spring from split stone? How can she be so changed, once white as the moon, that she now wears the earth as her bridal gown? It saw the sweets of her wedding feast. Bitter is my own misery, for death has come between you and me. Plucked like a flower before her time, she always will be before my eyes like a frontlet, like filling. Were I to cry whole rivers for her, still she would lie a fallen star in a wormy pit, deep sepulchred, earth bonneted. My child, there is no clemency, for death has come between you and me. Languishing, her mother's voice bereft I hear. Let her be, she too grieves bitterly. Death scaled her walls and pierced her side, and drove her pride from its abode, and turned her joy into a dirge the day it ripped the vine she planted from her heart. What good, my child, does it cry? What good, my child, does it to cry your name? Your ears are deaf, and you are silenced utterly, for death has come between you and me. Alas, my child, you have laid me low. O mother, oh, you should not have had me if you meant to spurn me. And when my turn came to death's minion to wed me, and with dirt to wreathe me and cruelly lead me under doom's canopy, yet truly you did it not willingly, for death has come between you and me. You notice there, he switches the voice from himself as the father to the mother, and then to the child, the dead child, saying, you led me to death as my bridal canopy. And then finally, because this is Yehuda Halevi, this is a great religious thinker, he adds, may he whose judgments none repeal unseal your bonds and heal your sleep with angel song, and be not wroth with his own flock, and stop the plague that he sent forth, and comfort every heart for what it lost. And may you wake on the last day to light like dew, and rise in the arms of his mercy, for death has come between you and me. It's a very powerful, emotive poem, and you can feel the depth of his own sadness, the loss of his child. Okay. So, we will return to his family life momentarily. But to look at his thought now, because we've got a sense of what he was like as a poet, what we may be seeing happening here, and you recall the kind of geopolitical context in which the Umayyad vision of a multicultural convivencia kind of environment begins to devolve into kind of cultural city-states in which people guard their ethnicities jealously and view other societies being fundamentally toxic. It seems that may be the trend that was happening in Yehuda Halevi's thought as well. We see that most clearly in his most famous work, the Kuzari. You'll recall we discussed the Khazars with Chastai ibn Shaprut, which was clearly a major influence on Yehuda Halevi in creating this great work, the Kuzaris. Just as a very quick reminder, the Khazars were a well-known historical people who ruled in Eastern Europe, north of the Caspian Sea, for about 500 years. This is not a small or inconsequential civilization. The great Ukrainian historian Omelian Pritsak argues that Kiev itself was founded by Khazars. And if you go to Kiev, you'll see that there is an area called the Jews' Gate, which is in the direction of Khazar regions. The Khazars appear as Jews in the Eastern European writings, the Torah Tremenya Plet, many other works. So there's no question that there was this big group of people there, very powerful, fought with the Russians, the Pechenegs, many other peoples. And then they kind of disappeared mysteriously sometime in the 13th century. The most likely assimilated into the larger peoples of the region. They had some attachment to Judaism, which is a matter of extreme debate, really for the last 800 years. We don't know enough about how Jewish they were. We don't know if it was like a widespread, if it was only at the top level of society. There are some major scholars, such as Shaul Stamper, that says that they weren't Jewish at all. It's just that we've been talking about it so long, we believe it because we've been talking about it for so long. So we're not going to solve any of those problems today. If you are curious, I do have a couple of lectures on the Khazars, standalone lectures. But for Yehuda Halevi, he saw the whole Khazar story as expressed in the Ibn Shaprut correspondence as a pretext for a much larger and more important discussion about Judaism and its place in the world. You'll recall that according to the letters exchanged between Chasdai ben Shaprut and the purported king of the Khazars described their conversion to Judaism as a result of a multi-religious debate, where there were figures from various religious backgrounds who presented their case to the king, who ultimately decided to become Jewish. So Halevi took that starting point, and he describes in the Kuzari, which, by the way, the subtitle is significant, in defense of the despised faith. I believe the word is bezuya, which means insulted, derided, the looked down upon faith. So the king is troubled by this dream that he has frequently, in which God says to him in the dream that your intentions, your kavanah, is good, but your actions are not. Meaning, God is pleased that this King Joseph is well-meaning and wants to become pious and so on, but in reality, he's not doing the right thing in life. And Joseph is troubled by this, and so he reaches out to some other religions, and significantly a philosopher, really an Aristotelian, to ask him, what could this possibly mean? How is a person supposed to live his or her life? And he has these debates with these various characters, and most significantly, there is a Jewish figure, not a rabbi, a chaver. Chaver means like a learned individual, literally a friend, but in the Talmudic parlance, chaver means someone who is at a level of society that he is one of the collegium, he's one of the people who are really learned and part of the society at the highest levels. And very early on in the Kuzari, the word, of course, Kuzari means the Chazarite, the person of Khazaria. The king says, that's it, well, I'm going to be Jewish. And then the rest of the book is all about aspects of Judaism as he explores them. Fascinating work in many ways. So, there's so many different ways that we can approach this. I'm just going to look at really two aspects of it. There's actually an entire book published by Adam Shearer, Cambridge University Press, a big monster honker of a book, which is about how the Kuzari has been understood over the last 800 years. Not about what the Kuzari says, but about how it has been adapted for use by various political, religious ideologies for various ends, none of which may have actually corresponded to what Yehuda Halevi was personally intending. At any rate, what is one of the more controversial elements of it is where you see the contrast with Maimonides sharper than anywhere. Maimonides is all about the mind, and anybody who can think can climb the ladder of spiritual perfection. For Halevi, it's only really for Jews. Non-Jews can achieve great heights, but ultimately, this path to perfection for Yehuda Halevi is somehow in the blood, almost genetic. And many have championed this and have said, "Oh, he says it like it is. He's like, he's talking about the chosen people without apologetics. He's speaking in a very forthright way to the king, saying, listen, king, you would do great to convert to Judaism, but in reality, it's going to take a few generations before you can really reach a high level. At your generation, not so much." And that's kind of shocking for us in the 21st century, especially when we read about his love poetry and things like that. We tend to think of these values kind of coming in a package, but they did not. Halevi is much more of an essentialist, much more of a saying that this is like an artist. An artist cannot be trained. An artist has the vision and inspiration within him or her, and then the craft is what allows him or her to develop it. But it's not something you can be trained. Here, be inspired, be Picasso, be Michelangelo. It doesn't work like that. So this is a very sharp distinction between Maimonides and Halevi in particular. Secondly, very significantly, I mentioned that the hero protagonist is not a rabbi, but a chaver. So what exactly is the role of philosophy in Halevi's Kuzari? One of the most important figures early on in the book that is dealt with most significantly before he's finally pushed away is the Aristotelian. And that's really, that the Aristotelian is Maimonides' hero. He is very much enamored of Aristotle's thought. He refers to him as ha philosoph, the philosopher. And for Halevi, that's his primary interlocutor, whom he has to demonstrate as being out of touch. To give but one example, when the Chazar asks him, when the king asks the Chaver, like, who do you worship? The expectation is that he would say, I worship the Almighty God, creator of heaven and earth, which is a very Aristotelian kind of thing to say, because it refers to God as the prime mover, God as the first origin of all existence. But instead he says, no, I worship the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, who took the Jews out of Egypt. A God of history, a God is particularly associated with the Jews, a God who intervenes in mundane affairs, not an Aristotelian God who walks away from creation, but a God who gets his hands dirty, so to speak, with creation. Very different kind of image of God that comes across here. It's quite likely that he originally wrote this book first as a polemic against the Karaites. We know from some of the Geniza correspondence that he had an earlier version that was circulating that he was faintly embarrassed about. But then in its maturity, some 10 years later, it's a much more well-developed work in which the other elements, a much broader approach, is taken by the work as a whole. So we get a sense of, what exactly is the Kuzari? Is it a philosophical work? Is it a poetic cri de coeur? What kind of book is this? As I mentioned earlier, Adam Shear has written an entire book on how the Kuzari has been received. Very significant work. Naturally, just off the top of our heads and looking at the time, you could see how it would very much be appreciated by Zionists, not only because of his own life example in making Aliyah, but also because of the sort of integral vision, in the sense of integral nationalist vision of the Jews as having a unique destiny. Not one which is kind of like connected with the liberal values of tolerance and the expansion of a human civilization, but rather the unique destiny of the Jewish people as a body politic. So there's quite a bit to say about specifically how the Kuzari has been approached by scholars over the generations. Let's go to the final chapter of his life. We mentioned earlier that the Crusades fundamentally altered the medieval world, and one may say, in fact, with a high degree of confidence that we're still living in a post-Crusade era, that the hostility between Muslims and Christians, writ large, the Muslim civilization and Christian civilization, of which here in Brooklyn we are a part, we still feel the ramifications of this attack in the 11th century. Basically what was happening is that the Christianity is divided between two major groups, the Roman Catholics over here in this kind of yellow color, the Orthodox, sometimes called Greek Orthodox, which are in this sort of like peachy color, and then of course Islam, Muslims, which are all across the southern part of the Mediterranean basin. The Roman Catholics and the Greek Orthodox don't get along. They've been fighting for quite some time, and after 1054 they have a major schism where they're really not getting along. But at the end of the century, the Patriarch in Constantinople, which is the leader essentially of the Greek Orthodox Church, reaches out to Pope Urban II in Europe, the Roman Catholic leader, and says, we need some help because we're not getting free access for Orthodox Christians to visit the holy sites in Jerusalem, which are under Islam. This was a rather unique ecumenical moment where these two warring Christian factions got together, and it totally energized Europe, because all of a sudden people could like unite under a single banner, follow the cross to Jerusalem and rescue Jerusalem from the infidels. It was like it had a tremendously sticky message, to use the kind of metaphor that marketers use. It just made sense. It was like we use the word crusade today to refer to like great epic causes, missions, right? So it comes from this particular period. The word crusade, of course, comes from the word croix, or cross in French. So they make their way down there, and there are two things that are important for us in our context today. One is that some of the well, one thing is that the attack on Muslims is incredibly brutal and bloody. Horrible massacres of Muslims in Israel and in Jerusalem, in particular, that were felt throughout the Muslim world. And slaughter of Jews as well, especially in areas like the Rhineland, the Ashkenazic territories, where some crusaders said, why should we schlep all the way to Jerusalem when we have infidels living here in our backyard? So there's a period of tremendous violence directed against non-Christians as a whole. What am I missing here? All right. Just a second. Sorry, I'm missing the words in the rest of it. Right. So what happens during this period of tremendous conflict between Muslims and Christians that's only getting worse over the course of the 11th century? And you'll recall, by the way, that this is only the first crusade. There were many, many crusades that extended over the next 200 years. They kept on getting kicked out of Israel, and then they'd come back again, and so there was a lot of back and forth. This is really a war that went on for centuries in a physical sense, and we still feel, as I mentioned today. So around 1140, Yehuda Levi, after considerable debate, says, you know what, this is no place for me. I have to go to Israel. Of all the craziest places to go during the Crusades, to go and leave a safe, cosmopolitan, wealthy home in Spain and make your way to Israel was really mind-boggling. And nevertheless, it was the inevitable result of his thinking. I mean, the idea of Israel being the ultimate home of the Jewish people is inescapable in his thoughts. Look at some of these things that he's written. He would frequently dream of Israel. Your dwellings, Lord, are places of love, and your nearness is clear as things seen, not guessed of. My dream took me to your temple's mount to sing, in all its lovely worshipping, and bring my offering with their libations. And around me swirled thick smoke and ministrations, sweet to my ears, of Levites at their stations. And he's having these recurring dreams of making it to Israel, some of which he realizes are rather absurd. Like, for example, in this famous poem, I won't read the whole thing of it, he says, a man in your 50s, and you would still be young? Soon your life will have flown like a bird from a branch. Yet you shirk the service of God and crave the service of men, and run after the many and shun the one from whom the multitudes of all things come, and laze about instead of setting out on your true way, and for a mess of pottage sell your immortal part. Has your soul not had enough? Why then yield each day to its lust? Leave its counsel for gods, put the five senses aside, and make amends to your Maker before your last days rush away. Don't pretend you have to seek to know his will or wait for auguries. Will, but to do it. Be bold as a panther, swift as a deer. Fear not the open sea. Through mountains of waves crest and crash, and hands shake like rags in a gale, and shipless speech covers quail, and crews leap to the task, and in dismay stagger back, trapped in an ocean where nowhere to flee, while the sails flap and crack, and the deck creaks and groans, and the wind whips the water into haystack-high bales. One day it towers like bricks, and the next it's flat as a field. I just go reading. I got to stop though. He wrote quite a few poems, by the way, about his fear of the sea. He was greatly terrified of, traveling by sea, which was a dangerous proposition, and it appears frequently in his poetry, almost as frequently as when he writes about, what he was giving up in Spain to go to this backward, desolate, dry place full of violence in Israel. What ends up happening is he leaves with his son-in-law Yitzchak. And he leaves behind possibly his wife. We don't know much about her. He leaves behind his daughter and his grandson Yehuda. And he makes his way across the Mediterranean basin where he lands in Alexandria in the month of May. And then he gets stuck there. And for 800 years, we didn't know what happened. We know he made it to Alexandria. We didn't know if he made it to Jerusalem. We don't know what happened to him. There was a legend reported that he made it to Jerusalem. He got there, and when he saw the Holy Temple, the ruins of the temple, he bowed down and kissed the stones of the ground. And as he was bowing down, the hooves of a mounted warrior, some versions have it as an Arab, other versions have it as a Christian crusader, trample him to death, and he dies there in the dust of his beloved Jerusalem. But it was a legend. We don't know what happened. Luckily, we have the Cairo Geniza, and amazingly, in the last 40-odd years, we do know what happened, more or less, with Yehuda Halevi. With Yehuda Halevi. The Cairo Geniza preserved several key letters between Yehuda Halevi and his Spanish colleagues, and we know that he actually made it to Jerusalem. We know that he ended up stuck in Alexandria from May until November. Did I get those months right? I think it was May till November. I wrote it was summer then. September, okay, the spring, thank you. He ended there far too long. Stayed there way too long because he had phenomenal hospitality. Everybody in Alexandria loved his poetry. They wanted him to stay, and it was like the last bit of temptation because he was surrounded by people who respected him and respected his poetry and wanted to hear more of it. And he really had difficulty tearing himself away from these new patrons who viewed him as like this rare celebrity who would come all the way from Spain to him. But eventually, he tore himself away, possibly because he received a letter that his grandson Yehuda was coming after him. And he said, oh my gosh, I can't let, there's a lot of, what exactly was he thinking? One idea was, I can't let Yehuda make this dangerous trip, and I'm not going to be there. I'm going to be here in Alexandria. At any rate, he forced himself. He left, most likely alone, without his traveling companion, his son-in-law Yitzchak, and a close friend and servant. Also, not entirely sure why his servant didn't stay with him, but it appears that Yitzchak had decided to leave Yehuda Halevi's wife. And this bit of unfortunate Shalom Bayis difficulty also was something that was dragging against Yehuda Halevi, because he's thinking, oh my gosh, my daughter has already given up her father, and she's given up her husband. She doesn't realize that her husband is not coming home.
Then, well, how are you?
If she has to give up her son as well, it would be crushing.
How'd you find out about me, Twitch?
He says, I have to follow through. I can't die here.
I saw you with the social thing or like another Discord stuff.
Oh, very well. How's your day going?
Yeah. Oh, man.
Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, you can.
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I appreciate you being here. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so now for more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Twitch. All right, pal. Twitch, can you hear me? All right, big dog.
Here in Alexandria. He makes his way to Jerusalem, and then 3 weeks later, a letter is sent from Alexandria, which refers to Yehuda Halevi.
Very well. How's your day going, Adi? Another day, another exciting opportunity, right? Very well. Excellent. Excellent. Love it.
3 months later, with 3 key letters after his name. Zion Tzadi Lamed Zecher Tzadek Livracha, of blessed memory. So these 3 letters indicate that he died in Israel after he left. How exactly he died, we don't know. There have been sightings of his grave, but these sightings are not reliable, and medieval graves in general are hard to attribute nowadays. It could well have been the legend of being trampled under the hooves of a warrior's host. Of course, was in fact the end. We don't fundamentally know. At any rate, I'm very grateful for the attention you've given this topic, and I thank you as always, and I look forward to seeing you next week.
There's something about seeing the breadth of a man.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for watching this lecture. I hope you enjoyed it. I really got a lot out of it.
About playing all the characters.
I just want to make a couple of last comments. First of all, are anywhere near Brooklyn and the end of this month, October 27th, please come by for the book launch.
What's the place there you can be where you can do that is like in store.
But I'm really proud of this mythology of the cinema. I think it came out rather nicely.
And I was always fascinated by that. I was always like, everything in my life. That's it. Yeah, that's that for me.
Of course, I get it with the story that
and then you get, these things unfold in such a crazy way, and then I go, fuck, if I'm going to be dead anyway, I'm going to try.
Please do come by, celebrate the tribe. But in person, particularly
kind of
one of the people I correspond with.
when I started to have some belief in myself.
Secondly, give money towards the mid-20s. That's one of the reasons.
Many actors, on a certain road, many actors, that's me too. I love Johnny Depp. I love watching his career all through. I love watching the guy that is really great, I think.
But most importantly, I really value
Robert Downey Jr.
so much for watching.
You see performances like that. And Charlie Chaplin, I used to go to, my mom's an artist, and she worked in the museum in our town, in the basement of the museum. They would show Buster and Charlie Chaplin movies all the time. And I would watch
Tonight's presentation is, I have to tell you, I'm so fascinated by Ibn Ezra. He is completely amazing. I have given 3 lectures now on Ibn Ezra, and every time I do the research for a presentation on him, I say, oh my gosh, I'm missing so much. I got to go back and do more. And in fact, every time I go back and do more, I learn so much about this individual. He really is a phenomenal player in the intellectual history of the Jewish people, and that is quite a complicated scene. So I'm hoping that you'll enjoy it as much as I. But in response to some of the people on the internet who asked for a joke, I will tell you a joke now. It's possible that I may cut it out of the internet version. You can check later. I'll judge by how well you laugh. This is, I think, one of those quintessentially Jewish jokes that captures a certain element of the unique Jewish Weltanschauung that can't adequately be translated into other cultures. And when you get to the punchline, you'll see what I mean. So the joke goes like this. It's a little bit of it's got some black humor to it. So there's this older woman with her grandchild, and they're visiting Miami Beach. And they're walking along the seashore, and it's beautiful, and the sun is shining, and the waves are rolling in, and then there's somehow a heaviness in the air and a silence, and the birds fly away, and all of a sudden the woman looks out and she sees that the water is rushing away from the shoreline. So she's never seen that before. And her young grandchild, goes running far into the where the riptide was, as it were, and standing quite far out. And then all of a sudden, of course, I'm sure you figured it out, Dr. Levine, it's a tsunami, and the water comes rushing back and envelops the child, and God forbid, takes him out to sea. And the mother is left, the grandmother is left there completely bereft and broken. And she falls to her knees and she raises her hands to heaven. She says, Ribono Shel Olam, you know what I've gone through in my life. You know what I have sacrificed. You know how I've always kept your Torah and your values central to my way of life. And now this, or you sweep away my grandchild into the ocean. No, it cannot be. I protest. Bring this child back to me because you know I have been a loyal servant all my life. And there's a rumbling in the clouds, and there's like lightning far off, and all of a sudden the sea comes rushing back, and the child flies out of the waves and is deposited straight at her feet. And she picks him up, and she looks him all over, and he's okay, and he's fine. And then she looks up to the stars, and she says, he had a hat. All right, there's something Jewish about that joke. Yeah, I don't know if I should tell this joke. But anyways, okay, now a lot of people also complain on the internet, how come it takes you so long to get to the material? So the material tonight is about Abraham ibn Ezra, one of the most famous of the Andalusian poets, and a great commentary on the Bible, and also a phenomenal scientist, as we shall see. Tonight, the new stuff that I haven't done in previous classes is going to be primarily on his astrology, which is absolutely fascinating. I was really spellbound by it. Let's just do a little bit more of the delay stuff, the good and welfare that we have to explain what's going on. First of all, thank you to our sponsor. This is Chel Boded, Arkansas. You'll recall he's sponsored classes in the past. He's actually I believe he's a major in the U.S. Army, and he prefers to remain anonymous. He's a big fan of these lectures. He uses the term Chel Boded, meaning like a Chayal Boded, a lone soldier, because in honor, I'm proud to say, of my son, who was a lone soldier in Israel. And he wishes us the best of Shana Tova for more online programs. Also important, good and welfare. Next week in this room, we have the book launch of my new book, which I'm really very proud of. It is a historical analysis of the Holocaust writings of Rabbi Kalonymus Kalman Shapiro, the Eish Kodesh, also known as the Piaseczna Rebbe. This is an absolutely amazing story of spiritual courage in the Holocaust, and I look forward very much to sharing it with you in this room. We will have some food, and we'll have some music, and we'll have an opportunity to speak about his tremendous heroism. And by the way, this week, around the world, it's amazing the surge of interest in this 20th century master. I went to an event on Saturday night. There's an event tomorrow night in Williamsburg. There's a major event in Heichal Shlomo and Yerushalayim on Wednesday night. And of course, our event here next Monday night. These are all surrounding the Yortzeit, or the death anniversary of the Rebbe, which, based on German records of the massacres in the camp known as Travniki, and a few witnesses who claim to have seen him killed, he was either killed on tomorrow or tonight, really, or Daled Heshvan or Hey Heshvan. But we don't know for absolutely sure which day he was killed. But it was at this time. It's the 74th year since his murder, and it's a great honor to be able to speak about him Monday night. Also kind of cool, we won't talk about it too much tonight, but the Sephardic lectures have actually been getting a tremendous amount of attention. I'm really pleased. And I've been asked to lead a tour to Spain and Portugal this summer. So we're going to go, see, here's my name. I put a big arrow with the word yay over here. It's on the Douro River. We're going to sail from Lisbon into mainland Spain, and take a lot of stops along the way, and it's going to be a really fantastic deluxe trip. I certainly, I'll send you more stuff on the internet about what it is, but I think it'll be a really amazing opportunity to learn about this history in situ, as opposed to here in the holy city of Brooklyn. Okay, let's go. Oh, one more detail about tonight's lecture. Thank you to Dr. Shlomo Sella, who is my major source for today, my major news source beyond what I've used in previous lectures. He wrote some amazing monographic studies of Ibn Ezra's science, which is way above my head. Even though it's like 800 years old, it's still science that's hard for me to understand, but it is fascinating, especially the unique nexus of the Hebraic content of his science and the history of Jews in the transmission of Greek and Arabic culture into the Western European world. So most of the new material in this class really comes from his amazing work. I highly recommend his studies. They're absolutely fascinating. Okay, so let's begin with what we know about Abraham ibn Ezra. He is a very close contemporary of Yehuda Halevi, who we spoke about last week, and in fact, they were related by marriage. Beautiful Hebrew term. I'm sure most of you are familiar with this term, mechutan or mechutin, which means the one with which I am related through marriage. From chatuna is marriage. In Hebrew, chassan is groom, and we don't have this word in English. You know, like people, like the parents of my sons-in-law are my mechutanim. I have a relationship with them, even though there's no blood relationship. So he was mechutin to Yehuda Halevi. Ibn Ezra's son married Yehuda Halevi's daughter. We saw last week how poorly that ended when Yitzchak ben Abraham, Ibn Ezra, decided to leave his wife and stay in Egypt rather than go back to Spain. It ended even worse, as we shall see shortly. He eventually ended up converting to Islam, which was, to use the Arabic word ashanda at the time. But we'll speak about that in due time. But Abraham, the father, was, like Yehuda Halevi, came from the Christian north, most likely from Tudela, the same town as Yehuda Halevi. And then he made his way to southern Spain, to Cordova and possibly Granada as well. He was then driven out of the region in the 1140s with the Almohad invasion. You'll recall we spoke about these two groups of Berber Muslims who come up from the south, and they impose an altogether more rigid Orthodox interpretation of Islam upon the much more cosmopolitan and tolerant Andalusian Muslim culture. When I say Orthodox in this sense, I mean not in the Jewish Orthodox, which in Brooklyn is, of course, synonymous with very good, superlative, excellent, things like that. In this sense, I mean Orthodox in the sense of orthos doxos, one way. One way, meaning my way, or the highway. So they were very, very strict. They did not agree with the Andalusian tolerance of drinking alcohol, which is itself forbidden to Muslims, but also drinking alcohol with Christians and with Jews, with the tolerance of Jews in high positions of authority, like we looked at Shmuel Hanagid and other figures like that. And so there was a period of intense persecution where the Jews who had enjoyed up until this point, until the 1140s, a relatively secure existence, they were driven out of southern Spain. A large number went to the Christian north, over the Pyrenees into what would be France. Others, like the Maimon family, with their son Moses, made their way across North Africa, then to Egypt. And in the case of Ibn Ezra, he made his way to Italy, and then to France, and then ultimately to England, where he most likely passed away. Ironically, although he was a very gifted poet, and I would like to read you some of his poetry momentarily, and that's kind of like the way in which so many of these Andalusian Jews made their fame. He really came into his own in his 50s when he was in exile, when he was forced to stop communicating in an Arabic cultural environment and had to translate much of his knowledge into a Jewish environment in Europe where they did not have access to Arabic learning. And he had to begin to express himself much more extensively in Hebrew, which turned out to be, ironically, the very linguistic fact that saved much of his knowledge. So let's get a sense of his poetic sense, of his poetic sensibility, because that's where he started from intellectually. And you'll also get a feel for his unique personality, quite acerbic. Actually, it's ironic I should tell you that joke about the tsunami, because it really is an Ibn Ezra-esque kind of joke. That's a great word, Ibn Ezra-esque. I just have to say it faster so it sounds like I didn't plan and make it up. Ibn Ezra-esque. Ibn Ezra-esque. All right, okay, here we go. Here's a poem that is really exemplary of his poetry of exile, describing his feelings after having been exiled from Spain. Lament for Andalusian Jewry. This is, by the way, the brilliant translations of Peter Cole. Calamity came upon Spain from the skies. and my eyes pour forth their streams of tears. I moan like an owl for the town of Lucena, where exile dwelled, guiltless and strong, for 1,070 years unchanged, because the Andalusian Jews believed that they had originally come with the exiles from Jerusalem. So 1,070 years means, since the exile from the destruction of the temple in the first century. Until the day that she was expelled, leaving her like a widow, forlorn, deprived of the scriptures and the books of the law, and as the house of prayer took folly in. Some men murdered, and others sought shelter. For this I weep and mourning wail, if only my head were a fountain of water. I shave my head and bitterly keen for Seville's martyrs and sons who were taken, as daughters were forced into strangeness of faith. Cordoba's ruined like the desolate sea, its nobles and sages have perished in hunger. There are no Jews left in Jaén, Mallorca, Malaga, and Almeria. All traces of life are gone, and those who survived were beaten down. For this I wail in my grief and mourn, for they have melted away like water. This is a hard one. For Siyimasa, I groan in distress. City of sages, whose light barred darkness. Its pillar of Talmud was toppled and broken. Its Mishnah was trampled, cursed, and crushed. The upright were slaughtered, and no one was spared. Fez was razed, and its brethren butchered. Talmes in splendor shines no more. For Meknes and Quetta, my cry is bitter. For Dera, I put on sackcloth and mourn. Their blood on the Sabbath was spilled like water. What could I hope for or possibly say when this is the work of my own hand? From God this calamity has come upon me, and now within me my heart's aflame for my soul which has strayed from longed-for lands, and silently grieves in her trouble and shame. She hopes for mercy from her rock and strength, for refuge beneath his wings' shadow. Whenever she thinks of his name, she revives, though she'll face the hail of her handmaiden's arrows, till the Lord with compassion looks down from the skies. So you see in the very end, there's a little bit of a bitter note. It is my own fault this happened, referring to the concept in Jewish theology of mitnei chata'enu, because of our many sins. This has happened to us. We've been in exile and been forced to suffer these things. So that's on the darker side of his poetry. Quite often, though, his poems are tempered with a bit of black humor. So here, let's hear some shorter poems that give you a sense of his worldview. Now, let us recall, by the way, I should tell you that when he was exiled, he became tremendously impecunious because he made his living, like so many of these Andalusian poets, he made his living with his Arabic pen by writing poems for hire. Tribute poems, marriage poems, epitaphs, all kinds of things like this. And when he was exiled from the Iberian Peninsula, he didn't have any more customer base. So what could he do? He was broke. And so he has a few poems that really speak to his penury. This is one of my favorites. The heavenly spheres and fortune stars veered off course the day I was born. If I were a seller of candles, the sun would never go down. I struggle to manage and even succeed, but I'm thwarted by the stars in the sky. If I were a dealer in shrouds, no one, as long as I lived, would die. If I had a scheme to profit from arms and going to war, all the foes in the world would be friends and fight no more. Meaning that everything goes wrong in his life. If he made candles, the sun would stop setting. If he made funeral shrouds, people would stop dying. If he sold guns, people would stop fighting. Like, he just can't win. That's kind of an Ibn Ezra-esque sort of sentiment. It's also especially noteworthy. Let's recall this when we talk about his astrology. So much of this has to do, the stars veered off course, things were set in stone by the celestial heavens and so on. Here's another one that describes his experience trying to put together a few rubles from his poetry. I get up and head to the patron's house, right? Because wealthy people would pay for these poems. I get up and head to the patron's house. I arrive and they tell me he's gone. And then they tell me he's sleeping in the evening when I return. Either he's on his horse, or else he already turned in. Pity the poor creature born under the sign of misfortune. Once again, referring to himself, my fortune, my stars have put me in this case. There's one last one. I'm sorry, I really enjoy these poems. There's two more here. I won't read both. There's too many. One of them here, he talks about how his cloak is so full of holes that if a fly were to land on it with its full weight, it would collapse and all kinds of things like that. But here's one talking about his flies as well. Who can I turn to in my distress? The flies have plundered my home. They will not leave me a minute of peace, attacking me fiercely like foes. Across my eyelids and eyes they race. In my ears they recite their poems. Like a pack of hungry wolves they devour my bread when I'm eating alone. And as though I'd ask them over like friends, they take what they want on their own. It seems they're only seeking their share when I offer them lamb and wine. But that, it turns out, isn't enough. They also covet what's mine. If I summon guests to come and dine, at the head of the table they swarm, and so I long for winter, lest I starve because of them. It's cold and rain will wipe them out. Thank God who dwells with the proving. Meaning he's so pleased that in the winter eventually will be done with these lice and other flies that torment him. Anyways, you get a sense from these selection of poems, he's like extremely harried, he has no money, he's going from place to place, hoping for wealthy patrons who will pay him for his Arabic-style poetry, and he's just having trouble putting it together. And in fact, he was a person of tremendous brilliance, but he simply could not communicate the old way of life, meaning before he turned 50, into this new cultural environment, and he was forced to turn his attention to something else. And this attention to something else is, as I mentioned earlier, really what was the kernel of his success. I do not want to avoid the very obvious fact that he's a deeply religious individual. I mean, you have this sense of humor, you have this dark side. He wrote a few romantic poems, just like Yehuda Halevi and Shmuel HaNagid, perhaps maybe not as R-rated as Shmuel HaNagid, but nevertheless, romantic poems. But he also wrote quite a few beautiful religious poems. I will just read you one of them. Oh my gosh, I read way too much poetry for this class. I mean, I wish Americans would read more poetry in general, but here we go. This one's called To the Soul. Sent down from a luminous fountain of life, drawn from a sacred place and pure, created as one, though not with form, and greater by far than honor or wisdom. Why were you ushered into the world and then in the dark of the body imprisoned? At first, its sleep seems sweet to you, but in the end, it's hard and bitter. Put the pleasures of time behind you, unless in exile you'd always wander. Consider your glory, for this is your good, to serve the living God in awe. Listen while living within this world, and be bound to the one to come with the Lord. Very deep philosophical, religious musings about the plight of the soul coming into this body and so on. Now, we are going to leave his poetry altogether for the remainder of this class, but I have to take you to just two very difficult poems, one by him and one by his son. As I mentioned earlier, his son went, as they say, off the derech very significantly and eventually became a Muslim. The last story that we have of Yitzchak is that he refused to accompany Yehuda Halevi, his father-in-law, to Israel. They had made it all the way across to Egypt, and they had a falling out there. He says, I'm not going back to my wife in Spain, not going back to my son. I myself am a poet just like you, Shver. He probably didn't say Shver because that's a Yiddish word. He probably said father-in-law, whatever that is in Spanish. Abuelo, I don't know. He probably said, suelo? Suegro, sounds like Shver. Very good. So Suegro, I'm going to make it here big time in Alexandria with my Arabic poetry. It turned out he didn't do so well. He had to wander around as well. He was in Baghdad for a while, Syria. and ultimately he became a Muslim. There are some questions about exactly how that happened, when that happened, and one of these poems here is attributed by some specialists to Ibn Ezra writing about the conversion of his son to Islam as if his son died. Other scholars say no, he's not writing about it in this metaphorical sense. He's actually writing about his son after his son died. Apparently his son predeceased Ibn Ezra. And still other scholars say no, this is a poem for hire. As we've seen before, it's just a poem that he wrote for someone who lost his son. But unlike some of the poetry we've seen before with Yehud al-Levi, it does not have the same immediacy, but it definitely has more, to my mind, than someone who wrote about someone else's son. Anyways, come, Father, approach and mourn, for the Lord your God is distanced from you. Your son, your one and only child, Isaac, whom you always love. You hear the shibuts there, right? The reference to the phrase, the son you love, even Isaac. Quote, I am the man who has witnessed affliction and watched as joy was driven away. The fruit of my loins has been taken from me, words I'd never imagined I'd say. I'd always envisioned him offering comfort and being near me as I aged, but all my labor has been in vain, for I've given birth to my own dismay. And how can I rejoice again when Isaac has breathed his last and died? Moment by bitter moment I weep and send up a mournful cry and lament, thinking of how 3 years ago he died alone in a foreign land, after he'd wandered from place to place. And so my soul for his spirit moaned until I'd be able to bring him home. All night and day alone I grieved. What pain and suffering I knew then. And this is the story of Isaac, my son. Be kind to me now. Bear with me, friends. The comfort you offer adds to my grief. So do not speak of my heart's desire or even utter his name to me. Time has quenched my final ember. How could it do any worse to me, having decreed my ruin forever and taken from me the light of my life? Now my flesh and heart are failing, and Isaac's heart gave way when he died. Lord, in whose hands all is held, whose will extends through all creatures, speak to the heart of this grieving father who held your name in awe as a child. Wake in the spirit of consolation and let it pass through a heart now broken. He taught with his wife his son to fear you. So would he follow on the path they do. While he was a boy, you set it before him for the sake of your servant, Isaac, their son. Very powerful poem. We also have in the corpus of poetry from Andalusia several of Isaac's poems, The Son, including this one. And this is the final poem for the evening. I apologize for so many. I just get overwhelmed with how great they are. This is the last one. This is a poem by Yitzchak ibn Ezra, his son, entitled Conversion, which many scholars say represent his late in life regret over his conversion. So in other words, he became a Muslim and then became unmuslimed. Whatever. Here we go. They contend against me for having abandoned the Lord's covenant for godless injustice. But Amram's son in anger destroyed the law's tablets in his disgust, meaning Moses broke the tablets. And the lion, Yehuda, went to Tamar, and Amnon to his sister, a virgin. And David was tried by the Lord and erred beside Bathsheba, like Delilah's Samson. It's referring to all these characters in the Bible who committed very grave, I don't know what the right word is. They definitely transgressed in a very big way, and trying to figure out what that means. And some of the transgressions are hard to understand, and there's a lot of rabbinic commentary, but on the surface level, he's saying, why me? Everyone else has done these things. I never tasted impure food. I always thought it a rotting carcass. And if I tell you the prophet's mad, meaning Muhammad, but acknowledge him with every blessing, my mouth speaks, but my heart replies, you're lying again and bearing false witness. I've sought the shadow of the presence's wing and ask of you now, my Lord, forgiveness. Okay. Also really fantastic, fascinating stuff. I wish we had more time to explore. But let us go back to where we are with Ibn Ezra. He referred to himself, as always, Abraham Hasfaradi, like Moses Maimonides referred to himself as Hasfaradi. And this is perhaps, in many ways, the beginnings of the very well established, cemented Sephardi ideology. We should bear in mind that unlike almost every other Jewish sub-ethnic group, it's only the Sephardim who really retained their specific identity as an ethnic group for so long in Jewish history. I mean, you know, I'm a Litvak and Lithuanian Jew, but I don't know if my grandchildren or great-grandchildren will really think of themselves as Litvaks. They may think of themselves as, I don't know, Canucks, because, you know, we had a few generations in Canada. But will they really think of themselves as Litvaks? I don't know. But Sephardim really stick close to this idea, and you can see it early on that he refers to him always as Hasfaradi, the Sephardic one, the Spaniard, because he spent, of course, most of his life in Europe. Okay, let's look at his biblical commentary, which is absolutely fascinating, astounding, and completely surprising. As you shall see here, he is one of the most important of the classical biblical commentaries. This is a copy or a page from a book called the Mikraot Gedolot, the Great Scriptures, which is kind of like the standard, traditional, I won't say exactly critical edition, but the primary reference edition of the Bible that you'll find in scholarly Jewish homes. And there's a number of commentators that are always represented in Mikraot Gedolot, regardless of whoever publishes it. You will always have Rashi there. You always have Ramban, Nachmanides. There are a few that will definitely be there. And then depending on the printing, you may have a few others that are included or not included. Ibn Ezra is one of the commentaries that is always included. You can see here he is. Ibn Ezra is central to the traditional interpretation of the Bible, and he's included with the greatest of the greats in terms of their commentaries. This is extremely surprising in many ways because he differs so dramatically with his peers. Sometimes with tremendous disrespect, apparently, referring to his contemporaries as fools, as blockheads, as ignoramuses, speaking of them in very contemptuous terms and dismissing their arguments in a manner that really wouldn't be tolerated in the yeshivas today, in my humble opinion. And moreover, more significantly, he says a lot of really controversial things. So much so that in many yeshivas, even though he has pride of place in Mikraot Gedolot, the systematic study of Ibn Ezra is discouraged. Because when you study Ibn Ezra, you will come up against some very difficult hashkafic, philosophical problems. Nevertheless, because of those philosophical problems, he actually inspired the composition of more than 36 super commentaries, meaning he's writing a commentary on the Bible, and more than 36 other rabbis have written commentaries on his commentary, trying to parse out why did he say this and how do we solve this problem that he brought up and so on. Very, very, perhaps more than any other of the traditional commentaries, including Rashi, including Ramban, Ibn Ezra is the one that inspired the most super commentary activity. That's just indicative of his provocative nature. Here is perhaps why he got such a big start in the modern era. This is Baruch Spinoza, one of the most challenging figures of the early modern age. He was a Jew who advanced a series of theological notions. He's actually a Sephardi as well, living in the Netherlands at the time, who challenged a lot of core theological notions. In his theological political tractatus, he praised Ibn Ezra and said of him, Ibn Ezra, a man of enlightened intelligence and no small learning, was the first, so far as I know, to treat of this opinion. Now, what is this opinion that Spinoza is talking about and attributing it to Ibn Ezra? It's essentially the idea that there was human involvement in the composition of the Torah. That the Torah was influenced by historical factors. People other than Moses wrote the Torah, and this is like an earth-shattering idea that eventually would mature into the Wellhausian school of biblical criticism and so on. And we'll look at one example of where he gets this. Many hold that Spinoza was way off base in terms of how he assessed Ibn Ezra, but I will leave it to you to judge that. Here is another figure who's perhaps not so much on the kosher v'yosher list of Orthodox Jews, Abraham Geiger, widely considered the founder of the Reform movement. This is the beginning of the 19th century. It was more of a grassroots movement than a movement with a single leader who kind of directed which way it went. But nevertheless, Geiger wrote of Ibn Ezra, "Is it then any wonder that everywhere one readily takes him as a member of his own sect?" Which is true. If you go into an Orthodox synagogue and you say Ibn Ezra, people say, "Oh, Ibn Ezra, fascinating." You know, you can cite an Ibn Ezra in the greatest yeshivas of Yerushalayim, of Lakewood, even here in Brooklyn. You can cite Ibn Ezra, and you can also go to Reform temples, and you can talk about Ibn Ezra as if he was some kind of proto-Geiger figure several hundred years before the Reform movement was born. How is it possible that one person can be the genesis of such a diverse world of opinion? We have to agree with Geiger that he's surprised, like I am, that so many people claim Ibn Ezra as their intellectual ancestor. So let's look at one passage, this mysterious passage on Deuteronomy 34:1. This Deuteronomy 34:1, if you're familiar with the numbers there, you realize we're at the very end of the Torah. And this describes Moses, gives a last admonition to the Jewish people. He has a flight of poetry. And then there's a description of how he goes up to the Mount Nebo and he looks out over the Holy Land, and then he dies and he is buried there. So Ibn Ezra just says flat out, what happened to the last 12 verses of the Torah, which describes after Moses' death? And Ibn Ezra says simply straight out, Joshua wrote them, not Moses. Someone else wrote them. Of course, all the other commentators and the super commentators go to town on Ibn Ezra, saying, no, it can't be like that. Didn't you read Rashi? Rashi was before Ibn Ezra. Rashi writes, and he's quoting the Gemara, it's not a secret. Is it possible that Moshe died and he wrote and Moshe died? If he's dead, how could he write that Moshe died? Rather, up to this point, Moshe wrote, and afterward Joshua wrote. Rabbi Meir said another opinion, like in other words, this is essentially Ibn Ezra's opinion. Then Rabbi Meir says, Rabbi Meir is a Talmudic rabbi, is it possible that the Torah should be missing anything? Meaning we call it Torah's Moshe, right? The Torah of Moshe, and we believe that it is whole and complete and authoritative. So really what it means is, according to Rabbi Meir, rather the Blessed One spoke, telling Moshe what to write down, and Moshe wrote with tears. Meaning Moshe did in fact he did write what was dictated to him, and Moses died there and was buried and so on. No one knows where his grave is and so on. So we do have a traditional approach, but if you look at his passage on Deuteronomy 34:1, that's not the only passage he refers to. He says in that passage, if you know the secret of the 12, and he's referring to the last 12 verses of the Torah, and then he lists about 5 or 6 other places in the Torah where the text itself seems to imply a chronological gap, meaning there's a reference in the text that it doesn't seem it could have been written logically at the time that it said it would be written. In other words, and you can look at it yourself and you can puzzle over it with you. I don't want to take too much time with it. But he's pointing, according to Spinoza, he's pointing to the idea that the Torah was possibly written by other people at other times and put together. That seems like a big stretch for reading Ibn Ezra. But the very idea that the Torah may have had some kind of, multiple stages in history, which is an anathema kind of concept to traditional Judaism, is nevertheless where a lot of the non-Orthodox movements look to Spinoza, to Ibn Ezra as their intellectual parent. There is, of course, 36 plus commentaries that will tell you it's not so in Ibn Ezra, but the fact that you need 36 plus commentaries says something about the degree of controversy that he inspired. And this is where Ibn Ezra really comes into his own. By the way, his biblical commentaries, he would not even have written them had he not been forced into exile. Because what happened is when he was living in the Iberian Peninsula, He was making his living with Arabic poetry. When he got into Christian lands and he hung out in the Jewish communities there, nobody was interested in those things. But he was an educated guy. He had literary skills. They wanted something, so he started writing Hebrew manuscripts, including his biblical commentary. Because he was so poor, he often sold those copies that he wrote, including the original copies that he kept for himself. And so we actually have multiple versions of many of these books, which he was forced to rewrite from memory over time. But included in this period of his life, when he's writing biblical commentary, he's also taking his scientific knowledge that he acquired in Andalus and is now transmitting it into a Jewish environment in Hebrew, making it possible for Jews to study the far more advanced civilization that the Arabs had. Their science could not be compared at all to the Christian science of the day. And so Ibn Ezra was this kind of cultural transmitter. One of the most popular things he wrote, and it was like kind of the hot topic for much of the literature of a couple of hundred years before and after, was a manual on how to use an astrolabe. Here's a medieval Muslim astrolabe shown here. It's essentially a device that measures the inclination of the various stars and planets and the sun. It can be used in navigation. It can be used in measurement of vast distances. It's like essentially a pocket calculator, when nothing like this had existed before. But as you can see, it's not a very simple looking instrument to use. So there were many manuals written on how to use astrolabes. Also, they had to be, because they deal with constellations, they had to be personalized for particular areas. If you had an astrolabe that was made for Baghdad, it would not be very useful in London, because all of the various celestial positions changed when you moved that far west or east in latitude. So these manuals for astrolabes were written in many languages at the time. Even Chaucer wrote a manual on how to use an astrolabe. He didn't actually finish it, but there's one passage that's quoted in the source that I referred to earlier that says, "These true conclusions in English," meaning he's writing a manual in English for the astrolabe, "as well as sufficeth to these noble Greeks, these same conclusions in Greek, and to Arabians in Arabic, and to Jews in Hebrew, and to the Latin folk in Latin." Obviously, this was written before spell check. Or maybe we say after spell check, like when you're typing on your iPhone. That would be a funny line. Chaucer wrote this whole passage on his iPhone. At any rate, what's very interesting about this particular passage, which is why it's so widely cited, is because you can see in this, in microcosm, the transmission of scientific knowledge. First starts out with the Greeks, because the ancient Greeks, the Periclean period was absolutely over the top in terms of their mathematical and scientific advancement, and much of that information was then absorbed into the Roman world and the Arabic world. The Christian world lost it altogether. That's the Dark Ages. And from the Arabic world, it was the Jews in Hebrew, like Ibn Ezra, who then brought that knowledge out of Al-Andalus into European countries in Latin. And so Ibn Ezra also wrote in Latin, perhaps working with a team translating his ideas, but he wrote in Latin and he became extremely famous. Not quite as famous, perhaps, as this Jew. It's not a very good kind of pixelating. Petrus Alphonsus, who was also a Jew from Spanish derivation, who went to France and converted to Christianity and essentially sold his knowledge. He was a great Jewish scholar who was letting the Christians know what kind of scientific advances they had in Arabic culture. By comparison to Ibn Ezra, however, Petrus Alphonsus, also known as Petrus Judaeus, was a complete ignoramus. And he had basically a high school education, whereas Ibn Ezra was a tenured professor. And so Petrus Alphonsus was kind of making things up as he went along, lots of errors, very superficial and so on, but because the Arabic science was so advanced, he was the principal conduit for many to the beginnings of Arabic wisdom. But Ibn Ezra's wisdom was far more sophisticated, far more accurate, and so his scholarship really prevailed over people like Petrus Alphonsus. It is interesting, however, that the trope of the Jew who abandons Judaism in order to, become an agent of cultural change or cultural transmission in a foreign culture is one that goes way back to the ancient period.
Thinking about how badly I'm going to whoop your fucking ass.
Oh, that's adorable.
Isn't it?
I was about to take a day off from Plato because yesterday I was like, there's holes in my brain from this app, but I was like, you know what? No, Rabbi needs to lose at basketball, at darts, at bowling, at pool, whatever game he decides.
Did you get all your fucking beauty rest, princess?
Oh yeah, I actually did, yeah. I woke up at 5 a.m. today.
Really?
It was weird. I did not sleep well, I guess, and then I woke up at late, 6 p.m., and then I went to bed at 11, thinking that I would just nap for a few hours, but then I napped for 6 hours, so I think we're good.
Okay, so you're all charged up?
I'm pretty charged, yeah.
All right, is your iPad charged?
Oh, I didn't look up Mancala strategy.
Oh, well, that's what we're playing first, pimp. Too late. Right?
Can I come back here in 5 minutes?
No, you can't. No, you can't. You're basically saying, look, Rabbi, I'm inferior to you at the game of Mancala, such that I need to look up cheats to be able to beat you. And I understand.
No, I win without the cheats, but I want to...
You want to cheat?
I want to know what I'm doing. All right, I'll come up with my own strategy.
Yeah, your strategy is known as being a huge bitch.
Why do you think that, taking the free turn is good?
I don't know.
You always do the same.
Yeah, because I'm sexy. I'm consistent. Are you proud of that?
Oh, yeah.
Why would you be proud?
No?
Why would you be proud of that?
Interesting move.
Yeah, because I'm sexy.
Oh, now you screwed me up because... Oh.
This was fun, dog.
You're done. You're done.
I don't know.
What are you going to do now, big man?
Dude, I'm going to fuck you up, big man.
You're done.
I don't think so.
Absolutely...
I don't think so.
I think you are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Keep counting, baby.
No, I didn't mean to do that.
Oh, poor baby.
I would have won. I literally was going to win. Oh, my God. You got so.
Dog. You're done. You're done, son.
Oh, no.
You're done, son. Dog.
I was going to smoke you, but...
Shoulda, woulda, coulda, dog.
There might still be a chance. I just need to execute flawlessly. Oh, you fucked up, dog. Are you proud of that move?
STFU, man. This game's over. This game's over. You just lost, son, to a superior Montella player. Dog.
The green literally screwed me.
Dog. What's this bullshit with the screen?
The screen screwed me up. I didn't mean to hit it.
Are you giving excuses for your shitty play?
Yeah, there should be like a triple tap feature to confirm something to know.
Dog, nobody needs that bullshit. Did you see how sick that shot was? Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw?
Now this echo chamber is giving me like dementia.
Well, why don't you fucking mute one of them then, Pam?
Are you gonna go?
Maybe.
People waiting.
Dog, STFU, dog. Thanks, man.
Yeah, well, maybe you should not go first for one time. That's why I said bullshit.
All I hear is you bitching.
You go first every single time.
No, I don't. It's randomized.
I knew you were gonna do. No, it's not.
It is.
I just, you fucked up. You fucked up, huh?
How did I fuck
Oh, you
up?
could have used your 2 stones and not fucked up. Fucked up.
How did I fuck up?
Fucked up.
Dog.
You could have used the 2 and then taken one.
Dog, I still don't understand how you think I fucked up.
Majorly.
Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw? That was horseshit, dog.
You're done. You're done.
Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw? I won this game. Maybe not. Yeah. No, maybe. Oh shit.
Thanks, Big Dog.
That sucked. That sucked major cock, dog. Are you gonna go? Are you gonna jerk yourself off raw?
I think you might lose here. Oh yeah, you fucked up.
I fucked up. I fucked up. Fuck.
You're fucked.
No, I didn't. I tied. I tied. Oh, that was close. See, I'm distracted though because I've got a lot going on, including multitasking 5 different accounts. But I am undefeated today. And you haven't won. You're winless.
I mean, the first game I would have won. Second game I did win. So.
You didn't win. You didn't get a point.
I should have won.
Hey, you know you're up? Are you gonna jerk yourself off raw?
What a shitty move.
Every time that you say that, it feels like you're jerking my brain off. But like it hurts every time you say it again.
I know, I hate it too. Don't worry.
I agree. It was funny like the first 4 times.
Hey, Riser, did you know Malcolm Jamal Warner died?
You know what, Rabbi? Let's talk about that. Was that a normal death?
No, he was only 54 and he died scuba diving.
I knew that was happening. Not the scuba diving thing. Did you know Edgar Allan Poe died?
I was cackling about it. Sorry.
I'm just saying right now I'm distracted by all of the different things that are going on.
Get a load of this, man.
Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw?
Yeah.
See, if you fucking go, I don't have an opportunity to say it. But if you just sit there and jerk yourself off raw. What is this bullshit?
Oh, you're done. You're done.
Are you gonna go? Or are you going to jerk yourself off raw?
You will not allow. I'm not gonna fall for this manipulation. I'm trying to win the game. Look at this move. Have we ever seen a 14B move?
Dude, I don't pay attention to that kind of stuff.
Oh, you're in trouble. Actually, it might be me in trouble.
It's gonna be interesting, son.
Oh, yes. Yeah. No! I thought you had a free chance. And,
It's over, baby. It's over.
you want my
Yeah, because I'm a pimp with a big dick. What do you want me to do about it, son?
Alright.
Oh, you want to play Karam? Just one moment, dog. I'm multitasking. You don't want to play Monopoly?
The game. It only works when zeros.
I'll play with you. Are you going to play Monopoly, Riser? Or are you going to blank your blank off raw?
I don't want to play Monopoly. I want to play.
All right, well, too bad. Not everything goes in your world. Come on, man. Be a team player.
No, I hate that one.
It fried your Monopoly fried your brain. Literally a game for 8-year-olds.
Right now. Okay, so take the tip of your dick out of your ass, and maybe you'll remember that Monopoly is.
He can't get the tip of his dick in his ass. All right, Razor, I'm sending you a Monopoly invitation.
No, I am not playing that game. You guys can play it on your own.
I don't want to play 1v1 Monopoly. I did that against Zoot. It was no fun.
Yeah, there has to be like a third party.
Right.
I think that's a theme.
All right. We'll play mini golf. Yeah, I am. Psych. This is the truth. I'm sending you both invitations, and you're gonna accept them, and you're gonna love it. Audie, what's your the Galestine Gale settle? All right, Riser. Riser, we're waiting on you. Are you all ready for one of the greatest shots?
Have you forced Audie against your will to play fucking Mancala the 9 minutes? The world's shittiest oldest game?
No, I haven't.
You hear that, Audie?
Yeah, I know. I'm like,
yeah, I'm taking bullets for you playing Mancala the 9 million times a day. You're welcome.
Look how sick.
no, but I did. You know, and I didn't complain. You didn't hear anything, right?
Riser, did you know? Riser, did you know that Ozzy Osbourne died?
No, did he really?
Yeah, he
No,
died.
he's still alive.
He died yesterday, allegedly.
Are you serious?
Yeah, you didn't know this?
No.
Are you serious?
I swear to God.
Yeah, he died yesterday.
Wow.
Did you know Malcolm Jamal Warner died?
Yeah, because you kept telling me, and the fucking internet told me that he drowned. I thought it was suspicious.
Word, girl. Word. What did he know?
More juice than scuba diving, though, because when you say that, I'm like, you know what? He could have. Oh, really?
Riser, what's it feel like to be down a point?
I don't think you can dive scuba diving now. You can't do that. You literally are in water that you can walk in.
Riser, what did you think of my drive?
Well, I guess not.
I don't know how you did that. I mean,
Well, I didn't do that. I really didn't do that because that's a dog shit shot, and everybody knows it. Come on, Audie, you could do it. Yeah, we want to see a good one. A good one. That was good.
how did you make it through?
Because she's got skill, dog.
Audie, get your ball out of my way, please.
Riser.
Why would I listen to you if you don't even want to fucking play Monopoly?
That's an excellent point. Riser, why are you sucking so much dick in mini golf?
Just get a robot to get the dice stuff. There's no skill involved.
Actually, there is, and I played with some people in a ranked game, and I won only because I got really fortunate and got like 3 of the same right off the bat. But there is skill. I really did. I thought when you play that game, because it's how I always played it as a kid, you just buy all of the places where your thing lands, but that's not what these people were doing. They were doing that at first, but then when they would get 2 of the same color or 3 of the same color, they would sell all their other properties and just buy a ton of houses just for those places. They become death traps.
Yeah, that's if you're fucking playing against good people.
Word. And I still
we have to have
this strategy number 1. It's so fucking worse. Okay, I'm sorry.
Riser, were you aware that you are tied for last right now?
I don't see colors.
What are you?
Do you see numbers?
No, I don't see those either.
That was funny.
Being roasted by Audie.
Yeah, you are.
I didn't know she was so passionate about Bankroll, which is like the copyrighted version of the GameStop thing.
I don't think so. I hate this hole. Just in case anybody wanted to know my thoughts.
Because you suck at it?
This is one of my worst holes. And I should be really good at it. I play this game so much that I should have the drive like really good, but I don't. And then I always get into like a thing going back and forth.
Because it's a shortcut if you can go the shorter way.
Word. What are you going to do, Riser? Oh, Riser. Now you know what's going to happen to you, big dog. I'm mean. I love how Audie's like, for somebody who wants world peace, you sure are a dick, or something along those lines. That was very funny. Oh, what is this bullshit, dog?
Be there.
Oh, that's our Monopoly player. How you living, pimp?
Hey,
Riser's gonna have an interesting choice. Fuck up my ball or go for points. What's he gonna do? Riser, what are you gonna do? Riser, what are you gonna do? I don't know if that.
What are you gonna do?
That's what I'm doing, son.
You might make it in the hole before we do, because you're too busy punching shit out.
That's what happens when you have a three-way dog. Oh, what a great shot, dude. Bravo. That was fucking fun.
Please make the next shot. Please, it's very important that you make the next shot. Actually, no,
No, I can't make that.
Yeah, you can.
get off the back wall.
No. Keep going. Keep going.
I'm trying to
Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Too hard, though. Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Okay, but too hard.
Alright, you should be able to get the next one. Don't give this man a shot.
Whatever you do, Audie, don't miss the shot.
What? Don't get it in the hole?
Don't miss it.
Or don't miss. Okay.
There you go. I hate this hole. Dog, that is such garbage.
Noob.
That is such garbage.
It's how to done, son. How do you like that shot, man?
Hey, how about you go fuck yourself, dude?
My shot.
How about you go fuck? Hey, how about you go? How about you go fuck yourself? How about you go fuck yourself?
Oh, don't copy Rabbi's crappy shot. There,
I need one of the greatest shots in the history of this game right here.
Thanks for adding on to my game.
It's important, Marty, that you pay attention. Lives are at stake here. There's lives at stake.
This game is over.
You're done, huh?
STFU, dude, because I had to deal with 2-on-1.
Let's see if Audie did not help me at all, or hurt you at all.
You didn't ask for any help.
I don't need your help.
Fuck you.
Do you guys think? Do you guys think that Frosty knows about Malcolm Jamal Warner?
I'll shoot it down with the laser pointer.
Get it, baby. Oh, that is garbage. I just lost because of that shot. It's over.
Audie, please try and get it in.
I don't understand. I can't. Oh my. Right.
You like that genre, man?
Dude, I don't like it at all. I don't like the way that this game was played.
Oh. Damn. You lost.
Why don't you want to play Moncala? I was teamed up. It was people teamed up against me. Are you ready to play Monopoly, Riser? Riser.
Yeah, fine.
That's what I'm talking about. How dare you mock the game Bankroll? Bankroll is for pimps and amazing people. All right, live, 3 players, unlimited rounds, net worth goal, $7,000. Riser,
Hey, why is Frosty not here?
is Frosty here?
Fucking heard him.
Frosty, are you here?
Yeah.
He's doing his thing, dog. Artie, you're up. Three. Give me a 2. 4. This garbage harbor sucks. Nobody wants this fucking harbor. Five. I'm gonna be pissed if
My first is so bullshit.
I'm gonna be pissed if somehow, some way, Audie's just like really good at this game.
Are you fucking serious?
Give me a good one. Give me a 3 or a 4. You're up, Audie. Dude, she's gonna dominate us again. What is it about this person? Oh, come on. This is bullshit.
Staying in jail.
Garbage. Oh, no. Wait, is she out of money or
Doesn't
something?
have enough money.
Oh, dude, she should have sold her other shit. Dude, she could have just ended the game right there. Dude, what the fuck, Riser?
Better give me a 1. Better give me a fucking 1.
Give me fucking Paris or Hong Kong right now.
Look at this bullshit. Look how far he's gonna laugh.
So everybody just let me read this really long yesterday.
Nobody knows what you're talking about, bro. What do you mean?
Do you see how you
What the fucking...
Yeah, oh, your green is your net worth.
Right, yeah, I thought that was how much cash you had, and I thought that the white number was the last transaction.
I like that thinking. This is garbage. Everything about this sucks.
Yep, that's Monopoly. Whatever it's called.
Thank you.
That's what I'm talking about. Give me that $30, baby.
I need a 4. I need a 4. Yes.
Oh, we're fucked. This game is over.
Now I just need to stop Audie from getting the blue Monopoly and then maybe we'll do this one. Oh my god.
Guys, are you gonna go?
Good decision to make.
Or are you gonna jerk yourself off raw?
Are you talking to Audie? He's procrastinating. What do you think, Rose? Dice? Fuck off.
Are you serious?
Problem is that all my money gets taken away before I can even get around the board to the squares are.
Mm-hmm. That sucks.
Audie, are you gonna go?
Yeah, can I just take a look at what's going on?
She's strategizing.
No. No, you cannot.
Audie, I'll sell you Beijing for Seoul. Give me one. Tight.
What is this?
This is a game of luck. There's no strategy.
Yeah, there is. I told you about it. Oh, dude, I'm gonna lose already.
Teleport me. What?
Fuck.
Nice.
No way. All right. I'll sell you. Audie, I'll sell you Beijing for. Give me Seoul. You got to do it now.
I would only do that if you have Dubai, or else it's not.
So just click.
Both of those greens, both of those turquoise greens. Or no, you don't. You have 2 greens on there.
No, I don't. You're on the wrong. Oh yeah, I do those greens. Okay, so I'm telling you, you could get something. So get Soul, and then you get an extra $100 bonus for playing.
Wait, what?
You get a $100 bonus for players completing an auction.
I want $100, Rabbi. Come on now. What the fuck is this? The vaccine?
Just hit cancel.
Oh, that was funny. All right, that was garbage.
Five.
I told you we do it next time. Just chill out. Hold on a second.
There might not be a next time.
Oh, Rabbi. There's always a next time.
That's what I'm talking about.
Are you fucking serious?
That could have been your money. Roll a 1.
Give me a 3. Fuck.
Give me a 3. Fuck. Oh. Fuck. Come on, baby. Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Are you serious? Guys, get 1 or 2. Oh, dude, that's gonna destroy us. That destroys us immediately. And it gets a 3.
Give Rabbi a 1. Give him a 2. Please roll a 2.
If I do, I lose, so I have to sell this. I've got to sell some shit.
No, you can go to negative 500.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
You have to sell like 1 thing.
Guys, are you gonna go?
Oh, I thought it was you.
Paris.
Yeah. swear. Except they can't buy anything.
That's what I'm talking about.
Now let me roll.
So was it reopened, son? That's what I'm talking about. Come on.
Oh, you better not get a 2, 3, 4 next roll, buddy.
Dude.
Give him a 3 or 4 game. Give Rabbi a 3 or 4. Please.
You're up.
Another 6?
Fuck.
Yes.
This game sucks.
No, I knew I was going to go right to your pocket.
Yeah, but it's not $500.
Give me a Paris. Do we get to roll again? Look, I rolled a 6, but I can't roll again. 2. No.
Hey, okay, let's do a deal. Let's do Seoul. Let's do Seoul for Beijing.
No, I'll give you Berlin. Don't do it.
Now click on Beijing and press trade. There you go.
You just gave him 3 of a kind. Well, I guess I have some leverage for you now. You're gonna have to get me out Jakarta, and I'll trade you back. Oh my God, I'm not gonna be able to buy it first. Give me Paris. 3. Come on, dog. Two.
One or two. I can't believe Cairo hasn't been taken.
Which one?
Cairo? F. Buy it, dude. Buy it or she'll get 3 in a row. You got the money, dude.
Give a break. You want that trade, you don't want it.
So now I have some leverage over Ellie. I know, but I have a better deal. No one has bought a single top.
Oh no.
It's not the airport.
Why can't I upgrade to be more money? Sorry about that, Eddie.
Hardy. You might want to sell some stuff. You'll be okay. But just watch that you don't get too into debt. Are you gonna go, Hardy? There you go.
No, here we go. But Audie, I will give you Berlin and then also the other blue one, but you give me the brown ones.
You can't do that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know, but I'll take 2 times, but we can do it. I can give you, I'll give you Berlin, give me like Beijing or something, and I'll give you the other one next time. Beijing or Sydney. And you have to tap it and everything. Thank you. Now you got 2 in there that you can select right here. Go. sell it? Honey, what are you doing? You're supposed to sell me that. Why did you sell it?
Fuck.
What? It wasn't. Well, I'll just buy it anyway. Now you're cooked.
Now we're fucked. That whole
Now
area,
you're cooked.
we're done. Already, we lost.
What's the issue?
You'll see. He has a ton of money, and he can use it to just destroy us.
I tossed it up. Oh, that's right. It told me I had to sell something.
No, don't listen to that. It's a lies. Oh, you dodged the bullet. Are you serious?
Upgrade Berlin and the other one, Jakarta, whatever. There you go.
Oh, what?
Let's
No.
roll, baby.
What the hell? Where'd you get that money from? I might be cooked on this roll.
If you get a 1, 2, 3, 4, if you get a 5 or a 6, it's over for you. Unless you sell your shit, and he gets a 4.
I better get some freaking residuals from this property. Thanks, though. You wanted to play this game, Audrey. You broke this punch.
Get a 2, Riser. Or 1.
Fuck, fuck. I'm in jail. I swear to God, we got a phone. Damn it, I wanted to land in jail. Give me shitty. No, don't give me bacon. Oh, come on. I'm not selling. I'm not selling. I'm not selling. Oh, bullshit. Six.
fuck. Anything but a 1.
Game over. Oh?
Champion. Riser, do you want to be interviewed after the game on what went wrong?
On the bankroll game?
Yeah.
Audi lost. That's what
Well,
supposed to help.
she kind of did. I mean, she didn't. She actually made it easier for you. Instead of trading with you, she just sold the property and then allowed you to buy it, and then you really dominated people. The thing that won me that game was Soul.
Yeah, no, she screwed me over, traded you that fucking property. So I get it. I would probably have a critical piece of real estate.
I'm very proud of the way that I played. Although at the end there, it was like I didn't want to get big rolls because then I was just going to go down that yellow side where you had all the properties, and it was going to cost me a lot of money.
Join the basketball.
Okay. Audie, do you want to play anything else? All right. Did you send me an invitation?
I sure did.
All right. I'm distracted right now, though. You
It
sent
should be illegal to honk a train before 4 p.m.
Doug. You sent me an invitation.
Yeah, to basketball.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
We'll send it again, son.
Okay.
I don't see anything.
Alright, just
Oh, you didn't send it before?
I get toggled off.
So I have to go
I'm gonna
first
sit
now?
in the right position so I can flip properly.
Sounds like a plan, girl.
You're not going anywhere.
Yeesh.
Eight, that's it. Eight.
Let's see how you do. I'm ready to announce misses. That's a make. That's a make. That's a miss. That's a swish. 2 swishes. That's tied.
Oh. Not time.
We're playing skee ball after this.
I got B. What?
We're playing skee ball after this.
Yeah, that game sucks.
That was not ideal, son. What's your favorite J-Lo song? Go.
Love the way you move. The fuck?
You did well.
That was terrible. 4 is terrible.
That's 1 make. That's 2 makes. That's 3 makes. That's a swish. That's a make. Comes down to this, son. Yet another win. I'm undefeated in basketball. That's my 40th win. It's skee ball time, son. I'm going to send you an invitation to skee ball.
We're doing Blanco after.
Skee ball. Right now, son. Thank you for playing Monopoly with Audie and myself.
Are you gonna go?
Yeah, it's weird. There's a delay, so I am going, but for some reason, skee ball has a delay. I did not do well.
How do you only go for the 100?
It's my strategy.
You miss all of the 100s?
Yep.
Terrible strategy.
Have you started?
Yep.
All right, well, it still hasn't got. There we go. There's such a delay on skee ball. I don't understand why. You got a 50. You got a 40. You got a 40.
Your score wasn't even trying.
That sucked.
Off to a good start. Oh, fuck. Oh, no.
Do you see why I go for hundreds, baby?
Are you fucking screwed? Bullshit. Have you started going?
Yep. You're done. It's over. I don't know why you even try. Why did you steal my strategy? Why did you steal my? Why did you steal my strategy? Why did you steal my strategy? Did you know Malcolm Jamal Warner died? Why did you steal my strategy? You ready for another one? Big dog. Are you ready for another one? You're blocking your microphone. Oh, blocker. Okay. Are you gonna go, or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw?
I'm going.
Are you proud of that shot?
Yes, sir.
Why?
World champion. You're done. You're done. You fucked up.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
Oh my god. Oh, big miss. Big miss. Get fucking shit. Oh, nice. Nice. Are you proud of that move?
Sexy. You know it was sexy. Do you not know shapes?
Oh.
Nice.
Oh, that's a good one.
Good one. Oh, dude, I just learned that you could switch it. I did not know of one. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, you can mirror it.
I did not know that. I've been playing this game this whole time not knowing that.
Yeah, that is a big.
Discovery.
You see me rotating like the game. It's a game changer for sure.
Yeah. Oh shit! And it doesn't just put it down if you put it over the spot. Man. All right. I guess we'll see how it goes.
Oh, it's so terrible.
You're kind of running out of space, though, son.
I am. I'm cooked. There's nothing. There's nowhere else to go. I have way too many pieces.
Fuck, dude.
You could put it in the corner.
I tried.
Yo, you ready for this Nuki shot?
That's amazing.
Oh, you fucker. Don't do that.
You have a big lead. Beautiful, dude.
I don't know how I'm gonna survive the unlock thing.
I don't think you need to. This game is over. That was good. I'm just gonna give up because I didn't know that stuff. Send it again. That now that I know, I feel like I can do better. And this is a good board. This is a good board on which to play.
Yeah, I feel like is it my turn?
No, are you gonna send it?
No, I can't.
Are you gonna send me a? There you go.
I sent it.
I know. I see.
No. Oh my god. Yeah, that's bullshit.
Dog, it happened to me last game.
I didn't know they could grind the game, so I was like,
You were moving your shit around.
no, the timer went down way too quick. That's your big move?
Oh, great move.
Thanks, Doug. Wow. They should give you more of the little, like, the one.
Oh, dude, I'm done.
Oh, what? Nice. No.
That was dirty.
What'd you say?
That was dirty. How are you able? Oh fuck!
Nice. Oh, you haven't used your like X piece yet?
You know, that kind of fucks me.
Yeah, I haven't used mine either. There's no room on for it.
This is a good game. Oh, great move.
Oh, I don't think I'll be able to do another one.
I don't think I can do another one. Oh, wait.
Oh, nice. Yeah, all of my things have like 4 squares, and you can't. Let me see.
No way. That was amazing, dude.
I'm now out of moves, apparently. It says that on my screen. Do you have a little hint light bulb on yours?
Oh, yeah. I don't like having that hint thing.
I don't like how each game results in like a win pretty much every time. Which one?
Just give me a second. I'm going to read what all the people are writing about me. Okay, so this is petty, but I just blocked someone because I don't ever want to see, quote, Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade, unquote, in my notifications ever again. That just makes my fucking morning. Oh, that is so funny. I feel like the rabbi who drinks pussy just like Gatorade should get with Lily. Lily's like a person who screams on her too. Wow. Someday I'm gonna find where the sexual harassment rabbi lives, and I'm cutting his head off with a lawnmower. Calm down. I don't need fucking threats against me.
Want to cut your dick off with a lawn?
No, cut my head off.
Can you sue that person or not?
Perhaps. Technically, that's against the law to say that. It's making threats using an electronic device. Technically, it could be considered terrorism. But I'm not a little bitch. Yo, welcome. How you living? How'd you find out about me, Kay?
I've been here since June 3rd.
Very well. How'd you find out about me?
I got friend of a friend.
Very cool. What's going on in your neck of the woods, son?
Summer's boring. It is what it is.
Are you slinging dick like it's going out of style?
I wouldn't necessarily say so,
Why not?
Yeah, I don't know. So I'm not a player like that.
Well, why don't you learn to become one?
Easier said than done.
You want to learn how to do it?
I think we've had this talk before, haven't I?
Okay, very well. Well, did you do anything that I told you to do?
I mean, I did like a little bit.
All right. Very well. Are you on the dating apps?
Yeah.
Okay. What's on your agenda for today?
Probably go to the gym later. Cook dinner or something like that.
What are you making for dinner?
I haven't decided yet whether we're gonna DoorDash something or steak. It's a lazy day today.
I gotcha. Do you have a career?
Like part-time, some shit.
All right. What do you do?
I work retail.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I remember this, sort of. Very well. All right. Do you like it?
Nobody really likes their job unless it's like a full-time career. People like the pay. They don't like working.
Yeah, I get you.
But it's decent. Above minimum wage, and you get benefits. So
Can't beat that. Okay. Well, I'm just.
Do hot chicks come into your workplace wearing bikinis?
I mean, sometimes, living in the tourist town is a benefit.
That's tight.
Do you hit on all of the customers on behalf of the store?
On behalf of the store.
Yeah, you should say on behalf of the store. You should probably give me your fucking phone number and take off your fucking clothes right now.
I think they were. You end up on a.
I think that's how you end up.
Let's do it.
On the
I-
pussy slayers.
I think that's how you end up becoming president, dog.
Yeah, some stores have a sign up front that says like no shoes, no shirt, no service. This is all females must have no shirt or no service.
Dog, I saw this. Was that a meme?
No, that popped up into my head as an idea, right?
Okay, I believe you. I saw it yesterday in the meme. It said no shirt, no shoes, no
Really?
shirt. Yeah, it said no shirt. It said men, no shirt, no shoes, no service. Women, no shirt, free drinks.
Wow,
There you go.
that's how good of an idea it was. It's meme worthy.
Word, dog. Okay, what are your favorite podcasts?
Podcasts. I don't really listen to any podcasts except for Joe Rogan every once in a while.
All right. What's your favorite Joe Rogan episode and why?
I like I don't know the exact number. Hold on.
No, you don't have to know the number. I know them all. Just say who it was.
It was Shane Gillis.
Word, dog. Which one?
I like the I think it was like 16.
Oh, so the first one he was on.
Yeah.
I'm kind of a Joe Rogan historian at this point. They'll do documentaries someday, and I'll be like one of his official biographers. All right, so I know that one. That's the one where he's like, yeah, when Lorne Michaels told me I couldn't be on SNL, I was like, all right, fuck it. I'll just be on Joe Rogan. And it took me 2 years to get here. That one?
I think it was the one about child abduction where they had like that. Like where Joe is talking about how he almost got like abducted or whatever.
Oh, okay. That very well could be. All right. Cool. Well, we're just playing some games on an app called Play-Doh. Feel free to download it if you want to play. I do have news for you, though. If you play it, you're going to have to play with someone who sucks at a game called basketball, and his name is Riser, and he's in this call right now. Riser, did you know that basketball is 2, 3, or 4 players?
I feel like they could make the basketball game a lot better in this.
Oh, totally. They could make it like soccer. It'd be really cool. Hey, Kate.
Yeah.
Kate,
They could do so much more of that.
Kate, did you
I
know?
didn't know this, but apparently there's like this. It's like in like the movie. No, it wasn't a movie. Talking about. In some movie, there's like a scene where there's like they're playing soccer, and they're playing soccer with 2 balls. And it's like this variation of soccer where you play with 2 balls, and it's like offense and defense soccer at the same time, which I think is interesting.
Kate, did you know that Malcolm Jamal Warner died?
I know Ozzy died.
Yeah, but Malcolm Jamal Warner also died. Do you know who Malcolm Jamal Warner was?
No, not necessarily.
He played Theo on The Cosby Show. Do you know what The Cosby Show is?
Hold on, I'm looking him up real quick.
Platform for dating vehicles.
I recognize the face.
Riser, do you know what Bill Cosby's profession was on The Cosby Show?
Anesthesiologist.
He was a gynecologist.
Oh, nice.
Technically an OBGYN, obstetrician gynecologist. But
Was it funny?
Oh, The Cosby Show, one of the best shows of all time. It's amazing.
Were you let down when you heard the news?
You know, it's interesting. I've talked publicly on this before, and when I was a little kid, I used to watch this show a lot, and I said to my parents, like, wow, Bill Cosby's like the greatest person ever. Like, I love my dad, but Bill Cosby was like a TV dad who like everybody loved. And I was like, man, he's like the best. And my parents were like, well, he's not as good as you think he is because they had read his book. Because he wrote a book called Fatherhood. And in his book, he talks about going to the Playboy Mansion and some other things. And so my parents were like already hip to the whole scene. So they were like, don't entrust anybody, especially a celebrity, with all your hopes and dreams because you're just going to get let down. And they told me that when I was a little kid, and it turned out like 25 years later, he turned out to be like a serial rapist or whatever.
He's in jail, right?
No, he's out.
What?
He's out. He got out because of like medical stuff.
So he's not in jail.
No, you can look it up.
He's just in a hospital somewhere?
No, he's at home.
Why wouldn't he not get sentenced?
He got sentenced, but they released him because he was like considered too sick to be in jail. But like he's basically fine. He like has any old man problem.
So he's just walking around.
Free as a bird, dog. Do you know what the dragon attack is?
Very familiar.
Why is it goals to win 3? What kind of little bitch game is this?
You don't think you can win?
I'm just going to win faster. Do you know what the dragon attack is, dog?
That ain't it, cheap. I think it's an advantage to start in the defensive position, honestly.
So you're saying that for the majority of this time, I've been playing in a disadvantaged way?
I did not say that.
Well, I mean, that's what you're inferring.
No, I mean, I'm at the disadvantage, actually. I'm on the offensive and you're on the defensive. So, I'm the one at the disadvantage.
No, in this game, yes, but usually when we play, you're saying that I'm at the disadvantage, right?
No. Like, if you score, I go on the offense. Like, watch, if you score here, I go to the offense, which means I don't have 4 pucks just all clogged up the net. Nice goal, dog.
Oh.
Yep, I go.
Oh, baby. Man. Get it. Is that not a fucking house? What are you gonna do, son? This is a big one.
Oh no.
Dog.
Bad.
That's not good. I'm gonna bounce it off. Oh no. What are you gonna do, son?
Going for it.
Slow, slow, slow,
Get
slow.
there. Get there. Get there.
That was a good risk.
Okay, see, now I have a good. Very good.
Oh yeah, the defense
You
is
don't even go for the ball.
defense is definitely better. Are you gonna go?
I'm gonna score, dog.
Look at this move.
Oh, you're done. Fuck
I don't think so. I do think I could score from here.
no, you're done. Let's see. Oh, interesting. I was gonna say a new PIQ move right there would just be like not touchable.
That's what I just did. Because I have a new IQ. Now you ready for this? Move your fucking shit, dog. Are you ready for this?
Oh, bullshit.
Do you know what the dragon attack is, son?
Fuck that. Take a risk.
I've got that guy out there on the wing.
Oh, fuck.
You got an interesting shot. Dog.
No.
That bitch is in the goal, man. And I've got my defense. I call it the spider web.
That's me.
Are you gonna go? Or are you gonna just, you know, JYOR? JYOR. Are you gonna JYOR?
Sure. Yourself off the store, you mean?
No. Yourself is one word.
No, it's not.
Yourself is one word, dude.
Oh, bullshit. They fucking.
Dog. Yourself is one word.
Oh, bullshit.
It's game over. Now I have to teach you English.
Oh, that's fucking bullshit.
Yourself is one word.
Yeah, no, I got it.
Yourself is one word. It is defined as the one identical to you, used reflexively as the direct or indirect object of a verb or as the object of a preposition, used for emphasis. So
Yeah, okay.
you just JYOR.
Sure.
You want to play me again? I don't want that fucking invitation. I just beat
No,
you.
accept.
I just beat you. What more do you want? Do you know what the
jerking yourself off, bro?
No, you could just call it. You could just call it J-Yorin. It's easier, and it creates an in group because then everybody will be like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" You'd be like, "Oh, that motherfucker's just J-Yorin," and then everybody will be like, "What the fuck does that mean?" Jerking yourself off.
The acronym that no one understands.
I know, but that's why it's really funny. That motherfucker's just J-Yorin. What does that mean?
Very niche acronym.
It's catchy. It's gonna catch on like apart the end. Oh man, those motherfuckers under apart the end were just J-Yorin. Are you ready for this shot? Do you know what the dragon attack is? Do you know what the dragon attack is?
I'm not Zoo. You don't have to say that every time. You need to come up with a new J-Or.
No, I'm gonna say that every time. I say that against anybody, against whom I play in this game. What the fuck, man? What am I supposed to do?
Win? Not jerk yourself off, bro.
What are you gonna do, pimp?
Oh, what? That's one pass.
Dog, my guy's jerking himself off.
Nice pass. I saw that. They were... Oh, retreating. Wow.
Oh, that was a beautiful, beautiful maneuver. That was fucking stupid.
Here he comes trying to bash up my defense.
Are you gonna go? Are you just gonna...
You're gonna JR.
J-Yor. It's called J-Yor. J-Yorn. Look at this pass.
No way.
Dog. Oh.
Are you fucking serious?
Your defense.
No.
Oh no.
Fuck off. Oh, playing like a little bitch. I expect nothing less.
I've got my guys like all in your shit. Thanks. Oh.
Nice goal. It's like...
Why do you steal my phrases?
Are you gonna go or are you gonna jerk yourself off wrong?
It's called J-Yorn. Look at this shot. Are you gonna J-Yorn? Are you just J-Yorin?
Oh, what a pass. What a pass. Get out of here.
Are you just J-Yorin?
Yeah, I am. JR ran into the back of your goal.
Oh, that is fucking funny as shit.
That's a pass.
Look how good that shot was. Are you just gonna J-Yor? Or are you actually gonna do something?
Same shit every time. Talk. No more. There's a limit. Are you serious?
Look at this shot. That was a major mistake.
Oh, you're done.
Oh. Don't do it.
This game is actually pretty hard. It takes a lot of skill.
I think it's easy as fuck. So you're saying I have to come up with new phrases?
Yeah. Are you kidding me? Oh, wow. It moved your guy out of the net.
I know. Because it cheated.
You have a wide open goal. Big mistake.
What are you gonna do, pimp?
Jay Orange, dog. The fuck? Are you fucking serious?
Are you J-Yorn?
No.
Dog. I'm attacking. What are you gonna do? It's a tough pass. Take a shot on goal.
JR.
Get that pass.
No way.
How didn't that count as a pass? Because it didn't.
Oh, because it touched my thing first. Probably.
That's bullshit. You know it.
No. No. Don't fuck this up.
Do you know what the dragon attack is? You gotta let me say that one when I'm gonna score. It's my signature. Are you proud of that shot?
I am proud of that shot.
You're welcome. Now what are you gonna do? Take a shot on goal, baby. Sod this shit. Remember when you sogged that shit?
No. Playing like a little bitch? Okay.
Do you remember when you sogged that shit?
What are you saying?
Shot
Mr.
on goal. Sog.
Speak English.
Do you remember
Speak
when you?
English.
Do you remember when? Oh, are you serious? That was a beautiful pass. Sog that shit. Shot on goal. Shot on goal that shit. When I say that, it means kick it at the goal. And don't be a little bitch.
Come get it, big dog.
Sog that shit.
Oh, you're done.
Oh no.
4-2, dog. You might lose this one. No.
It's not what I wanted. Look at this.
No. Oh. No. That would never work.
If you get this pass, you're gonna win.
There you go. Do you know what the dragon attack is?
Come up with your own shit. Okay, just one moment. I have to read what people are saying about me.
Now I decapitate you with fucking garden tools.
What the fuck is this rabbit about? Damn, it's gross. Who is this?
We still haven't done shit about it after this long.
Reposted by Rabbi drinking pussy juice like Gatorade. Now, if you're wondering, is that the funniest shit you could do? You have to understand that I changed my theory or my strategy from being just, I'm going to make the whole name like my joke, to I'm going to use part of the text to be a Discord link, so it can't be that long anymore. I have to say, sometimes, now this is not, I have bad vision, and sometimes these people who have like an AI avatar, and I click on it, and sometimes I'm not saying I can't tell it's an avatar or an AI avatar, but sometimes it's hard to tell. All right.
Like the hot girl ones, or
some. It just depends. What I'm saying is like AI is becoming better and better and more difficult. All right, what do you want to play?